Before them stood the house of their nightmares.
I dreamt of doors and shadows.
Can't see anything. It's scary as fuck.
I sent out some money looking for some stuff, and I got this package in the mail. We need something else to go with this because we're geeks, but you know what we need? Van Samson, Curtis M. Lawson, Paul Christian Glenn, Joshua Rex, Raz, Rob Smale.
Good, bad. I'm the guy with the mic.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Hello, everybody. Thank Cthulhu. It is Sunday. Welcome to the Owlite season finale. We are going to do a lot of crap tonight. A lot of shit tonight.
Yeah.
I have 3 unwrappings to do. We're going to let you know some of what's coming up on our new season. We're going to have some people popping in, popping out, doing different things. And so this is the end of our summer season. There will be a couple of shows that continue on that are going to be on a year-long schedule, but we're going to have a major show rotation going on, and we'll tell you more about that last week, but we'll give you little bits of hints and teasers about what's going on right now. Our first guests that we have on tonight are Mr. Steve Van Samson.
You said it right.
I'm required to say it that way.
Yes.
As well as Derek Rook.
Now she's going to do hand movements and everything now.
See you guys again. And Uncle and our girl Friday. I don't think we've met formally. How are you?
Hi. I'm the librarian that just reached your book in the corner.
Yeah. You're doing your thing live from the graveyard, I see.
Yes.
That's actually where I take my singing lessons.
Oh yeah.
That same graveyard? Really?
Not the same graveyard, but the same audience.
Oh.
They don't
I see.
complain.
That makes more sense.
They never tell me that I suck.
Of course not. They're very quiet. They're like the void. They're always listening. They care about what we say. And secretly, they think we're doing very well.
I feel like he just sings Black Number 1 by Typo Negative on repeat when he's in the graveyard. That's like his graveyard song, you know? It's the dirge.
Typo, Danzig, and Dax Riggs, to be fair, yes.
Rock on, man.
No misfits?
Or Acid Bath if you prefer.
Please.
Actually, funny you should mention that. I used to be in a Misfits cover band, and there was a graveyard right before the place that we used to jam, which is a warehouse setting. And to warm up, because I never had a chance to warm up when I got there. So I would spend like an hour in the graveyard, literally in my car, just going through the set list, which was about 17 songs.
I was going to say, just wear a jacket or something if you're cold. I mean,
so, there was one caretaker I'm sure I couldn't see that was just like, what the fuck is going on here?
Quick question for you then. Did you ever go the route of, say, the Mayhem vocalist dead and just bury his clothes before a show?
What's that? I'm sorry.
Like the vocalist for Mayhem dead, the first one, he would bury his clothes before they performed, so it would be like he was out of the grave.
That's one way to do it.
That's a lot of pre-gaming. Yeah. That's just too much.
He was very dedicated.
Before the gig.
Who has that much time in the day? God.
They were Norwegian, so.
I mean, I'd just say it depends on how high I am and how bored I am before a show.
All right.
Hmm.
You
Can
might
we
bury your
change
clothes. You
Uncle
might not.
Necro's
I bury
thing
myself and
to
forget I have a
Movie
show, you
Connoisseur?
know?
We
Anyway.
buried our audience after the show.
What was that, Jenny?
Can we change your thing from useful idiot to movie connoisseur?
No, I'm feeling like a useful idiot today.
Okay.
I'm still
If you
Psycho
say
Raz,
so.
man.
I'm hopping the Doritos barbecue.
So would you say though, Derek, that your audience really dug you, or
Oh,
I can't
Hold
top
on,
that
I
one,
gotta
so-
have some.
that is a good.
geez.
That was a good
Oh, here
one.
we go. No,
Not as much as we dug them, though.
there you
no,
go?
I was looking for a boo, but I
Threw
couldn't
it
find
right
the boo.
back. Yeah, well, you have fun with that.
Yeah.
You don't have yours labeled, so ha.
I mean, I do, but someone in a foreign country labeled them, and none of them sound like the description on the board would have you believe.
So these guys, if you haven't, if you're around before, you've seen them come on with Steve's book, Mark of the Witchworm, as well as Black Honey and other savory things. And I get these envelopes, and this is my 5th envelope in the mail that has, I have to get around my microphone here, this lovely sticker on it. I'm not going to show the other side because it has my address on it, but whenever I see that and this, I just get super fucking excited because something amazing is always going to come. These guys turn everything into a production when they release things, and you can't not buy it. You know what I mean? Like, I was behind. I needed to order the comics because I'd been doing the books, and then I was like, oh my god, okay, so the Gore Street comics, I'm doing some comic stuff, and I saw that Steve had written one, and Derek is in both of them, both as artist and an author, and so I had to go get it. And yeah, so I need to put up something too. Because of this, you need to go, and I was going to wear my shirt tonight, my Rough House shirt, but it's our season finale, so I wore my own. But I do have a Ruffians shirt. You can get shirts, you can get other things, you can get all that. Go down and click that link. Well, you can click the link in our upper below, but follow that banner, go get yourself some Rough House gear, just get some books, get something. It's amazing over there.
And if
I
not,
do
we
this
know
all
where
the
you live.
time. We do.
We don't have to threaten them though. Do we?
I didn't threaten. I just happened to let them know that I know
No,
where
you-
they
you-
live. That's all.
you-
It's
I think there was
Scares them
an
while they
insinuation.
sleep.
Was there?
It could be that we're going to
let
mail
me-
stuff to
Let
them
me say
if
it
they aren't
differently.
able to
We know where you
themselves.
live. Was that?
I think you're going
going
for
to kill
friendly.
you.
I think you're going for friendly, and you're not quite getting there.
I'll work
going
on
to
that for
kill
next
you.
season.
We didn't say the full sentence. The full sentence is, I know where you live and you look different while you're asleep. That's just
Yeah.
a total him thing.
Totally less creepy. Yeah, no, you're right. I should have let you finish. My bad.
I
That
just click
said,
people's
hi, Kristin.
addresses and
I
randomly,
can see you've done this before.
I randomly send them things, but good things like
Yeah.
horror novels or comics or squishables or things like that. I'm just like,
The finger of your loved one.
but no Roosevelt shirts. Like that.
Why? That's not how you get them coming back for more. There's only so many fingers. That trick only works like
10 times.
eight or 9 times. I mean, you got to leave them with one. I mean, you can't
Well,
take them all. How
well,
are they
then
going to
that-
flip the pages?
Then you just move
You
to the
know?
next person. There's a lot of people in fingers out there, man. You can't just waste your time on one person's fingers.
You want a toe? I can get you a toe.
I
I mean,
will
I-
send you guys a copy of
I
my
have a few
friend's
left.
song called Fingers. It's about kidnapping a girl and sending 4 of her fingers in the mail to her dad because he needs to pay off his hotel bill in Vegas and he wants to get home. So he's just like, I stole her finger, he wants to go home and watch Cartoon Network, and he's just like, I sent 1, 2, 3, 4
Don't we all?
fingers in the mail.
Well,
And so it's like,
well,
yay.
I could definitely use a foot.
Yeah.
You
Just
know.
saying.
A foot of what?
Will that work?
Well, Jenny has a leg up on everyone, but
And they haven't made it into a lamp yet, so
Wow,
yeah.
That was very
It's
random.
my father-in-law.
that was a visual gag.
Now I
Is it
do
random?
believe that you're doing this from a cemetery. Absolutely.
You just pull it right out of the ground.
Yeah, considering we
She's like
passed
sitting right next to an
away,
open grave, and she's like, "What do
probably.
you need? A leg? A wing?"
Yeah.
Therefore,
Yeah.
meanwhile, Kristin snuck in here and hasn't said a thing yet.
Kristin.
Hello.
Hello.
everybody?
Pretty good. Can you turn up your volume for us?
It's all the way up now. Is that okay?
Okay.
That's much better. Thank you.
I don't know Kristin, but I think Kristin, I think you might need a more impressive like tagline,
I know.
because ours are all ridiculous, and yours is just just very. That's just truthful. You're like author. Like that needs to be like, Battle Maiden of the Moon or something. Like something.
Fun.
You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Something gripping,
Come on.
Yeah.
empowering.
Because otherwise, I'm going to change mine to just a guy. Like, I mean, this one and only
better.
BS.
I fixed
didn't
it for
even
you.
do that.
Okay,
There
I'll
you
do
go.
something.
Yeah, I
Cool.
fixed it for
Battle
you.
Maiden of the Moon.
now. Yeah.
Woo! Nice. Excellent.
So there's a package. Very
There's a
important
package.
package.
It's this beautiful package here. It is huge, and we're gonna go. I'm gonna.
That's
Really?
what she
You're
said.
just
I
gonna
could
blow?
not-
You're just gonna
I
blow
had
past
to.
that?
I was hoping
I
that.
was waiting.
Don't talk dirty.
As-
I get one a
was
month,
waiting.
and I was saving it for the right moment.
I have
feel
these
good about myself.
lovely. Yeah, I have 5 of these lovely rough house packages
And they're
sitting
all
around my house.
they're all
very
big and
large.
black and huge,
Mm.
and
Yes, they-
And they
And
barely
they
fit
full
my
of
hands.
awesome
full of
things.
amazing stuff.
Yes.
And they will make you have a good time. You're gonna have a good time with them.
So
You will.
coffee,
These big black packages.
coffee.
James, go away.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to show you guys real quick what the offers were that I saw on these. This is Gore Shriek Resurrectus Volume 1, and this is the Derek Rook cover. This one that I ordered.
So
And it comes with these little lovely extras there. And this was the second one that I ordered. And most of the rest of these were sold out. Unfortunately, they were, well, fortunately for you guys, you're doing awesome selling them, but they were all limited runs. You can actually get a hold of one with the on Amazon, as it says, limited to just 500 copies for the entire world of the Bruce Spalding Fuller cover. There are only a couple copies left, and you can get just the comic there for $26. So if you head over to Rough House, you got down at the ticker down there, you can get them for a bit cheaper, and you get stuff. So just letting you know. So this is what the first thing I'm pulling out is.
Oh,
That's so gorgeous.
that I put in there specifically for you, Delphine. That's something that's not an extra for any of the books. That's actually a poster that we give to retailers when we sell them in stores, so that they can advertise for the Gore Shriek books.
Very cool.
Thank you. I looked on the thing and I was like, I think I missed this on the description. So thank you so much.
Yeah, we thought you'd get a kick out of it. It's a takeoff of the 1978 Dawn of the Dead poster.
Yeah,
very nice.
I'm
It's
getting
amazing.
ready to go get a bunch of poster frames so I can. Fortunately, I haven't gotten them yet, so I can get one for this as soon as I go out. I gotta put
Nice.
this.
That's awesome, man.
Just set stuff in a safe place over here so that nothing gets damaged.
I actually have that poster framed. It's right there.
Yeah,
There it is.
I shall wall art with Steve.
It's very small. It's the same size from. It's a trick of perspective. I don't know if you can tell. It's not this big.
I mean, all your pictures aren't normally stamp sized.
This big. No, it's bigger than that. Larger.
I'm getting into my comics, but I have to get the tape off. I did things earlier to cut things open because I didn't want to see people freak out since I lost my scissors and I was using knives on all my boxes. For
This does not surprise me. I'm surprised you
there's-
just didn't use the couch machete to open everything.
There's so much.
No,
I'm just
couch
waiting
machete.
for Archer to show up and say phrasing like every 3 seconds. Like
Dude,
We're not doing
Ants.
phrasing.
we're not
That's how
doing,
you get
we're not doing that
ants.
anymore. Oh god damn it!
I swear I have to do that like every other show I bring up phrasing, and no one gets it but me. Like no one gets what I'm even saying. So I've given
Oh.
up. So thank you.
You're
Was
welcome.
that before I
appreciate it.
came on? Because I
Yeah,
understand
Yeah, I'd given up right before. Yeah.
Okay.
M for Mancy.
We're not doing phrasing anymore? Okay.
Seriously.
All right. I'm opening. This is the volume 1. Got to get this open though. Oh, you used tape.
tape, the enemy of crows.
Well, okay, these guys don't know about John Krysa, who is with our group too, that we get these big comic packages from. He does mystery boxes, or he puts together, like what I'm opening tonight was something that he made 15 boxes. They all have various treasures in them, but one of them has a Batman slab in it that's like a 9.8 rated Batman homage to Spider-Man cover, I think. And it's very cool, but he gets free tape, and so his packages, like, this is the package and it's like 90% tape held together, so you just sit there and like and then you get to the cardboard and it's like, oh my god, gotta get through that.
By God, I'm gonna use it.
It's like my mom at Christmas with
Yeah.
like the Dollar Tree tape. She's got to go through like 50 rolls per box. You're not allowed to grow your fingernails out. You can't use a knife. You just have to somehow like dig deep and take an hour to open each pack.
Okay.
This will get you through until New Year's.
That's how poor people make Christmas last all day. That's what that is, man.
That's the secret. It's dollar store tape.
You know, the magic is in the tape, man. The cheaper, the stronger it is.
Sorry, I'm trying to be very careful here, so given that these are slightly oversized.
Yep, that was an artery.
That's a squirter.
So here we have the lovely
Phrasing.
color.
Thank you.
Shush you.
Nice.
And the back.
Wow.
That's another piece on the back by Bruce Spalding Fuller. He's the original Gore Shriek artist from 1986. So he actually came back and did 3 things for us. He did the back cover, he did one front cover, which is now sold out, and he did one story inside, which I'm sure you'll get to in a second. But this was actually his last comic book works. He retired from doing comics right after he was done doing this. And he went back to doing special effects design work in Hollywood. So he came out of retirement from comics to do this one last thing for us, and then he went right back in. So it's really cool to have him on this. It wouldn't have been the same without him, especially for the 30th anniversary of the series.
I know people. Here's some of the initial interior. I can't see if I'm getting it. Is that
I can see it pretty decently.
Yep.
okay? So everything we see here is in black and white, but excruciating detail. Just very, very intricate. And here is one side of, am I getting that right? Here. Of the poster. It's a centerfold poster that it looks
Dude,
like
that's
this.
juicy.
Sweet.
And then
I think I got away with murder on that piece. The one mandate was that we couldn't show graphic nudity, and I think there was a version of that centerpiece that has extreme nudity, and then there's one that I covered it up, and I can't remember. Actually, I'll take a look at mine and see. But
is that the? Oh,
well,
I
she
can't
doesn't
show
have
her
a breast
breast.
anymore,
Just
so we
rip
can't
it
see
off.
that.
Yeah.
Nope, I forgot to cover it. So there you go.
I know I talked about this the last time we
Whoops.
had you guys on, when you were first talking about everything Gore Shriek. I think that's when we did the unboxing for the last time we had you. So Gore Shriek like inspired me from my childhood. My mom was a special effects artist for local horror when I was growing up. And then she kind of got me into the Gore Shriek comics. And so every haunted attraction I've ever worked at, and this is my 29th season, and there's been 9 different haunted attractions, have a different series of props that I've helped create based on different scenes from all the Gore Shriek comics I worked on. And the one I recreate everywhere, though, is it's the girl in the blue dress with the black hair.
Right.
Guts
I remember we talked about this.
Yeah, I've got a baby doll version of that in every single haunt, including my current haunt. Like that's, for some reason, that was the one cover that I always recreate into a prop. But there's been a lot of different ones over the years. So like to see this finally after talking to you guys about it it's amazing, man.
Awesome.
I've read a bunch of the fan reviews and stuff too, and everybody's just like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad this was brought back," and it was brought back so well. So
That was the goal for sure.
yeah, so you have done a very good job getting to all the fans exactly what they were hoping for, and giving all of the extras out as well. Got my nice another sticker. I'm never gonna run out of those.
Sticker.
And my show card. But yeah, this is just slippery.
Man, I get one a month, and I feel like Michael Scott in The Office when he was told he could never say it again, and Jim is just sitting there pumping him up for like 5 solid minutes. He always left me satisfied.
Sorry.
So I forget exactly how long it was, but when we set out to resurrect Gore Shriek, I think it had been dormant for a good, let's say at least 20 something years, like about 21, 22 years, somewhere in there. And our goal was to just try to be as meticulous as humanly possible, make the book look, feel, read exactly the way it did back when you went into a comic book shop and asked them to pull the Gore Shriek off the back of the shelf behind the counter. And, we didn't use newsprints because we wanted the book to be of premium quality. But aside from that, I even sat down with the printer and we were talking about making sure that the paper had a shade in it so that it wasn't too bright. It was actually a little bit more dingy and read a little better on the page. So, and then we hired a bunch of artists that we felt were indicative of that art style, because it was a very underground comic. So we didn't want it to look too polished. We wanted to kind of showcase a lot of Detroit artists actually joined us for this first issue. And they're fucking crazy. They're the craziest, awesomest artists I've ever met. And they just tore apart their duties in this book. So it was a real special time right out of the gate for us to be doing this kind of book.
I'm loving it so far. I'm going to be reading these tonight after the show because... Oh, there we go. Okay.
It's a fun read because it's an anthology comic in every sense of the word. Every single story is written by a different person. They're drawn by different people. So even if you're seeing recurring authors or artists, they aren't necessarily paired up in the same way. So it's just really like a fun collaborative sort of work that you can crack and be like, all right, yeah, this is a lot of like fun stuff by like-minded maniacs. And everybody was just a big fan of the old books. So it's so cool. I remember you saying all that stuff, Raz, the last time we were on, and I think that is just so freaking fun. And you're making that reference. Maybe no one gets it. Maybe somebody does, but you're like, by God, I'm gonna keep this flame alive. And that is just the power of nostalgia, right? Like that's just the thing. Like the things that you love when you're a kid, when you're growing up, you said your mom got you into it when you were little and stuff. It's like, man, it's just, there's nothing like that. And so we resurrected something that, it might not be, it's not as popular as a creep show or something like that. It's not as known, but it is known. And every show we do, there is always a handful of people that walk past the table and go, oh shit, Gore Shriek, oh my God. And they just can't believe it. And they're just so freaking happy to be looking at this thing that they remember. And it's like, yeah, but it's all new, it's all new in the spirit of the original as much as possible. But, we tried, we got the best possible stock paper we could get. And, everything just looks fantastic. The prints really came out so good. It's higher quality than like your average comic just overall, just because the primo paper and everything like that.
It's so nice thick cardstock. It's so lovely, and
you're glowing.
Talk slower.
We're gonna go over here and we get the ash can that comes with this.
Yeah, ash can. You don't see a lot of those nowadays.
Yeah, so that's one of the extras for volume 2, cover B.
Yes.
And for that, we had 2 sets of extras depending on which of the 2 covers you bought. So there was cover A, which had a postcard from the artist who did the cover. His name is the Gurch. He was so if Bruce Spalding Fuller was the artist that was most known for Gore Shriek Volume 1, the Gurch was most known for Gore Shriek Volume 2. Gore Shriek Volume 2 came out, I think, 1989, 1990, somewhere in there. He did both of the covers, cover A, cover B. The cover A is completely sold out now. That came with a Gurch postcard. So on the front, it had like a mock advertisement for a pullover mask that made you like kill animals and people and things, whatever. And then on the back, it was a postcard. You could actually send it to somebody. There was a big bloody mark on it that said stab postmark here, and you can send it out to your grandmother or whoever you think would enjoy a postcard like that. It had a dead dog on the cover. And then we did a 11-song horror CD from a band called Maniac Banshees. They were inspired by Gore Shriek.
Oh, it's upside down.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Sorry. No, it isn't. Oh, yes, it is. Shit.
I know it is. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, and this has 11 songs on it by this band called Maniac Banshees. And when we first crowdfunded the original Gore Shriek Resurrectus, they were our biggest crowdfunder. And as a thank you to them, we published their first CD and we put it in the book.
Very cool.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
And you were saying about the dogs, and so we have Dog Lady here.
Yes.
Yeah.
By Jeff Zorno, if you guys are familiar with the artist, he's done a bunch of stuff. He did a bunch of Halloween Michael Myers comics back in the early 2000s. He's done a bunch of Godzilla comics, does a lot of underground work. He's done a bunch of stuff for Ebon Press. They did the Beyond or Escape from the Beyond, and he's the artist for that. So yeah, really, really talented guy. Again, one of the Detroit guys is crazy as they are talented, and he just tore it up. So he did an extra story in that half book called Dog Lady, and that's a print that we put in there for everybody as well.
And then we have this one.
Yeah, there's Tom, the owner of Gore Shriek, in all his glory.
I am 837 out of 1,000.
Nice.
And it's another little sketch on the back. And
So every time we do a new issue of Gore Shriek Resurrectus, we have a small number of sketch cover offers that we offer to our folks. So the book would come with a sketch already on the back of that. And I think just because it takes so much time and it really slows down the shipping process, I think we do like maybe, I think the first time we did 10 or 12, and the second time we did like 20 or 25. So altogether, maybe 30 or 40 folks got a special sketch specifically for the book that they bought.
that's okay. I have 2 of those now. So I will wait until a con comes up, and I will get one of you to do each of them.
Nice. For you,
I was going to ask if it works that way. Like if someone gets a blank one, can they just show up at a con and you're at, be like, hey, man.
We've never said no to anybody. Like I remember one of the first cons that Steve and I did together. Steve was pitching the books to these 2 guys, and he's like, da, 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 and Derek will draw the cover for you. And I'm like, I will. I will.
Was that the one where it was like 2 guys and the guy's like, oh, okay, sure. And then you're like, what do you want?
And he's like, know what they wanted, so they were just like, I don't know. And then we just went back and forth for like an hour.
Well, I remember like one guy he's like, he points to his friend. He's like, can I have him as a zombie?
Yep, that's the one I drew too.
And you're like,
I think he tagged that one on Instagram. It's on there somewhere.
Yeah, I can draw him as a zombie. Is that what you really want? Okay.
Hey, that's friendship right there. Where you are so selfless, you want your buddy.
Yes.
I would have drawn the word him in zombified letters.
Oh.
I'm a dick though. Like,
See,
You're like a monkey's paw of a
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
You're more
totally.
monkey's
That's
paw,
what I am.
twisted and evil. More
yeah.
monkey's paw than man.
if you bug Steve, well, if you're me and you bug Steve and Samson, just enough, you might get something like this. To
Yeah.
carry
Oh,
the
yeah, that
best
was amazing.
fan ever. But you won't actually get that drawing because he said I'm the only one who gets it. So
Awesome.
Yeah, well, that's true. Because
Those people
by
down.
definition, if I drew it again, it would still be another drawing.
point
It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that drawing.
wouldn't be that.
That's true.
Yeah.
So let's look at the cover of this one.
So
get-
sick.
I
Yeah.
love that.
Another awesome one by the Gurch. He was just amazing.
It's a lot
And
of
that's
lip.
his name too,
lot
by
of
the
lip
way.
on that guy.
It's the Gurch.
The Gurch.
His mama named him the.
That's a powerful first name. It really sets you up for the rest of your life.
Yeah, it's like El Mariachi. It's the same thing.
Great movie too.
Oh yeah, and just the introduction and stuff is so beautifully done. I wish I could make it larger. In this one, we also have a double-sided pinup, so I'm going to show the middle first. I think would be easiest with this.
Yeah.
That's good stuff.
Very nice.
Oh, it's so beautiful. And here we have the first side.
And that's the Gurch pinup side, yeah.
And
Gurch was so affable. I've talked to this guy a million times through email. He only has an AOL account. There's only one way to get in touch with him. I don't
I
know
still
what he
have an
sounds
AOL
like. I
account.
know he's from the UK, and I know he's very, very gentlemanly and obviously amazingly talented. He's just as talented as he ever was back when he was doing Gorshik, probably even more so now.
oh, and look here we have Kristin, the Moon Princess power. What is it? Battle
Battle.
Maiden.
Maiden.
There we go. Battle Maiden of the Moon.
Get it together, Delphine. Come on.
She's
the battle
having-
maiden.
God damn it.
And what makes this issue super special, the Gorshik Resurrectus Volume 2, is that is the first work that Steve did on one of the stories as a writer called Nowhere Men. So that was our first collaboration together on Gorshik,
Mhm.
which he's
wonderful.
gone on to do a heck of a lot more in the next issue, but we'll talk about that later.
This
Yeah,
the
the Nowhere Man, it's interesting. That particular story, so that's drawn by Mark Bloodworth. And he was an artist that worked on the original series, right, Derek?
No,
No, he didn't.
Mark Bloodworth worked on Dead World.
Oh, Dead World,
Yeah.
right. Yeah. So yeah, Bloodworth had drawn these pages like some time ago. And the story was just kind of like filler story. It's like we'll figure it out later. We have the basic idea. And so I wasn't even supposed to be in this book at all. And it was pretty early in our partnership. And Derek just was like, hey, I was just kind of thinking about it. And, I got to write this story for this. It's a Western, actually. It's a weird Western, which just so happens I'm a huge weird Western guy. And I'm actually going to be putting out a weird Western book. So it's just this bizarre coincidence. He's like, you want to write this instead of me doing it? And then, you get to be a part of the issue number 2. And because the original plan was I was just going to come in on 3. And I'm like, hell yeah, like totally. But what a unique challenge to fill 8 pages worth of pictures with story and dialogue. And, so it was very, very different. And it was a very unique challenge. And it was fun. It was fun to do it that way. It's like, different, but it came out cool. I love it.
That whole story was like the bane of our existence altogether. I think that was cursed from the beginning because it all started off with Tom Schoolin, the original publisher and owner of Gorshik and Fantico Enterprises. We used to talk on the phone all the time, and it was always random. I'd get a call at 9:00 at night, and it was Tom, and he'd be like, Derek, I got this idea. I had this dream last night. So follow me now. All right. In the dream, there's this guy. He's like a snake oil salesman, and he goes town to town selling beef jerky, or what looks like beef jerky. And then when people eat it, they die and become beef jerky. And then he comes back the next day and he cuts everybody up and puts them in little jars, and then goes to the next town and does it again. And I'm like, cool. All right. And he's like, can we turn that into a story? And I'm like,
Oh,
yeah, I think we can. You know? And I called up Mark. Mark penciled it, and I was always going to ink it. And then we changed the story around. It wasn't reading right. It was just a beef jerky story at the end of the day.
There's a product
It wasn't
placement
like
for
a
beef
hook. It
jerky.
was just like, people are getting turned into, snacks, and then the guy goes to the next town and sells the snacks to somebody else, and that turns them into more snacks. So there needed to be a hook, so we messed around with it, and like Steve said, it was just kind of sitting there for a long time, penciled. We gave it a hook, but we didn't even know what the hook was. We just turned it into like more monstrous and freaky and odd and whatever and ghoulish. And there were so many problems with the making of the second book. I was trying to come up with some like Barbara Walters shit for you guys, just for, you talked about how much shit goes into like the books when they're released. There's so much more shit that goes into putting these things together in the thought stages. And I remember the inks in all my pens stopped working. So I was in the middle of inking the book because we had a deadline, we had a release date, and we had a show that we were going to release the book at. And I couldn't get any of my fucking pens to work. Like, what's the odds that 8 pens, not 1, 8, wouldn't work?
Wow.
To finish the book? And I don't use like ballpoint pens. I use technical pens and stuff, and they're just not working, and they were just destroyed and whatever. And I remember when we went to go, so I had to digitally ink half of that story. And I hope you can't tell, but now that I told you, you can probably parse out which pages were actually traditionally inked and which ones were kind of given the digital treatment. But I remember we only had a few more days left to get everything to the printer if we wanted to get the books ready on time. And I think Steve can recall this just as well. But my computer died in the middle of trying to save everything after we like put the book together, and I couldn't save the product to get to the printer. And I remember calling up Steve. I don't know, Steve, you want to take this one? And
I think I can. I think I can sum this up and just say, rock and roll, baby.
Yeah, I was
That's
just
what it
like not okay.
Yeah.
I was literally mentally.
But it's okay. It turned out okay, and that's how we do. We pull it through in the end. So
yeah.
But yeah, it really felt like the universe didn't want this book to come out. That's for sure. But we said, "Screw you, universe. We're doing it anyway, you jerk." And then it shut up, and we put the book out, and it was all fine.
I can't let go of the whole beef jerky thing, man. Like, it's in my brain. Like, I feel like there was this opportunity you guys had to take this like to an advertising level, right? To advertise this with a major beef jerky company. Like, that would have been like the snap it to a Slim Jim of our generation.
Would it?
Like, and you were this close, man.
Damn.
Like, this close.
We were this close. It's about roughly the size of one of the pictures on my wall here.
One of the postage stamps in the background.
Roughly.
Always the comic book artist, never
so
succeeds.
close.
More art.
Oh, that's all.
My turn for upside down.
You're upside down.
I love that one. That one's great.
Yeah.
It's too bad we didn't have any of the other cover left, Delphine, because it is a crow nesting in a zombie's brain.
I
don't know if you've seen the image.
Oh yeah, I went through all of them and everything. You know me. I'm like super obsessed. So I'm like, what do I get? What do I get? What do I get? Derek's cover, yes, of course. And this, guys and girls, this is a medical grade vomit bag. Just in case you are that upset with the contents here. But This is my new favorite piece of merch.
Like I was telling
Like,
you, Delphine,
it's
I think,
kind of- it's
I think
tied with
that's
the hot
probably
sauce.
everyone's favorite extra in this
Yeah.
whole thing.
That's creative.
Yeah.
For your extra chunky needs, now with 10% less leakage.
And people are very excited to find out that it's an actual barf bag, that it actually works. That
Yeah, the medical grade.
That it
Medical grade gets people excited.
Yes.
I don't know why.
I think
I
they
don't know
want
why
to
that
test out that theory to see if it actually is medical grade
Like,
or not.
oh, is it? Oh, it's medical grade? Really? And you're like,
No.
yeah.
Anything medicinal, you know.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
I feel like we should do like a trial thing where we have like 3 different types of vomit bags, like with that being one of them, and we just try them out. But I feel
And a
like
blind
YouTube would
barf
probably-
test.
Yeah, but I feel like YouTube would probably ban that like really quick.
Yeah, I think next issue we're going to try deadly disease syringes and see how that goes off. You know,
Sign
keep
me
the
up.
medical
We're
going.
you know, we're just spitballing. We're in the theory stage.
I know a
Yeah,
guy.
like you
I
know,
can-
you have any idea what you're going to inject yourself with? You have to try it out and find out afterwards. Like
We have not committed to this idea. We're just
get
we're
a-
just
Listen,
You get
if
a
you go down
free-
the
Blowing
rabbit
it over.
hole,
as we're
I
talking about
got an
it,
Ebola guy. I can hook you up.
Jesus.
You get a free like Sharpie bucket with the biohazard sticker on there.
You know, I had
Medical
friends
grade
who-
biohazard. Medical grade Ebola.
Yeah.
If you
Same
go
as
back
real.
on Black Honey, you could do the EpiPen, just for all those people
Yeah.
that are allergic. So, although then it'd be like, you know, a $200 package to get the base. Unless you go with the non.
I don't know. I
No,
don't know
it's
if we
cool.
can include an actual EpiPen. I'm not
It's
sure. what
okay.
the,
Insurance will cover it.
Oh,
Uncle
Yeah,
Nick
ours
got it.
covered it.
Excuse me, does Rough House cover Medicaid? Does Medicaid cover Rough House?
well, that's why I've been signing all the copies of Black Honey, and I specifically write "Don't get stung." I'm trying to save us, from being sued. I don't
So
want
it's
you
an
to be
awareness
stung.
campaign.
Want
Yeah.
to write it, but I never want to get stung again. That hurts. That
See?
involved like at one point it involved my eyes being swollen shut. So I don't
Oh.
want to do it again.
I got stung inside my mouth 2 weeks ago at an amusement park. I was
How do
hanging out
you
with my
do that?
family. I go to drink something, and apparently there was a bee in it, just right inside my mouth. Man, it took me like a full 24 hours to get the whole stinger piece
Oh,
out.
my
It was
God, that's
Sucked a little bit.
unbelievable. That's
it was not
terrible.
fun, man. It was
Oh
not fun.
man. I got stung pretty good a couple of weeks ago. There's like ground wasps that sometimes will be in the spot, and I was mowing, and they haven't been there in 2 years, and they haven't been there all year this year either, and then they were back magically. So I got stung 4 or 5 times, and it was not my favorite day.
Right.
There's been worse days, but I mean, I wouldn't say this was my favorite one, but yeah, those ugh. And I'm like, oh, is this guy that wrote the book? Oh, come on, you stupid universe.
I'm writing a sequel, and you're fucked.
All right, last one of you. Yeah.
So I'm going to show the poster one more time because
Okay.
thank you so much for including it.
Yeah.
This is so beautiful, and I wasn't expecting it.
Very
Well,
cool.
Delphine, you've been so awesome to us, and you've waved the flag for us. All of you guys have incredibly
Yeah.
much. I mean, we are so humbled by you guys and everything you've done to display our work
Yeah.
and kind of promote us and everything else.
Yeah, you guys are amazing.
I tried to give you a Maserati, but I couldn't fit it into the mailer. So
That's okay. I'm epileptic.
we'll see what
I
happens
can't
for
drive.
volume 3.
You can
Wow.
you can
Next time
mail
you're
it
gonna-
piece by piece.
Yes, because everybody knows the comic book artists drive around in Maseratis all the time. So
Yeah,
It's
also
gonna be a Hot
we-
Wheel. I know it. You're just gonna get a Hot Wheel.
yeah, it'll be a Hot Wheel. But
It's a picture of a
it'll be
Maserati I scribbled on an Applebee's napkin, but it's all yours.
It's the same perspective as the posters behind Steve on the wall. It's a
Yeah.
Maserati, but
I gotta get some stuff for my walls. I like Steve's lighting setup. I look like I'm ready to go in for a line of questioning or some shit. I don't know.
They need to get me
have-
one. I have
I want to hang things up. But I'm in a concrete, uneven dungeon down here, so nothing works, man. It sucks.
it can be
I'm
different
in a
colors.
fort,
but-
so I have a fake background.
Usually I have mine up. I'm just lazy.
It's a fake background of a real graveyard, though.
Very much so, yes, because
But
yeah,
you're not in
I
a graveyard?
like with my
That's
dead
not
loved
real?
ones.
It is. It's a real
You
graveyard
just broke my
somewhere.
heart. This whole time I thought that was a real
Somewhere.
graveyard.
It is, man. It's
With
not.
the
What
sun.
do you think? It's AI? It's
No, but,
real.
I mean, I don't know its life.
It was at one point.
No, they're all
I
dead.
I just say
half
shit, man.
fall
It's
at
okay.
a graveyard, so it works
Okay.
for my current fall.
I think Kristin's background's the best.
It is.
It's
The
really
best
good.
background ever, Kristin. I'm sorry, Battle Maiden of the Moon, Kristin.
I don't have a background really.
So when is the third volume coming out? When do we get to look forward to this?
Well, we're working on it right now. I've been hesitant to say exactly when because right now the focus is really making it as it's the last one that we're doing. We're actually going to relinquish the license after this next and last issue is over with. So there has been a huge push to make this the one to beat. One of the other things about the last issue was that I was so busy at that time. I was doing the editing, I was doing the lettering, I was doing all the PR, and there was a lot of different hats. Plus, I was working an overnight job at the time. There was just so much stuff going on. Like I tell you, like we could literally do a Maury Povich style interview about this fucking issue.
So you were not the father.
People running up to us in the audience.
No, he is. He's the dad.
Okay, just
He's the dad.
But
I always
yeah,
lie, you know. I never know.
It caused me to have to excise pretty much like 80% of all of my contributions to the book. So all of that's getting dumped into the next issue. So where this last issue is very light as far as me as an artist, this next one is very, very heavy. So and it's darker and it's just a little bit closer to where I wanted to see the book go, which is kind of even more of a independent underground comic book feel. It's a little bit more fanzine-ish. And yeah, I think you guys are really going to dig it. But for right now, I'm going to say next spring sometime, but we're kind of figuring it out as we go. The one problems that we've had in the past is we've done our pre-orders and then dealing with all the different vendors that we deal with to put all the extras together. Things never go as easy as just giving somebody a call, having somebody give you a deadline, and then delivering the product. So things magically just, even with Black Honey, things magically just take longer than originally anticipated. So we want to make sure there's more of the book finished before we start to solicit. So you guys have a shorter time to have to wait from the time that you actually purchase the book to the time you get it. But I can tell you that it's the biggest book out of the three. The first book was 48 pages. The second was 52. This one is 56 so far. It is going to come with a half issue, just like the second issue did. So there'll be a couple extra stories in addition to that as an extra. There's going to be a ton of extras for this one. So the first one only had a lobby card and a couple stickers. The second one, we had the fun idea to kind of split the extras between the two covers. So you had a reason to buy one and buy the other. And this one is just a friggin' blowout. I'll probably have to put my house up for sale after this is all over with, just to make sure that everything is bought and paid for and that you guys get everything. But it's going to be something. We're just having a blast working on this, and it's all going to come out on the printed page.
Yeah.
Steve has a lot more stories in it as well. So it's a true collaboration all the way through.
Yeah.
I'm willing to wait for what you guys produce, man.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you. That's what we're hoping. And you know, it's the idea that Derek has said to me many times is like, it's done when it's done, because when it's out, right? Like, it's going to be whatever it is forever. So let's make sure it's as good as it can be, and stuff. And I mean, I gotta say, like, the writing in this, not just, I'm going to have 3 stories, in it, but not just my stories, like all the writing, all these stories. This is cream of the crop stuff for this trilogy. Absolutely awesome stories, and the artwork that has been completed thus far is just insane. It's gonna knock everybody's socks off. All your bloody buniony socks. They're just gonna be.
We could capitalize on this, Steve. We got to offer Roughhouse socks on the swag website.
Yeah.
Cool.
Be like, see, we knocked them off. They're all in the shop. If you want them back, they're only $19.95.
Yeah, it's a racket. You knock the socks off, you sell back to them, at a reasonable price.
Yeah.
Have you been out gardening again recently?
That's step one, and then step three is world domination.
We're becoming like the Kiss of comic book publishers. Before you know it, it'll be like Roughhouse caskets and shit.
Oh yeah. So when you do this release for the third, are we going to be able to get like all of the issues together?
So
That's super amazing.
Yeah, that's my big question.
Ahead of ourselves, but one of the packages that you can enjoy when the book is released is a full complement of all of the issues that have been currently sold out. It'll be a one-time package. I think it'll be limited to probably less than 100 because we want to keep it super special. And then we're trying to incentivize that a little bit too and make it a little bit different. The covers that are now sold out were in black and white at the time that they sold out, so they'll be in color now when you see them again. And maybe a couple other things in there too, just to kind of make them super special.
So this sounds like it's going to officially be the first like big purchase that I'm making from you guys. That's enough time in the future where I can save my monies up, put them in my socks, that before you knock them off. Like
Right,
that's
sure,
what I wanted
yeah.
to know, because I want to be able to get them all at the same time, man. Because like this is like it's this weird level of nostalgia where something you love is new again. And the only other time with horror that I felt like this was when they brought the Splatterhouse video game series back.
Yeah,
I know, that's the only way I can explain. Like this thing that you grew up with in an arcade, that's back, it's new. You get to share it with all these new people, and it's the same feel. Like this amazing thing that almost no one knows about. So just like when you were a kid, you get to be the one that just reintroduces everybody in your life to it.
Yeah.
Interesting that you say that, Raz, about the Splatterhouse video game. You should get with Delphine on the first issue of Gore Shriek, and you should take a look at the first story and tell me what you see.
Sweet. Because Rick is one of my. It's like the Tick and then Rick are my like personal life
heroes. Oh, sick. That's awesome. That's awesome.
You just tweeted that, didn't you?
I can see that from your shirts.
What did you just say?
What was that?
I can see how much he likes Rick from his shirts.
Oh, my pickle Rick. Oh. Yeah, that's a different Rick. That's a different Rick.
I thought you said I would like to see you remove your shirts, and I was like, "Well, that's a little forward." I mean, we love that,
talking about Rick, but he also wears a different Rick on his shirt. So yeah,
keep it on. Keep it on.
And I played that song without Jeremy too. He's gonna be so sad. It's his favorite song.
Yeah. Yeah, Rick from Splatterhouse. If you want to hold up the first issue, it's like on page. It's just like page 2. The very first story is like a 2-pager or 1-pager or something like that. But if you hold it up, it's a 3-pager. Yep. The last page of that 3-pager, I think it is. You can see a character from behind, and it's a little tribute, without saying so, to Splatterhouse.
The one with the little girl on it, kind of.
Yeah, it's the first story, which doesn't have the title in the story. That's the one. Yeah, Gateway to Gore. It's called.
Is it on the page she's not showing? Is it just?
It's on the next page.
Oh, it's on the next.
The next page. Okay.
Sorry.
How dare you?
Should be a big splash page. There should be a guy with double chainsaws on it. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, down at the bottom there. Yeah.
Oh,
so if you looked it up, so if that is truly who this guy is referencing. This is our little tribute.
Gore Shriek Splatterhouse, one place.
Yeah, it turns out the license.
So beautiful.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Steve. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say. It turns out the rights to Splatterhouse are not super easy to get a hold of.
I bet not.
And that artwork was done by an Australian artist named Austin Mengler. really, really talented. If you guys ever have a chance to see his other work, if you go to his website or whatever, it's just absolutely amazing. I believe he's from Perth, but he just knocks it out of the park.
I feel like y'all are in my head, man. Mention Splatterhouse, there it is.
I'm just all jumpy because I'm like, I have 2 more comic or unwrapping things to do and stuff before I get a chance to read things. But then again, I have you 2 on, and you're 2 of my favorite people, so I want to be like, what else do you have going on? Like, okay, so after you have the 3rd one going on. Steve, I know you have something that just released.
We've already been sharing his stuff.
Yeah, we've been sharing crap out of it.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Can you talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to get into the new thing. It's but we, that I do have a book coming out. It's been released. If you want to check out my Facebook page or Steve Van Samson author, there's some stuff there. But yeah, I mean, as far as this goes, we did put out Black Honey. You guys talked to us all about it, and we appreciate it to no end. Super, super happy that you give us the platform and we're able to do that. And yeah, I mean, I am really just happy to stick to Gore Shriek on this episode. I mean, the issue 3 really is going to be awesome. I as a fan cannot freaking wait for this thing to come out.
We have emails going back. Well, I guess not emails, but text messages and stuff going back and forth on I just got to this story in Black Honey. I love this. It's super fun to have us all in different stages of reading it and getting.
And I gotta say, guys like you have made this book. We're talking about Black Honey for a second. Have made it so successful. I will say that it's probably our most successful book that we've published thus far. And we couldn't have done it without everybody kind of banding together and cheerleading for it. So thank you guys so much. It was just reaffirming to me too, because the one of the reasons that Steve and I got together was, and I think I might have mentioned on the last episode, is that I wanted to get into more illustration work than sequential art. I've done that for a very long time, and I really wanted to do more illustrative work, stuff that was closer to, say, Bernie Wrightson's Frankenstein, and Steve had stories that were just ripe for that kind of thing. And we're really looking forward to kind of taking that next step. Black Honey was the first step in that direction. But that was literally just dipping our toe in the water. And what we have coming out after that in the future sometime is really going to be something special.
Jeremy!
Hell, you missed your song, Jeremy. I played it.
It's
right as
okay.
you said you were about to pop on, I just played it.
I'm so sorry. My kid just got this job, and he's closing, and son of a donkey if they don't keep him there until 10 o'clock at night.
I do want to say to what you guys were saying. I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I'm going to speak for everybody. This is what we want. What you guys are doing, it's what we're all looking for. It's not just a story. I can read the story, but I can also get vomit bags. I can get hot sauce, and that might seem silly to people, but that gimmick creates an experience. I'm not just reading a story and I'm putting it aside, and I might remember something, as I go along, obviously. But putting this whole thing together, the way you guys do it, there's just not really a lot of that going on out there. I feel like you guys are bringing back so many things from the nostalgia realm, but you're making them new. You're making them interesting all over again in your own way, and this is something we all want. This is something we all need in our lives.
I, for one, feel that more things should come with vomit bags.
Yeah.
I
in general.
Pins. I have a bark
Bananas.
bag. I have so much art.
Definitely bananas, please.
I have all the books. I can have I'm hoping to move out of this apartment at some point, and then getting a nice glass covered bookcase, and I can have an entire Roughhouse corner by now. I also have 3 different T-shirts directly related to you. I have some of the Retro Octopus ones too, but I have I have my own Roughhouse shirt, and then I have the 2 different ones from Mark of the Witchworm. And
it's gonna be the Roughhouse Museum, only in Rastopia. Well, by
I
the
gotta
ghost
say, this
town,
is the
we'll set
first
the
time I
museum.
ever heard that Roughhouse was getting its own guest bedroom. That's kind of cool.
yeah.
We made it, Derek. We're a motif.
We'll do a bed and breakfast, and that'll be like the Rough House suite, you know.
Like, depending on my shows, I can just be like, okay, we're gonna do them from here today. Here's the darker side. No, we're gonna do the Rough House side today. Because I buy a
Here's
lot.
the murder basement.
I've turned to Kindle because I need to be able to read some things, and like with any new author, I always want to read a little bit before I invest in them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also because I can't afford to go out and buy a hardback of every book that I want anymore, because now I'm buying autographed book, numbered editions, lettered editions, things like that. And so I buy them, and then I also buy the Kindle so I can like get them, look at them, photograph them, hug them, give them a quick smell, and then wrap them up into my closet until I can get where I have the glass covered bookcase, because I'm a smoker and I don't want my books, my really good books, to get, nicotine.
You sound like Elmira from
So-
Tiny Toons, just for books instead of animals.
Well, and hopefully they don't die.
I will love them and hug them
Well,
and
they
squeeze
won't
them and name them
die.
George.
And I will stroke his little bill.
But yeah, but
like it or not.
I buy a lot of autographed books, and like I said, like the special ones, but you guys are the only people who include more than like a bookmark, or like maybe one sticker or one card or something like that.
Mhm.
But it's always an experience opening up something from Rough House.
That's
Like,
That's awesome.
and
That's-
and it's just that you guys do that is amazing. That's
Yeah,
why it's
that's-
like, release it whenever you want, just let me know so that I can get in on the first day for pre-orders.
Well, that was very deliberate. We always, Steve and I have talked about this many times, that it's less of selling books or comic books. It's more like selling collectibles, right? Like when you buy a special edition Blu-ray from a boutique shop that cares about a movie way fucking more than the movie even deserves. But it's got a 3-disc edition. I was just telling Steve the other day, I bought a 3-disc edition 4K of Nightmare and a Damaged Brain. I don't know if you guys remember that movie.
That's dipping into a back catalog right there.
Piece of cinema, but nobody cares about these movies like the people that make this kind of stuff, and we're the comic book and novel version of that, where we just want, like Delphine said, to get excited when you see that black mailer coming in the mail with all the stickers on it. And when you rip it open, you're going to get the book, but what are you going to get inside, and what's it going to look like, and what are you going to do with all your extras? And we're really taking that to heart with the 3rd issue. As a matter of fact, if you guys got ideas for extras, definitely shoot us some messages, because none of that has been set in stone yet.
Some loose white powder just in the package when you open it.
I believe Uncle Necro has to go to the bathroom.
No, I have a
all
question.
pass.
What was the name of that movie again? We could put it on the list.
It's called Nightmare in a Damaged Brain, but they're going under the U.S. release of Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Available
Okay.
on Severin is the one that's putting it out. And
Okay.
they actually went so far to do a 3-disc edition of it, and they included a novelization as well.
So
So
insane.
there's a pocket novel of that book. I mean,
Truly
literally.
so insane. I mean, I did the same thing. I swore I'd never spend more than like $20, $25 for a movie. Like a good movie that I truly love. Like, I don't know, I just like buying cheap Blu-rays and cheap DVDs and stuff. That's like part of it. Like, I want it cheap. But like, I bought a $45 2-disc edition of Miami Connection from Vinegar Syndrome, because the package was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen in my life. And I mean, that is a bad movie that is wonderful. A wonderful, terrible movie.
Yeah.
And I'm like, my God, I would not pay this much for any movie that I actually love, but I hate this. I mean, I don't hate it. I do love it. I love it on a different, I love it not in that way. Not in that way, though.
He loves it when no one's looking.
Yeah. But it's like, why does this exist? How does this company make money? But they do, because we're out there. Us weirdos, we're out there.
It's mind blowing, because with a movie like that, if it wasn't for like, what was it, Alamo Pictures or the Texas movie place, Alamo
Alamo Draft.
House?
Yeah, Alamo Draft House. They found a print of it, and then made it famous.
Yeah, yeah,
If it wasn't
and
for
definitely,
them,
and definitely, I think Riff Tracks helped as well
Oh,
when
yeah.
they picked it up and did it, and then that spread to a bigger audience. But a lot of those movies, like Mystery Science Theater, is the only reason why so many of us know so many of those terrible. I mean,
Yeah,
Manos
right.
Hands of Fate is so infamous now. It's so infamous. Everybody knows Manos Hands of Fate. Jesus,
Yeah.
it's like it's so infamous, and Derek's still never seen it. He's got to. I keep telling him he's got to watch it. He's never seen Miami Connection either.
Another thing they
Oh.
did though with Riff Tracks
I get
is
that.
they brought a lot of movies that we grew up like big titled movies that I was able to get like younger generations of kids in. Like, believe it or not, I had some kids in my family that had never seen Harry Potter. They did the Riff Tracks versions. They did Star
Yeah.
Wars. They did Twilight. But Paranormal
Right.
Activity, their version of that for some reason was the best thing ever.
really,
Okay, all
I
right.
got to see that. I got to see that because wow. Okay, if it wasn't for Riff Tracks, I would not know movies like The Room or
Sure.
Birdemic
Yeah.
even existed.
Yeah, right. I saw Birdemic at a Riff Tracks live thing, and yeah, I had never heard of it. I just went because it was a Riff Tracks live thing, and I love those. But
I saw the
yeah.
Starship Troopers live one that they did.
I did too.
Wow.
It was worth it.
Yeah,
No,
I think the
but-
last one I went to was Octoman. I believe Octoman.
No, I have that on my hard drive. I bought it
Yeah.
from the Riff Tracks, and I'm waiting for the right moment.
It's always
And
the right moment.
Perhaps that
Yes.
moment has
Okay,
come,
yeah.
Uncle.
But I think the one that Riff Tracks tried really hard but almost failed at was the Godzilla '98. I went to the live Riff Tracks, and second time sitting through that cinematic pile of whatever you want to call it. The first time I saw it was when it was first released, and I took
Yep, me
friends, and then I left apologizing to my friends, hoping they would still remain my friends. There was too much Matthew Broderick and not enough Godzilla.
How do you rate a movie that
Well,
rips
there was no
itself?
Godzilla. There's no actual Godzilla. In that.
Okay, it was more of a giant iguana.
Yes.
Would you say it's more of a remake of the Beast from 10,000 Fathoms?
Oh, you mean that?
A little closer, yeah. Yeah. Hold on, I gotta get a magnifying glass.
The character does look a bit more like the Rhedosaurus, I would say. Yeah, sure.
And the plot beats kind of fit it too.
It's
it all
like-
goes. It all gets extra weird when it turns into Jurassic Park at the end, though. Like that. That's sort of just its own thing. And I sort of give the movie credit for that because it's like, okay, well, that's not something we were expecting, and it's kind of like Godzilla versus Mothra when like Godzilla kills Mothra halfway through the movie, and you're like, what?
Okay, what
What?
happens now?
What
There's
happens
more movie
now?
left.
There's half a movie left, and you're like, oh, the babies.
Okay,
The babies don't.
Yeah. I always
I
say
mean,
that
that's-
Godzilla.
Spoilers.
If you were to put like 4 sleeve stacks in a trench
For a
coat, that would be
70-year-old
that
movie.
Godzilla movie.
What's
Uh,
that?
If you were to put 4 sleeve stacks into a trench coat, that's what that movie would look like.
Welcome to the Tomb of the Terrible portion of our show tonight.
Yes.
I think 4 sleeve stacks in a trench coat is a band. That should
It
be
is
a
now.
band.
I
Today,
went into the
We're all
city
in
and
it.
I
We're
did
all-
a business.
we're gonna sing in graveyards, and we're gonna bury the audience, and whatever.
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna bury copies of that movie.
Yeah. 4 sleeve stacks in a trench coat. I love that.
It's gonna be our ET Atari game. It's just gonna be like 1 million copies of that Godzilla movie just in landfills, and no one will know
Yeah.
why.
So here's the thing. I was discussing earlier today about with a friend of mine I hadn't seen for a while. I mentioned the word rocksploitation, which a bunch of movies from the 80s that went with the whole satanic panic with the rock and rolls. Movies like
Oh yeah.
like Black
Frank
Rose,
Dietz is in all of them. Yeah, right. Yeah.
stuff like that. And I
Yeah.
mentioned the movie Trick or Treat from 1986. They've never
Oh.
heard of it.
Oh, it's like Ozzy Gene Simmons.
Yeah.
movie?
Yeah. Then I showed her the trailer on YouTube, and she's like, "I must see this movie." And I'm like, "Yes." It co-stars Skippy from Family Ties, but but then I thought, this is going to, with the new season coming up, we got to start with that.
This isn't
Trick or treat.
trick or treat, is it?
Trick
With
or
the
this is trick
Not-
Or
not-
treat, yeah, not trick
trick.
or
Oh.
treat.
Yeah.
Okay.
You
I-
say
I thought you guys-
exploitation, and the first thing that comes to my mind is like snuff films with Teddy Ruxpin.
Oh, see, the first thing that came to my mind was literally what he was talking about.
I know what he's talking about.
I was thinking
see
Rock and Roll Nightmare.
exploitation.
Yeah.
I was at a
Black
toy
Roses.
show today, and I saw like a bunch of Teddy Ruxpins. So like, I think that's where my brain is at right now.
Okay, Rock and Roll Nightmare was the one with Thor, wasn't it? That Canadian singer.
I don't know.
Oh, I thought you
I
were going
remember
for
Rock and
Thor
Roll
I don't know,
Love
but
and
that's
Thunder.
so all there's like 4 movies that this guy Frank Dietz made, and Frank Dietz is like an online friend of mine, and he's been on our podcast, and so we got to talk about those, and also he did Zombie Nightmare as well, which is a hilarious episode of Mystery Science Theater, just an absolutely hilarious episode. Yeah, he did Rock and Roll Nightmare, Zombie Nightmare, Black Roses, and there is a 4th one, but I don't remember what it is. But they all have that. Yeah, because they were done by the same director, and he was a big metalhead. So there's like a lot of there's a through line of 80s metal in all of them.
Okay.
Now, I think it's obvious that these guys need to be invited to join us whenever you feel like it on Tomb of the Terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Which is one of the shows where last season we watched such great movies as Killer Sofa, Moose, the movie, Llamageddon, The Final, and we finished with PG Psycho Gorman for the end of the season.
Or Psycho Razman, as I've retitled it.
And they're just glorious. And this next season, we're going to start it. And every time we're done, we're going to have a list of movies on a wheel of movies. As
Wheel of the Terrible.
I love that.
So we'll spin so that everybody who watches will know what we're watching for the next week. So if they want to play along, they are welcome. So if you see one that pops up that's going to be happening and you guys want to hop on, or one or the other, or, bring the kids.
I do enjoy watching terrible movies. Jar Jar Jeremy, you've been quiet since you. Hey,
I'm
buddy.
sorry, I haven't watched a lot of these movies you guys are bringing up, so I'm just sitting here listening in. And
I just want to say hi. I just want to say
man.
Hey,
How
man. How's it going? What's your opinion on these so you've never seen any of these specific ones we're mentioning, but are you a person who finds joy in watching terrible movies? Is this a thing?
I mean, I named myself Jar Jar Jeremy. I mean, I love the terrible. I loved Godzilla 96, by the way. Thank you very much. 98.
He loves it so much he can't remember what year.
I live in 1996. That is my year.
Nobody but you saw the 96. It's special.
I graduated in 96 and I never left it.
Yeah,
that's stuck there.
Yeah.
What about you guys? Friday and Kristin. We haven't heard too much from you guys either. What say you? Do we love?
I've watched every single one of these movies, and the only reason I wasn't in the last episode is because I was literally in the hospital.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I just shared them all on my main page again. Sorry, Kristin.
Nice.
No, sorry. No, I haven't seen these ones, but I do like to watch terrible movies.
Oh, there's just something about it, right? Like it's just,
especially if you have a group of people to watch it with.
Yes,
it's more fun that way. Yeah.
Well, Kristin got to deal with my bullshit in an old podcast we used to do called Twisted Geekdom, where we would sometimes watch these. And I remember one time I made them watch Wolf Cop, which was half wolf, half cop. Oh man.
Oh man. I mean, Wolf Cop. My favorite line in Wolf Cop is when he's like, wolfed out and he's like, ripping shit up, and I don't know, he looks over and there's like a coworker cop, and he's like, and the coworker cop just looks at him and like doesn't know what to say, and Wolf Cop just goes, Carl.
Yeah.
Not only does he know it, he has a favorite line and scene that he can dictate from it.
Like the best. He's like in the middle of ripping shit up, and he's just like says hi to his friend Carl, and Carl is like shitting his pants because he's a fucking werewolf.
Yeah, that's one of the movies that got me banned from picking movies, not just on the show but at home.
Yeah,
it was that and Monsterd. Monsterd got me into a lot of trouble at home. People do not like a giant mutant were-turd. I mean, it was okay when that same company made Jack Frost, the horror film, but when they did the turd, it was just too much.
Yeah, you're talking about the Jack Frost with the carrot rape scene, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the same company did a bunch of movies, and they were all different serial killers that escaped from the same place. So, there was continuity between all of them.
Was there vegetable rape in other ones, or
Not
that was a one and
vegetable
done?
rape,
That was
but there was
yeah.
some
They're
stuff
like,
in
yeah, maybe we
Monster
won't do
where-
that again.
Yeah,
you know,
Monster went a
maybe.
little. There was a shower like Psycho-based scene with Monster, and a couple things. I remember 2 cops with a megaphone going by, going, "All right, people, pretend this is the Middle Ages. Shit in a bag and throw it out your window. There's a monster on the loose."
What was that Adam Green thing where they did with? It was like an anthology, and one of the stories was Wadzilla. It was a giant cum kaiju.
Chillerama.
Yeah.
Chillerama, right?
Yeah. I love me some
Yeah.
Adam Green, man.
Yeah. It was a giant like sperm kaiju, and then there was another one where I was a teenage werebear, but it was just like a very not well done like allegory for being gay, and it was just so poorly done, but it was fun. It was stupid. Remember Ray Wise is in that. I think he's in Wadzilla actually.
That blew my mind too.
Yeah.
Just straight up, just to see him in there, I was like, "What?" Okay.
Yeah.
We've been trying to work out the difference between what it like. How bad does a movie actually have to be considered? Because
We had
Troll
this
2.
discussion on, say, the final, because I thought it was a terrible movie, but everybody else thought differently. They thought wrongly.
And I think I say this all the time too. Like, I think there are, like, don't get me wrong, there are movies I hate and do not enjoy at all. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like all bad. There is a certain like je ne sais quoi like level of charm with certain bad movies. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know why. And I mean, I think part of it is, and Derek and I have talked about this, is, when you're not trying to make a bad, something like Lamageddon or, Were Turd or whatever the fuck that was called.
Monster.
Monster. It's like, okay, those are clearly, they're like trying to be bad movies.
Yeah.
Or like, Sharknado or something, like they're playing on that trope. But you have something even like Birdemic, where the guy like was trying to make, like, he thought he was doing a good job. Like, he was like, no, this is a pretty good movie. I made this really good movie. Like, it's like, or like the Troll 2 guy that he's like just so convinced that like he doesn't know what people's problem is. Like, it's a good movie.
You mentioned Sharknado. Did you know that's a part of a huge franchise?
Oh, I just had
Lava
yes.
Lantula. And also the TV show Z Nation is continuity with the entire thing.
I'm sure Patsy knows all of that.
It's about time.
See, what amazes me about Birdemic is not only that was it made, and
they made like 3 of them.
They made 3 of them.
Thank you, Sci-Fi.
God.
And each one is just basically the rehash of the previous one. Same
I
beats.
I can't go past the first one. I can't. I can't do it at all.
Sharknado made them change how they do things in their company legitimately. Those were like the whole series when they made the last Sharknado. They switched their programming from a lot of the cheesier, crazy, like big stuff like that. And they just stopped doing them pretty much. Like, it just kind of ended. They like, if we're going to go big, let's go big, and let's just not do these anymore, because now it was funny and it was a nostalgia thing, and now we're just a joke. So we got to kind of switch things up.
Oh, you're talking about the Asylum?
No, the Sci-Fi Channel, where a lot of this stuff was originally like coming out for, like, it caused them to change.
So
their
the
whole...
Asylum is the production company.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
made
yeah.
A lot of those for the Sci-Fi Channel.
Yes.
But they're like all about the mockbuster. They're just, oh my God, I think the Asylum is shameless. But yeah, I mean, whatever.
My questionable one that I don't know if you guys have seen, but Death Machine with my boyfriend who doesn't know it, Brad Dourif.
Okay.
Future panel van victim. Yeah.
Yeah. And Richard Brake is in it as well, and not his best role ever, but it has some good funny scenes, and it's a horrible fucking movie, but I can't tell if it was intended to be good or not. So it's like I think one of my favorite scenes, I put it up on something earlier today. They're like caught by these eco-terrorists, and they're disarming everybody who's in this building. And they go to Brett Dourif's character, who is Jack Dante, and he's just this psychotic inventor. And they start disarming him, and it takes an entire minute. They're like pulling out guns and like 3 or 4 handguns, and then a set of nunchucks, and then a huge knife, and then like a little knife, and then some throwing stars, and then another couple of guns, and then a rubber chicken. And it's you find
I've
they're just
heard
like,
of this.
Yeah,
I've heard
it's
of it.
yeah,
brilliant.
Well,
it's a beautiful film, but it might be one of those that I just have to say, it doesn't fit on Tomb, but you should really watch it, and we should talk about it somewhere else because it's gorgeous.
or we can just do it on Tomb and say, hey, whatever. But
It
Listen,
was
if you're gonna
filmed in
pull out a
5
rubber chicken in the
countries.
middle of an action scene, you're not taking yourself seriously. I
There
mean,
is-
that's
there's a certain. See, the '90s came out with that was the phenomenon of the direct-to-video movies that they made, and there was a certain magic to these because now you're getting movies like Ticks and Skeeter
yeah, I love Skeeter.
and the Immortal Carnosaur
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that you can just rent at the video store and go, this is amazingly bad, but there's a certain charm to these.
Right.
We were just talking about video stores the other day, and the last big chain we had, honestly, was Family Video, and they kind of held on a little bit. Like they were still open in a lot of places until COVID hit, and now they're pretty much done. And films and the artwork for films are impersonal because we just slide across the screen. We see the little thumbnails while the films, but actually being in the video store, seeing the cardboard cutouts of like Jason Voorhees coming down with a machete and all the different artwork. Because back then they would make like 3D artwork or like bubble print artwork, and that's what made you want to watch the movie. It wasn't the description, it wasn't a thumbnail, it was the experience of actually going there, man. That was our library for film, man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, there's so many in-person stores that we just don't have anymore, and the experiences are just completely gone. I remember I was just talking about this with somebody. I remember, like, when I was a kid, I used to always pretty much my main go-to store to buy video games was Toys R Us, and Toys R Us used to have like 2 aisles or so of there were no actual video games on the shelves. They were these cards.
Tickets, yeah.
You guys remember these? And and you could like kind of see the front or back. They were on these like sort of swivel like things, these big vertical like slat, and they would fit a bunch of cards. And you see the front of it, and then if you wanted to see the back of the box, you just kind of go move it on and see the back, and you're like, oh, okay, that's like literally all you get. There's no games at all. And then if you wanted one, they had this little paper card for however many they had in the store. They had that many papers. You take that and then you bring that to the register and then you pay for it. Then they had this little counter in the way back after the registers, and they had a little guy, and he's like, hello, what can I do for you? I think he was probably very British. He was like, hello, yes, Master
Like
Stevens.
going to get a wand.
What can I do for you? And I was like, oh, hello, Jeeves, and here you are. And he's like, oh, Chippendale Rescue Rangers for the NES. Oh, yes, marvelous toy, sir.
That was
And then, you get your game, and it was this whole, like, that is a crazy,
And it
like,
started with
looking
that
back on
sound.
that.
The sound,
is
man, that's what it
that.
started with, man. That
Yeah.
sound of the moving the racks over.
Yeah, right. Like, all that's gone. Like, gone. That is the weirdest thing to describe that's how I bought video games in the world of, GameStops and stuff. Is so bizarre, but that's all I knew. Like,
it was crazy, man.
completely
I bought
gone.
Maniac Mansion the day it came out, actually out of Toys R Us, because I loved the TV show Maniac Mansion. I thought that this was just a video game based on the show, and it was not. I loved it, but it was not what I thought it was going to be at all.
Yeah.
I remember going to Blockbuster, and they would always have my movie in, and it was Dreamscape.
Oh yeah, Dennis Quaid.
Yeah, and that was like my favorite movie when I was a kid.
I loved that movie.
I was the only person who ever rented it. I think my mom should have bought it because I rented it every single time. I went, that's what I want. That's what I want. And then I've watched it again recently, and it's like, you know what? I still like this movie. It's not nearly as terrifying as it was when I was a kid, but
You know what I learned working at
it was a
Blockbuster?
good movie.
I learned that if you rented a movie from Blockbuster, it was not the same version of the movie you'd see everywhere else or could rent anywhere else, because they did these weird little micro edit things to a lot of their movies for some reason. Like if it was in the box, it said the Blockbuster hit specifically. There were things edited. Sometimes there was actually some small scenes completely removed from the versions on their shelves. And we asked why, and they said there was a licensing thing where they somehow got got it for cheaper because it wasn't quite the full movie. It was just missing some frames or a couple of small scenes, or they would get a big discount. Like the more copies they would buy, but on top of that, like for these cuts. And so then people started calling them the blockbuster cuts. And for a while after Blockbuster first went down, there was a big market for them, like on eBay, everywhere, where you could get like the blockbuster cuts. And again, it was like some frames. It wasn't enough to like make a big difference to the movie.
I still have my Blockbuster card. Seeing if I have it in my wallet.
This sounds like a Leo Pond situation where he was working somewhere where the movies weren't, they're just missing one or two scenes, and that's before the raid came in and the Yakuza got to his boss. But
it ended up leading to this really weird podcast called The White Tapes. It was like the weird faces from the White Tapes, where there would be these weird tapes of the white. Yeah, well, that's nice. Dude.
I'm a collector. Nice. I have a hard time throwing anything away.
I'm a bit older than you kids, but I remember before Blockbuster came into Fremont, Nebraska, and took over all the mom and pop video stores. But there was one particular one called Applause Video. That I think it was a smaller chain, but I would walk in there, and their horror section was like an entire different world altogether. And there were stand-ups, and once in a while you come across like a stand of Freddy, and with how many? I think at that time it was only the first 4 or so. Yeah, but excuse me. I'm drinking root beer, so if I'm extra bubbly, it's because of that. But yeah, it was going back to the movie Black Rose. I rented that not because I read the back and was blown away with the idea. No, it was this particular one had a 3D embossed cover. I don't know if you remember that or not, but it literally popped out at you.
Neat.
And it also had who was it? Vinny Appice?
Yes. Yeah, Vinny.
One of the Appice.
No, it's Carmine.
Yeah, Carmine.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Carmine Appice, the guy with the mustache, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And the Black Sabbath and all that fun stuff. But I remember watching it going, okay, this is happening. It turned into this giant puppet monster. But I think if it wasn't for places like that, I never would have discovered, say, the cover of Evil Dead 2.
Oh yeah,
I recently watched that. That was great.
That was a great movie.
I did find I googled the Black Roses embossed VHS cover, and it's pretty incredible.
Oh, dude. We had a Carrie's
too.
video, and they actually had a whole section of the video store that was like their horror section was crazy. They had black lights, like so they had like a strobe in one corner, like they like beefed this thing up, and that wasn't just for Halloween, that was like all year round. And one of my favorite days in the world, my mom took me from the library to that video store, and in both places, she looked at me and said, "My son can rent whatever he wants. He can check out whatever book, and he can rent out whatever movie," because they were just down the street from each other. And that was the day I truly became a man and entered the world. I think I was 8.
Because there was a hooker behind one of those doors.
Well, that was normal. I was already used to that.
Okay. But no.
Let's go to East 3rd Street.
It's the thing that Applause had that Blockbuster never had was you walk in and they give you a free bag of popcorn.
Yeah, the bags of popcorn.
And that was just beautiful.
Do you remember when gas stations would have all the movies to rent too? Like,
No.
We came from a really, really. My hometown is minute. I'd say is it for like something like 500 or 600 people tops, if even that.
Yeah, even smaller after they put that bypass.
Yeah, when I went there, they had. I mentioned this fairly decently enough, but when I was still a kid, it had the smallest public library in the nation. And I also had she can read whatever the hell she wants to, let her check it out. So it was like, oh, what's this? I will check out The Exorcist at 8 years old. I must use my dictionary I'm not going to ask Mom about that. Okay. Going on. That must hurt. But in this small town, they had 2 gas stations, and each of them had all the different movies that they could rent. One had an aisle down the middle, and one had them against the wall. And my mother had gotten her second divorce, and she was still living in Hooper, and she would go from one gas station to the other to see who'd gotten in the latest movie. And the cops would see her there. Well, the cop, I guess they alternated nights, you know. And one of them was just like, "Are you renting that?" And she's like, "Yeah, I've only seen this one like 5 times." And he's like, "You have no life. I only ever see you renting movies at the gas stations. You need to get out. Go see something new. Reach abroad." I'm just like, that's awesome, Mom. I'm so proud of you for being able to share that story. But now she has cable, and she only watches Hawaiian men's volleyball on purpose. So there you go.
Well, at least it's not by
Okey-dokey.
accident.
Yeah.
She watches movies, but it's for her sleep. Like, I think I've seen Thor Ragnarok about 50 times at her house alone because she's addicted to the Marvel movies. But
I mean, that is a good one.
I think so as well, and a lot of people are like, "That's the worst one ever." But
It's the Buddy Cop movie.
What?
I don't.
What? Who would say that?
I thought it
what
was
insane
Dark World
person would
that
say
did
that's
that,
the
or-
worst?
Yeah, Dark World was the bad one, the really bad one.
Although I still enjoyed it.
I like most Marvel movies, and she's taken me to see them in theater. Like, my mom is getting super cool now that she's older. She asked me to go to Disturbed
and more
the second time I
forgettable.
saw them, and so it was
Disturbed
like,
is
yeah.
fantastic in
Oh,
concert.
she just got done telling off my uncle because they went to a concert at the
She's
same place we
your
saw
mom's down with
Disturbed
the
the other night.
sickness.
She is. She
Now I'm
listened
thinking of
to
Richard
Disturbed
Cheese.
without earplugs even, and was all about it. And she was at the same theater with my uncle the other night with a band that he bought tickets for, and it was supposed to be some sort of like bluegrass band or something. And she's like, "These guys suck. Their noise is terrible. They have too many people doing this. The sound is all off." And Disturbed was so much better.
Yeah.
They set up right here, and David Draymond, let me tell you about him.
Yeah.
These guys got nothing on David Draymond. And this is my mom, and I'm just like, and she's like, I had to tell him all about Disturbed.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like Disturbed, but he's wrong. And I'm like,
Maybe he's
"Go,
Disturbed."
Mom. Yeah, 72 years old, and she's like rocking out about Disturbed. And
And there was not one mouth harp on the stage.
Oh, she calls him though the Phil Collins of heavy metal. Because he's a super nice guy, so she's just like, and he has a good voice, and so she's like, he's the Phil Collins of heavy metal. That's David Draymond. So I'm like, as long as you're rocking it, Mom.
I can see him doing a cover of "In the Air Tonight."
They actually did Land of Confusion.
Actually, yeah.
So,
Well, yeah.
yeah. So they have done that already.
I think their cover of Shout is how I originally found out about who when they were first coming out. That Shout cover was like, what?
I wish they had. Oh, sorry. I wish they had done better with their video for Land of Confusion. I wish they had gone the Genesis route of just fucking wild.
Yes.
So instead of puppets, you didn't like the animation?
No, I was. No, I didn't. Hold on. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong video. I thought.
See, Land of Confusion had animation by, I believe it was.
I thought
McFarlane.
same guy that did the Korn video, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I thought Land of Confusion, the way Genesis did it, was much more crazy. Just Ronald Reagan riding on a Triceratops.
That freaked me out. I was
And
scared
dressed
of
as
that when I was
Superman.
younger.
Yeah.
I think if a video has claymation, animation, like puppetry, it needs to stick with grain jelly and Tool, because I don't think you got better with that kind of artistic medium than those two bands.
The first time I saw Disturbed, I had gotten backstage passes to see Danzig, and because they were staying at the hotel across from where I worked, and I went to the bar after I got off work and was talking to somebody, and they were part of the crew, and they were like, "Oh yeah, here, have 4 backstage passes, come hang out, whatever." So I'm like, "All right, rock on."
Try the
And
French onion soup.
6 Feet Under and Disturbed were opening for them, and I'd never.
Oh my
heard
God,
of
6
Disturbed.
Feet Under.
Yeah, I mean, I knew Danzig. I'd heard of 6 Feet Under, kind of, because they weren't really huge around here. But Disturbed was brand new on the scene, man. And so they wheeled him out on stage in a straitjacket, and orange tape and all this stuff around him. And I was like, oh, this is going to be cheesy as hell. I'm not going to like this. And then they started with a shout, and I was in the pit
Yeah.
that second, just like, oh my God, these guys are great. And so it was awesome because, like, at each break, I got to go out and hang out with the people in the bands and stuff, and then come back in and be put right up in front. And that's when I was like tough, hardcore girls. So, like, I was in the front of the pit, and they were like, the security guards just like, yeah, you're gonna have to step back a little ways from that wood. It's just, I'm like, you want me to push this entire crowd that's behind me, shoving me back? He's like, yeah. And I was like, okay. And then I did, and got to where I was a foot standing back and like holding back all the people. And he's like, oh, okay, you can stay there, I guess. I was like, fuck yeah.
Fun fact about that show.
There.
So she was
Dancing
backstage.
shorter than I am.
She was backstage to see Danzig, and what it turned out to be was Derek singing Danzig in the graveyard. It was a wild time, man.
Yeah, that was a really cheap ticket.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't the
$5.
See, she had to bury her own clothes for that one. It was a whole thing.
The best
Some
thing
people
about
burn
dancing-
I was in the middle of digging mine up. I was hoping I could do it before she got there. I was bare-assed.
Surprise!
The best thing about Danzig is he was so short. He was doing all of his photo ops on the bus steps, so he could stand higher than you were.
I love
And
it.
my
When
friends, my friend had grabbed one of those disposable cameras that they had back in the day, because this is how long ago this was. Yeah, it
Click.
was like 2001. And he didn't know how to use it because he'd forgotten his at home, and he grabbed it at the gas station across the street. And he's like, I can't get the, and Danzig's just like, come here, son. And like takes it from him and starts explaining all the directions to him. So it just totally punks him out. He's like, okay, now you can take the picture.
Focus.
I remember when he was going to be Wolverine. He did that whole Entombed album where he actually dressed up in costume and everything.
Yeah, he really wanted to be Wolverine. Yeah.
Well, they were talking to him a lot about it, and one of the things that I remember him saying in an interview was, this was after they obviously weren't not really going to go with him at all. Like, obviously they just weren't going to do it. And he tried to play it off in the first interview after he didn't get it was, I turned it down because I didn't want to be typecasted for future film roles. And then he didn't do any, and I'm like,
He was in the prophecy too, wasn't he?
He was in.
Out a window and died.
For a little bit. That was his claim to fame. Like, he passed up Wolverine for his cameo.
Does anybody remember when he did that industrial album, Danzig 5, Black Acid Devil?
No.
Yes.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, let me put it to you
things
this
that you
way.
wish you didn't hear it, but it was fun because I got to call him 9-Inch Danzig, which was accurate.
Okay, I remember this cover. Yeah, okay.
It was accurate, just not in that way.
Yes.
I always go like, I think we really need to have Henry Rollins for president with Glenn as the vice, because Henry's smart enough, and nobody. I'm not saying that Glenn isn't by any means, but nobody's gonna fuck with Glenn Danzig,
No.
And Henry, if you try to fuck with him, may God.
After making Veronica, I'll totally
I
fuck
don't
with
know.
Danzig.
So is Gene Simmons then going to run the finance department for the government? Because I feel like if you're going to do that, you gotta.
Dude.
No,
Like, that dude knows
just
how to
Henry
make
and
money.
Like, I don't know. I mean, I've seen Rollins with the two on the side here with me, and then I saw him with my nephew and my sister earlier, and he's coming back around in November, and I'm not going to be able to go see him because I don't have I can't get a table, and I'm old enough now that I can't go to the concerts anymore unless I can sit my ass down because A, I'm epileptic, so anything that's a music show, I have to be able to cover my eyes for, and B, if I'm going to be standing forever, my knees are not going to take it. I'm old. I can't do it anymore, and I feel bad because I really want to be in the pit.
If you're ever in an argument with her and you just want to win the argument, just get a handheld strobe light. Bam.
I feel like that's a little below the belt, though, Raz. It's not.
I mean, it depends. Depends on the argument.
That's
Is
like
money
kicking
involved?
somebody.
Is there a bet?
That's like kicking somebody in the balls of the brain. I mean, that's just not nice.
Yeah.
It's not nice.
You'd win, but I mean, how are you gonna feel good about it?
3 hours later, like, oh yeah, I had a really good comeback, and you left me laying there twitching on the floor.
I'm not gonna hold it in her
This is what I
face.
was
Just
gonna
a
say.
quick little flash, like just a couple minute seizure. Just
It
long
isn't
enough to
nearly as
win
poignant,
the important
though.
arguments. That's it. Just the really important arguments, like pineapple and pizza. Like those kind of things, like the definable moments.
Right. That's
Can we whip
Pineapple
it?
on pizza is only
Banana on
relevant if you're vegetarian.
Well,
So
we,
you're
we
not
can't,
gonna
we
find your
can't have an
kryptonite,
opinion
man.
otherwise.
There's
Oh,
no
you can if you
science.
want, but
I do.
it's
I do
wrong.
want.
I do pineapple, bacon, sausage, banana peppers, and cream cheese.
Just you
That's
can't use
a good
tomatoes on your pizza though, because they were outlawed during the Great Tomato War. We all know this. It's a rule.
This is
Well,
when
you're
the
making me
tomatoes
gassy.
attacked.
Yeah.
When tomatoes attack.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have to jump into Jeff Strand again real quick to be
Yeah.
like,
Puberty love. Love the puberty love.
All right. Let's segue this back
Yeah.
around to the box that we
Okay.
opened. We got to have a wrapping point for this first box, or an unwrapping point, as the case may be.
yes, we have Steve Van Samson, King of
Thank
the
you.
Monsters, and Derek Rook.
And I'm gonna make her say that every time when she says your
Amazing.
name in meetings as well,
Amazing
just so you know.
artist and writer as well.
I know. She's like, wow.
Yeah, I know.
I
She's-
bring it for these guys.
And the theatrics are
Yeah.
important, man. She has to put that level of excitement that you guys put into what you do. That's what this is all about, you know.
It's a
Well,
thing that I do.
we
like,
appreciate it.
like I wait sometimes to write book reviews for people because I want to make sure that the book review, if the book is really, really good, that it gets a review that is deserving of the book itself, if that makes sense. I think it's just because I'm a writer and I'm like, I don't just want to write like, he made real good characters. It was great book. Love the plot. Ta-da. Bye. You know.
Which makes me sad because then she reads my book and no review for like 2 years, and I'm like, oh.
It's just that fucking thing, man.
It's
I've been
still
wondering-
percolating in here for her.
Can't put it into words.
Yeah, it's
I-
still
I kind of
simmering.
wonder if I can just be like, hey, Amazon, this book was so fucking good. I made a podcast out of it. Go watch it. Yeah. There you go.
Okay, make me a 2 to 3 minute video of each one and send them to me, and we'll start making TikTok reviews on all of
That
them.
would be cool.
That way you can do voice on everything. We can put them as Reels, TikToks, Instagram. They'll be everywhere.
Voice to text, you know.
Nobody wants to see my ugly
No
mug.
speech to text.
No, I want to see your mug, and it just surprised me when I saw it fully shaved. That was
Wait,
the
when
only
was
time
this?
I was like flabbergasted when
There's a
I
picture
on
of
your
you.
Oh, okay.
website, because I was going through your website and I realized there were some of them I couldn't listen to, so I went to my favorite podcasting place and found out what I could listen to. But I still saw you without any facial hair, and I was like, "Wow, I didn't know he had."
There was a
facial
time. There was a time when Rez was visiting us to watch, said Henry Rollins, I had some facial hair, but it was like closely cropped.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I was working in a fast food joint at the time.
He was well coiffed.
Yes.
I didn't say that word that often, but it's fun to say. Say it with me, coiffed.
Coiffed. Excuse me, I just coiffed. I just coiffed all over the place.
But yeah, Rough House, Gore Shriek, guys.
Quaff.
Yes.
It is a coiffed
Sorry.
series you have going on here.
I just
Brain.
coughed.
Everything.
We're going to have this all over the place, by the way, after we're done.
Yeah.
This will be
Waffing?
cut up into little pieces.
Yeah, I will be like, this is one of the big shows we're going to be tackling for next season. We have shortcuts to a lot of our other running shows. So I'm going to be going back and doing shortcuts of all our unwrapping so people can see a little bit more with the relevant information without us talking
Yeah.
for an hour and
So,
43 minutes and
So you guys
42
explaining
seconds.
all of it will be in there as
Yeah.
well in the section, but they won't have to hear about like my mom loving Disturbed and shit
Or
like
quaffing
that
everywhere.
to be able to see.
I think you mean they don't get to.
Yeah, they don't get to.
Right.
I mean, they can come back and
Well,
watch this
they
one.
can if they want, but if
They
they
can
just
choose
want to
between
see
both.
yes.
The reason why I want to do that so much is because everybody takes the time to put together these boxes. So I wanted to create something for you guys, for John Crystal, where you could take a reel of someone actually opening them and say, hey, this is the experience these people had. Whether you use it or not, that's fine, but it's there if, someone needs to just see the relevant information and what that's like. Because that's a final thank you to you guys for, coming on here and being with us, because it means a lot to us too, man. It really does.
You guys
Oh,
are
man,
awesome.
no problem.
Thank you.
Our
You guys
pleasure.
want to show it and let people see like this is exactly what you're gonna get if you get it?
Yeah.
You can. But and my cat says hi. You know, but
Meow.
she's here
Is your
hanging out.
is your cat really a crow?
No,
No.
she's really a cat.
Oh,
I'm the only crow here.
Gotcha,
This is
gotcha.
Hime,
gotcha.
and she likes to join in on all the podcasts because she's very talkative these days. Especially when I haven't fed her second or third can of wet food for the day.
What about third breakfast?
Exactly. That's what this. I'm actually really proud
I
of
don't
her.
think they know about third breakfast, Pip.
Yeah, to calm down. That's too advanced.
At one point, she was up to about 17 pounds, and now she's back down to like about 5 or 6. But she was just this like beach ball with fur sticking out and little arms, she felt like a sausage. There was no like skin you could pull. She was just stuffed.
Things you
everywhere.
never thought people would say about a cat. It felt like
Even
a
going-
sausage.
Well, like,
I just wanted to cook her up. She looks so
Well,
delicious.
It's
She
just
couldn't,
small
she couldn't clean
potato.
herself. She'd balance
even
herself
wait for
and
the
then just
casing.
roll over to the side because she was so rotund.
It almost made me quaff.
All you food. All
But
you
yeah.
potato.
So we have 2 more boxes to go and a lot of absolute nonsense left this evening.
Yes.
Yeah,
You guys
we're
And
would
I
almost
feel
2
like
hours
we've tortured people for a very long time now.
It's
Yeah,
almost
if you
2
guys would like to
hours.
stay, you may. I do need to open a. We're gonna save John for the end
Yeah.
because that's gonna be the longest going through things.
This is
You
This
shall
is
be
also
the
our jump in and out
sacrifice.
show. So if anybody needs to jump out at any point in time, it's totally like one of those points where like if you need to go, we got you.
Gotcha.
If you want to stay, you can stay. It's
Yeah, I think I'm gonna jump out, guys, because it's getting a little bit late. And,
yeah, we've kept you guys for a
it's
super long
morning.
time. We appreciate you putting up with bullshit.
But yeah, thanks so much for having us again. Getting to talk about Gore Shrieks, really fun.
Hell yeah.
I can't wait to read it
Thank you
tonight.
so
I'm
much.
so excited.
And
Next
I'm going to
spring.
jump out too, but good luck with everything else tonight. And as usual, thank you so much for everything you guys do for us. And I promise you will deliver with the next shit. If you thought everything up to this point was awesome, just wait. The next one's going to knock more than your socks off. Don't take pictures or whatever.
At least
I'll take words for it.
the socks.
Yeah, at least the socks.
I think
Yeah.
after I buy it, I'm just going to send you a pair of my socks. You know, like I'll get some new ones, wear them once so they're not too
Damn
bad,
you!
know,
You knocked these off of me.
that it could be the weirdest spam mail you'll ever get.
You know, on second thought, let's nip this in the bud. Let's not start that precedent. No sock knocking.
I'll wait till the convention, then I'll bring them then. You know.
Oh, damn it!
He'll
What have we
wait
done?
till after he's walked everywhere and then give them to you there.
Oh,
I'll walk to
But
the
it's great
convention and at
meeting you
the
there
end.
and seeing you again, Steve.
All right.
I'm so
Yeah,
Yes.
thank you guys so much.
yeah. Nice to see you Friday, and Uncle Nicro, Kristin. Nice to
Good
meet
to
you
see you.
guys. And have an excellent evening. Go buy some horror, folks. Whether it's from Roughhouse Publishing or your local purveyor of such nonsense, just go
Buy it.
do it because
Marinate in it.
the thing I know for a fact is you need more horror in your life. That's what I know.
Yes.
Definitely.
Swim
Because
in
life
it.
isn't horrific enough.
Love it.
yet.
You know, never.
Yeah, the real
Breathe
horror.
in it.
You get to stop thinking about the real horror for like 5 damn minutes when you read about monsters and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
kind
true.
of awesome. Yeah. All right, guys. Peace out. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, man.
Night.
Thanks for
Night.
coming, Steve.
No
Night.
problem.
Bye-bye.
Anytime. Bye.
See-
So as you guys can tell, this is a combination of like an unwrapping meets a tomb, meets a padded cell, meets about every show we do because there was even some Allied Society up in there a little bit. We were doing some
This is-
storytelling.
This is our multiverse converging into one reality. The amalgam universe, if you will.
So I'm going to go over now. Actually, Jeremy, we haven't gotten a chance to really talk to you
Yeah,
or
let's catch up
Kristin
with
since
Jeremy and
everybody joined
Kristin a
in.
little bit.
And
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Friday, you haven't been. Oh, okay. Well, you're still not going to be that chatty then. But how are you two guys doing tonight? You kind of hopped in and
Good.
there was stuff.
I'm great. Freaking been on the road to Maryland and doing the Token Dead show and talking about watching bad movies. Holy crap! The guy who was supposed to be on this week is lucky he didn't show up because God, that movie was fucking horrible.
Oh my god.
At the saving grace, it was only an hour long. I was just like, well,
Did it
there's
feel
that.
longer?
It did. I watched it in 2 segments. That's how long it felt. I was
Wow.
like, I can't do this. Otherwise, yeah, I've been doing great. Got Virginia coming up in a few weeks, and yeah.
We haven't seen you for a while. We missed you, man.
I'm sorry. Been very, very, very busy.
Yeah.
Summertime, everybody's getting, all the kids have jobs or going to summer camps or everything. It's left, right, and another thing.
Oh yeah.
Cons going on. It's been wild.
Oh yeah.
And you've got so many interviews being pasted up. I remember I didn't think to inquire the other day, posting on the Hellfire Entertainment thing, because all of the shows when you guys were in Maryland, and was Maryland the last one, or was there another one?
Yeah,
just after
Maryland
that?
was the last one.
Okay, but yeah, I posted something up on there, and then there were like 20 videos in a row
Oh,
of
yeah.
live stuff from the con that just buried it.
They-
It was like, oh, I didn't realize those were all coming.
They really make us work there. Like, don't get me wrong, it's fun as hell. Like, that's where I get to talk to horror people. I'm just like, I don't normally talk to you guys. This is kind of cool.
On the
Like,
downside, I got invited on the splash pages for Mystery Man, and I missed you because you weren't there, man.
Oh, it's because I was dead from that con.
I know. Oh, I'm just messing
Oh,
with you.
dude,
I
we
know.
had to drive. What was it? Our drive back was the worst. Friggin', I swear, every 20 feet we would drive another friggin' dead intersection or whatever, and it took us, I think, almost 8 hours to get home.
Oh.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I was the Fleo and he was the Farfar. So.
And
Yeah.
also, the worst part of it, Leo drove the whole time, and like, I hate having other people drive. I'm not a good passenger. I sit there and I'm just like, I'm watching the whole time. I can't rest or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. And Kristin, a lot of people don't like quite officially know this, but we went from talking about like a Twisted Geekdom revival with me and you and Mariah and possibly Jason, and now you guys are Outlighters with us instead.
Yeah, even better, right?
We've kidnapped you.
Drawing people in slowly.
So what have you been up to?
Me, I've just been actually catching up on horror movies that I've missed and working on books. So, yeah.
Are you back to writing again?
Yeah, I am. And I have like an idea actually that I was going to roll with that's probably going to lean more to the horror genre than the romance genre. So I'm excited about that.
I know for like a couple of years, you and I were talking about doing like an exorcism, like possession type story together. We still got to do that one of these days.
Yeah, we should.
Delphine, we're gonna have to change my amazing sideboard thing to something new. I sold my collection 2 days ago.
Oh wow!
That you were still able to pull up a Blockbuster card tonight is
Oh,
why you got it.
that is true.
Yeah,
Yes,
that might have been more epic almost in some ways.
Yeah, you got it, man. It's still there. Like random topic, boom, Jeremy has it within a foot of him.
Yeah.
Just bring up Jar Jar Binks a lot. I have a lot of him around me. I'll just be like, yeah, he's right here.
At least once per episode that you're on.
We just lose them to 3-year-olds.
But
Well,
you
that's
have a
what I
Jar
did.
Jar cookie jar.
Oh,
Oh,
I didn't even
do
think
they
they exist,
have
but I
those?
assume they do.
I bet
they
so.
must.
We'll
I have
make
to
one.
look that up right now because I'm curious.
Anybody remember the Jar Jar sucker, where his tongue came out was made, and
No.
No.
it looked vulgar enough that they pulled it. It like came out of it. Google it. The Jar
I'm going to
Jar
Google it
sucker.
right now.
Yes.
Kind of scared. I'm still
Oh.
believe in the Jar Jar
Yep,
assistant
see.
Lord theory. That
That looks
the one
like
I go
that looks like something that'd be sold on Adam and Eve or something. Yeah.
Right.
I'm disappointed. I'm
boy.
looking for a Jar Jar cookie jar.
Now
and
I
see
have to
so
look.
many There's so many like different Star Wars cookie jars.
My.
You
But in
see,
like 500 things I'm seeing, none of them are a Jar
you
Jar.
see, in the Star Wars Aftermath, which was the novels that were made officially canon by Disney after they acquired the Star Wars thing, Jar Jar was actually fell out of favor and became a clown that
Yep.
entertained children while everybody else
Which
hated
I'm
him.
very upset about.
It is now my mission in life to create a Jar Jar cookie jar stash jar
Mm,
Yes.
Put the
just
head
for you.
to link stand. That'd be cool.
just for me, fantastic.
Yeah, Jar Jar cookie
I'm-
jar stash jar.
I've had the opportunity to meet the actor and missed both of those opportunities. And he was supposed to be at the con that I'm supposed to be going to in November, and he canceled this time.
Oh no.
I'm like, it's just not meant to be.
Where are you going
That
to in
was-
November?
Rhode Island Comic Con.
Okay, I'm going to one in Grand Rapids, Michigan
Oh,
in
nice.
November.
Cool.
Next year should be doing a shit ton of them up in Vermont.
I was really bummed that Andy Robinson backed out of Terrificon because I was like, I brought a puzzle box for him
Yeah.
to sign, and then like the night before I found out he wasn't going, so I took it out of my luggage because, you know,
Yeah.
you need that extra space. Just
Plus,
you know,
if you do get customs grabbing you and they're like, what do you got this for? Like, I'm entering hell later.
Whatever you do, don't solve it.
or if
Oh,
they
I have
just
such
damage it,
wonderful
you know?
sights to show you.
They gotta have fun when they have all the cosplayers and stuff going to just see like all the random things that people have that they're packing on to go places with. That
Oh,
must
yeah.
be fun time in the TSA.
And
Oh, yeah.
Cenobite said to flight coach, but Pinhead kept setting off the metal
Yeah, I was
detectors.
gonna say. So what I think we should do is do like some kind of like future reveal for the upcoming season, something small, and then we do the next box.
Okay.
And I think one of the things I'm most excited about is something that I know Dell's excited about because it's kind of where all this started for us. You wanna talk about it for a second?
Sure. Okay. So back when Raz and I first met, it was working on a project on Reddit, actually, that was a collaborative writing experience. And it was about a hotel. And from there, they'd started a Discord, and we got invited over. Well, he'd already been there,
Yeah.
but I got invited over to this Discord server called Right. And we both ended up becoming moderators there. And one of the things that we did was hold campfires like we do with the Owl Light Society show here.
Mhm.
But the project that we really wanted to work on was explaining to people and teaching to people the art of storytelling. And this wasn't just narration. This isn't just, like reading a story like the campfires are or telling a story. It's why storytelling is an important part of life and how long it's been and all the different forms that it comes from. I nicknamed it from cave painting to creepypasta.
Yeah.
But there.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
No, baby.
But the whole thing is to be educational as well as like fun.
Mhm.
And the way that people pass on oral traditions, and that's how people learned for a very long time. And the fact that, the stories have changed over time and they progress, and they're still important, but back in the day, stories were a lot more morbid. Like if we take Grimm's fairy tales, for example, they were teaching very strict moral lessons, kind of like biblical stories or other religious stories and stuff. They all taught lessons for things, and they have since kind of gotten more mild, but then we have like horror as a genre that can still teach people things. And it's not just horror, but also things like stand-up comedy is a form of storytelling. Speeches and politics is a bunch of storytelling a lot of times. At least campaign things are. But that's what we want to go back to, and we had started doing a show about it, and we had some pretty decent examples. But we kind of want to branch out and re-examine what we started with fresh eyes.
We've
And
learned
so
a lot
we're going to
since
start
then.
the show. We're going to start the show over again, and we're going to use some of the same examples that we did before, but with fresher eyes and more people around to
Yeah.
hop in with us who want to explain what it is. And so it's going to be an Owlite Presents, or the Owlite Network presents, The Art of Storytelling. And that's going to be one of our new shows that'll be rotated in on the Sunday shows.
That's
So
going to
it'll
be replacing unboxing, actually, because unboxings are going to, after this giant end of season event with 3 boxes, we're going to start doing more of the unboxing just on rare occasion, and there'll be special events rather than a normal actual episode. So this kind of will take the permanent monthly spot of that.
Yeah, and we'll still be doing unboxings, but they will be just as they come, as we get packaged brought to us, because it's super fun. And it started off because I had a whole lot of stuff that I was getting delivered, and I was like, oh, I want to share that. Oh, I want to share that. Oh, I want to share that. And then it became like, oh, I got to buy some things. Okay, I'll buy that and that and that and that. And then I was
suddenly
like, oh,
20 of us
I
are
gotta
opening
pay
up
rent.
boxes at the same time.
So that happened. So we're gonna start doing that next.
Yeah.
Before we open this, I need to run over real quick because we're 2 hours into the show. So I will be right back. Raz, if you would like to talk a little bit more about how we're doing some of this, or if you guys just want to chat and see. Actually, Jenny, we haven't checked in with you yet to see how you.
No, we're going to quietly wait until you return.
Ooh, everybody put your quiet hats on.
Monkey up the flagpole.
So, Jenny, what are you up to? What are you
Me,
doing?
I am slowly getting better thanks to like lots and lots of antibiotics. And I'd been talking to this amazing, wonderful vampire author. Well, she's not a vampire. She writes about vampires.
I was going to say she's a vampire author or an author
that writes vampires.
Author of vampires.
And it's been so awesome because she just like talks to you like Rats had been in Dell, and it was amazing. And I'd been talking to her about like getting her books, and she's like, no, I'm just going to send you a couple and a little bit of merch. And I'm like, oh my God. And then I just asked her, hey, will you be on an Unprinted Pages with me? And she's like, yes. And I'm like, yay, I get I am so excited because I'm not sure when yet, but I get to do 2 Unprinted Pages with 2 amazing authors.
Nice.
One I had actually ordered from her not Patreon, but the thing that she did where she got all the comic books from that one amazing lady.
Kickstarter? Yeah,
Kickstarter. So Kate Marie and her Kickstarter, and I've just been enjoying being able to read L.D. Wassar's Kindle Unlimited books with her amazing vampires and crazy people named Cassandra, like my crazy person named Cassandra. So yeah.
Speaking of Unprinted Pages, I think we're in the process of shifting a lot of our days around for like the next season. I know you got a lot of awesome things coming up, so we'll be publishing the schedule probably next week is the week that we'll be releasing like the new trailers. Like within the next 2 weeks will be all the trailer releases, but by next week we'll have like the new schedule posted for everyone where you can find everything. And I'm really excited to see what you got coming up, man. Like
I am too.
It's the fun part of my weeks is getting to be on Unprinted Pages and just talking about the industry for a while with like new people, and it's a really fun show, man. I love that show.
Oh yeah, I love learning from all these beautiful people and all their beautiful journeys that they have done and stuff that is happening to them. And I know there have been both a lot of I know there have been both guys and girls, but women and men. But you cannot tell me that all of them do not have beautiful stories and are not beautiful souls.
Oh, definitely. You pick well. Oh, she's back.
Yes, I'm back. Sorry.
You were gone?
I don't know. I'm just I didn't know if you wanted to keep rambling about the other authors or if.
Yeah. Well, why don't you tell us like who you've had so far? Like, like a rundown.
So far, I have had I've got to have like Todd. Why is my brain going blank? Todd Tinker. I've got to have KT Seto. I've got to have I don't need to say her real name.
That's hard when you know the authors, like, and you know they write under another name, and you know their real name. It's like really hard.
Asheradatia and D. Gabriel Jensen, because I get to buy Tupperware from my werewolf book dealer, and it is like the coolest idea ever of all time to know that you can get Tupperware and werewolves from the same person, and you just get to have like amazing things.
Now, do the werewolves come in the Tupperware?
Yeah, like,
or is it just lycanthropy comes in the Tupperware? So you open it and you're like, and now
what
you're a
was
werewolf.
that Erie, Indiana episode where they like keep them fresh in the Tupperware?
The twin boys.
I tried to dye my hair white for 20 years because that character was so fucking cool. I wanted to have white hair like that kid. I don't know what was the thing in my head for so long.
I wanted to have white hair because my grandmother had white hair so young. I'm like, hey, but no, I can't get it as young as she did. It just does not work.
My second cousin Kathy had the most, like the rest of us get kind of the silvers going on in most of my family. So mostly white, but we get the silver going with it. But Kathy had the pure white hair. It was so beautiful to see.
Man, you just missed the greatest opportunity for a segue, because if you were open John's box next, I could be like, silver back graphics. But no, it's not the right time.
I was going to say, I'm 49. And because my family goes gray prematurely instead of going bald, I'm offered the senior discount pretty much everywhere I'm going. I don't know why.
I'm 35 and he already has been offered it a couple of times because he's had it since gray hair since 7th grade.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But being on Medicaid for as long as I have been in Medicare, I started getting offers for senior dating sites when I was in my 30s. So
yeah, being in the medical field, I'd sign up for like a lot of different classes. And one time I'd taken like an extended learning class about geriatric massage, like medical massage. To help with like specific issues, like joint issues of the arthritis and stuff like that. Not what you're thinking. And I somehow got signed up to AARP, and I was like 25. And ever since then, I am still getting shit for AARP. I get invited to dinners because they actually think that I need their service, not because I signed up as a health professional.
they wouldn't.
I get stuff from them too.
It's crazy.
You had to be like certain age. I thought.
Yeah, apparently they just think I am.
Well,
They've gotten it to where now you can join even younger and younger now on AARP. Used to be you had to be a certain age, and now they're adding benefits for younger people, and I was so confused.
I've still been carded for casinos and cigarettes and booze at least 5 times in the past year. I'll be turning 48 on Halloween.
Here in Massachusetts, they've decided you have to card them no matter what. So I get carded.
Yeah.
Everybody
I don't
in the
count
state.
those. I know the places where you have to be carded, and I don't count those. Like Walgreens, even if you're like 80, they have to scan your driver's license.
Say the name of that company again.
Walgreens.
Walgreens?
Yes,
Walgreens?
Walgreens.
Walgreens.
It's really green.
It's super green.
What's the color?
Red.
Okay,
their logo is in red. It's right across from CVS, which is also red.
Okay, you're talking
Won't be
to a
any more
couple of
Rite Aid
people.
soon.
You're talking to a couple of people who come from the town of Hooper, only it's spelled Hooper.
It's Hooper.
It's Hooper.
with a P.
Yes.
Walgreens.
Walgreens.
It's like
I'm not grinning at walls.
Do you read books? No, you read books.
It's not grin. It's Walgreens.
But it just makes me feel like I should be grinning at walls when I go in. Like, and I'm not grinning at all because I'm there for medication. And I have to wait in the line for 2 fucking hours to get it. So I'm not grinning at the wall.
Okay. So is it bologna or bologna?
Bologna.
I say catsup.
B-O-L-O-G-N-A.
Ketchup.
Catsup.
Catsup in 5 seconds, like wheels up.
Catsup. I'm not catching up to anyone. No, it's catsup. So that was a waste of 2 minutes.
Was it really a waste? Like, we learned a lot about you. At 2 minutes.
Yes, you did.
Headed off to Walgreens.
We're going to learn about next. Hold on. Oh my goodness, Corissa, who could not join us tonight. Dun, 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 dun. Corissa Grant, part of Worthy Chaos Comics. She has got a new Kickstarter going out.
Wow, look at you,
And-
Delphine,
Hold on a minute.
getting all musical.
1 second, because you're getting musical, and I feel bad about like
Oh.
ruining Jeremy's day. So, okay, the universe has righted itself. Let me continue.
Okay, so Krysa is on her third Kickstarter right now, I believe.
Third? I
'cause
thought it
there's a
was like
fourth.
her 60th, because that girl is
She's a
always
machine.
filling them and ending them, and I'm just like, wow.
Yeah,
I'm impressed.
Her first Kickstarter, she hit her goal within 6 hours.
Mhm.
Can't remember on the second one. This is the third one because the first one she did 1 through 4, and then she did the 5th one, and this is the 6th book that she's working on. But I'm pretty sure she hit. She met the goal in 7 hours with this one.
Wow.
It was in
Wow.
less than 12. I'm not absolutely positive. But this is from her 5th one, and I did not go all out on this one. I could not afford to spend that much. I bought the $15 package for this, and then 1 extra little sticker because it was cool. And with the campaign what I get. What I can't show you in person is 2 PDFs of it in black and white and in color, as well as the printed issue, which is in here. And I got the variant cover by Fabio Simao, colored by Fernando Cordero, and a small sticker of an angelic weapon. And now I'm going to open this up and show you what I'm talking about. Okay. I'm like reading off of stuff. Somehow we're singing the same song, and that's just weird.
Yeah, it really is.
Because I didn't know it. It was just there. But so this is I've already gotten 1 through 4. So this is 5 with a variant cover, which is what I went for. And I also got with it. Now, part of what you get, I'm gonna pull up the brand here. This is her first stretch goal, and it is at $1,300. Everyone gets the electronic bundle, and it is 16 of the first issues of, and this is something she has built on. It started off with a few, and then it is added every single time. So there is Raise, Decay, Final Boy, White Owl, Path of the Pale Rider, Water Wars, Orphan Bloodline, Night Wolf, Broken Trident, Demon Hunter Raven, Terralympus, and PTSD, plus the new ones for this round are Merry Machine Gun, Shark of War, Fields of Fear, and Ferryman. And what I also got in the package that I bought, besides the PDFs and the solid comic, was a sticker of there's angels and demons. Oh, I left that on the whole time. I'm sorry. Oh, no, actually I was explaining it, so I'm not. There are angels and demons in this, and this is like the angelic sticker that comes with it. And it's, I think that's a pretty good one. And then the next stretch goal that came with it, what for everybody who ordered something with a physical item, we all got to get a small sticker of Eric and Draven, which are the 2 main characters. And they're a cuddly couple, and so it's kind of chibi-like with them being all cute together. And the fourth...
When did the Kickstarter actually end? Because it wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that long ago, right?
No, she's been doing them back to back to back to back.
Freaking good.
Yeah.
Like, to already have your product, like I thought it was less than a month ago that I remember seeing the Kickstarter going.
Yeah, there's the picture I was going to show of that actually. That's the sticker that I was showing. The third stretch goal is it's a black and white PDF of that with the artist Jin. And then the fourth stretch goal is I have this it's this size of a card, but it's a card of Anubis. And so that's what she has going that was what I got from the last one for $15. I got all those PDFs and the physical comic and the stickers and the extra PDFs and some variant cover things going. She put out, though, some amazing stuff. One of the last ones, either the second one or the first one, I think it was the second one, I ended up getting some metal versions of things. Like the covers were actually made of metal.
Oh,
And
wow.
she has now since incorporated into her Kickstarters like metal tiers where you can get, I mean, for
Very cool.
everything in metal, it's really expensive, but it's because you're getting everything made of metal.
Oh yeah.
And so it's super
Mhm.
expensive for them to make. But she releases a lot of great PDF content for everybody who's doing stuff. And when she does it, she's giving out stuff for other Kickstarters and other comic book artists as well. So she's helping promote other people while she does her own Kickstarter, which I think is fabulous. Her site is all about it. And but if you go now and try to get on for the number 6, I think she funded it, and I think she's hit her second or third stretch goal already. So she's hoping she can get like she has her own little personal goals and stuff, which are awesome. But there's plenty of time for this one to get funded all the way past the stretch goals, and everybody will get something awesome. She has things like statues. She has all these little Anubises, or would they be Anubi? I think it's Anubises. But Anubis, some of them are like,
Anubises.
some of them are sinister, some of them are chibi quality cute. She has plushies. This time around, I ordered, they had 15 gold coins that were Anubis gold coins, and I ordered one of those as an add-on for my package. So I'm getting like I keep buying into them because I love them. I'm getting all the extra PDF stuff. I'm getting all the extra stickers. I'm getting
Yeah.
gold coins. I'm getting metal covers. I'm getting variant covers. I'm having a wonderful time with all the PDFs I can read. And I showed the package I didn't get, but she wraps everything really neatly in tissue paper and tapes it. And it's such a sweet little package that she puts together. And the bigger ones are obviously even better. But like we said, I'm cutting back so I can pay for rent and not just buy comics and things.
Just live in the
Yeah.
boxes. We'll just make
Yeah.
a box house.
There you go.
I'll
I
just
was
quit
a
taking out my chewy
carpenter at one
boxes.
time.
That's a lot for $15 though. Seriously, that is
That
a
is,
yeah.
lot.
Yeah, $15, and that was, I
No.
mean,
That girl is amazing. Like she already has the whole series written, right? Like
oh yeah, she has
yeah,
like
and
what
like
was it, like
15
12
books or
novels
yeah.
written out or something like that already, and that's like it's not like each novel is a comic. It's
No,
like,
so if you fund one of these, you're and as I said, god damn, she got that out to you fast. Like sometimes you're waiting like 6 months to a year for some
oh
of
god,
these
no,
guys to get things out to you.
as soon as she's done, it's on its way.
And not to say that sometimes it's not needed to take that long, but like that is fast.
She has her stuff ready to go before she puts up the Kickstarter, I'm pretty sure, because that's the only way you could have the turnaround be that fast. I think some people wait on their Kickstarters and say, well, I'll just, see how this goes. But because she's doing so many of them back to back, I think she has some things like some of the figurines. If you don't buy it in this one, maybe you want it in this one, or you want the black one versus the colored one, or, the gray one, or you want the cutie one instead of that. So you can, because she makes each tier as well, you can choose from a couple of different types of things on the tier. Like you can either get all of the different things in PDF or a couple of things in PDF and just, what happened?
I know that was weird, right?
Yeah.
Wrong lever.
Wrong button. But you can choose to have either physical stuff sent to you or a lot of PDF sent to you if you're trying to catch up with the comic series. Or if you go higher up, you can get like statues and plushies. They have like plushy undead mermen and things like that are just, it's crazy. And all these little figures that you can get. So she just, and she jams these out, and we are so proud of her because like we found her because of you and the guy.
I know. I'm sorry.
Oh no, we love her. We
Tell
adopted her into
your
the
landlord
family.
it's my fault.
He is the reason that I have all these comics coming to my house. No, I send everything to my mom's. But paying rent. Yeah. Sorry. Jar Jar is going to pay rent for me from now on because
Oh yeah, that's what's
I
happening.
started buying comics. I can't speak. This is going to be a great next hour. I lost my ability to speak. But so yeah, Corissa, it's if you're looking for a genre, think Buffy the Vampire Slayer meets Supernatural kind of style thing going on.
Yeah, with a little bit of romance. It's not forefront though.
Yeah. And it's super fun. And if you ever get a chance to see her, she's hitting the rounds everywhere. She'll actually be on splash pages on October 3rd.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But she is just a bouncing, energetic ball of joy and sarcasm. It's great. It's a sweet combination of just kind of scary and adorableness all at once. With a lot of talent, and she has got some great artists working with her too. So go ahead, look down there, Worthy Chaos Redemption Campaign. You get some extras. You can look through all the extras, get some coins if you want them, get some Anubises if you want them, a little undead mermaid, Anubises.
Nubai?
A new buy.
Sorry for my technical issues. Like I was totally checking on something and forgot like everything would change. And I tried to tell you guys in private chat, except for I realized I wasn't in private chat after I sent the message. So there it is in the comments.
Maybe put the pipe down.
And then if you actually look in the private chat, then it was like, and then I forgot I wasn't in private. Yeah.
And it's also in there. Sorry, I had to show up. I had to tease you.
No, that was my moment of the day. You should.
You teased me. So.
Yeah. Just remember, I got the handheld strobe.
Yeah, this is the package that I got. That is the variant cover, and then the PDFs, obviously, and the sticker that I got for $15, and then all that extra stuff because she hit stretch goals. And man,
oh yeah,
there's only one that she missed last time, and it's a really cool like holographic cover thing with a pen that's it's available for this time. So
very nice.
So yeah, go check that out. And now I have left John's, but I don't want to jump straight into that.
That's because I got something for you. So I was checking things.
Oh,
I'm just waiting for someone to join us.
Oh,
well, join us.
He'll be on any second, so I'll build this up a little bit, on his way. And it's gonna be Matt. Matt's joining us. One of our other hosts. We don't really see much outside of Mats and Monsters. But as you guys noticed, we kind of stopped doing Mats and Monsters for a little while. And that was largely because of the great story one of the two stories that Matt told us during Allied Society when he made his appearance about the engagement. So Matt he's going to school. He's got a job. He haunts with me full time, but he's got to make time for his lady. You know what I mean? He's got to make time for Brooke, or I'll never hear the end of it personally. So what we decided to do was kind of push Mats and Monsters off to the winter season, because that starts the road to WrestleMania. We wanted to come back bigger. We wanted to come back like in a bigger way. And like, see, he was messaging me constantly like 5 minutes ago, and I'm like, okay, we're almost ready. And then crickets, just crickets. But I hear people moving around upstairs, so I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Come out and play.
Yeah, he'll be joining us in just a second. And the reason why is because we started a bracket of cryptids fighting it out. And what we really wanted to do was finish that bracket with you guys. Jenny got to be a part of the early bracket with the cryptid fighting. So we just wanted to kind of, just see it through.
I remember the swamp monster versus who was it?
I'm trying to figure out how to pull something off of that brand without screwing everything up.
There was one with the Bigfoot, and there was one with the squishy head person. The squishy head kid.
So Martha said Bigfoot wins over all of them, and then it's over.
I think what I'm going to have to do is just upload it here, so that way I don't completely screw everything up, because
it's easier to do.
Easier, yeah. So I'm doing that right now while we wait on the great and powerful Matthew.
Oh, I would like to let you know about the fact that damn it, the link in cryptid has shown back up again. We have the fish man.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and like a couple of years ago,
I am
somebody was like stoned out of their gourds out at this Holmes Lake, which is a nice place to go hang out, really pretty. You can do some fishing there. You can do whatever you'd like to there, hang out. They have picnic well, not whatever you like, but they have picnic tables, you know, all sorts of stuff. And they saw this like fish man, and it was they're all like, so there's this fish man, and he was just walking around Holmes Lake, and then he walked into the water and disappeared, and he never came back, and I watched, and he never went anywhere. So what's the deal with the fish man? And everybody's like, you were really high. That's the deal with the fish man. Like, you imagined it. And so 8 days ago, hello. So to preface, I'm not a believer in the unknown. That being said, tonight I was taking my nightly stroll around Holmes Lake when I saw something that deeply troubled me. Out from the darkness, something came lurching. I think it came from the waters, but I cannot be certain. It was tall and green and quite frankly scared me. It smelled like fish. Who do I report this to? Has anybody else seen some kind of fish man? I'm freaking out here. Please help. This was on the South Shore. Update. Oh, this is great. I hadn't seen it since then. Update. Contact has been made. Update 2. Funglui, Moglafa, Katularaye, Gagana, Fikagan.
That reminds me of the H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society Christmas Carol songs, which are the only Christmas carols I listen to because I hate Christmas. And they have this song, it's beginning to look a lot like fishmen. It's a beautiful song. Oh, wait. We have a Matt.
Hi, guys.
Hello, Matt.
Hi.
How's it going, Matt?
We've been waiting for you.
How's the upstairs?
It's great, man.
The air's fine up here. Hell yeah, man. I was just filling them in on why we were kind of pushing the show back to the winter season and the Road to WrestleMania concept and some of the things we were talking about. But we really wanted to finish this bracket with everybody.
Oh, yeah. And there's a lot of people here, so I think the feedback is going to be amazing.
Yeah. So let's talk about where we are right now because, you know, we started the bracket. We had our Grassman versus the Charles Mill Monster, okay? Now, Grassman, if you recall, is the biggest version of Bigfoot we have in Ohio. That's one of the local versions of Bigfoot is just the Grassman. And the Charles Mill Monster, if I'm remembering correctly, that was the gator thing?
Yes.
No, it was the one that had the it had the vines and stuff. This was the one that had the vine arm things.
Yeah, because he could extend them and
he could
like,
grapple
pull things in. Yeah.
Yeah. And we kind of gave him the ability to, like, if a tentacle broke off, one could grow back, you know, over time. But ultimately, what happened with this was you'll see little numbers after the winners. And this was like a weird representation of kind of doing like hit points, where at the time we really felt like, you know, there was going to be a lot of grappling, a lot of ripping of appendages. But we thought that the Grassman would just kind of rip his tentacles off and just kind of tie him up and eventually eat him. But the Grassman would not go unscathed because this was a pretty strong foe despite the arm issue. And then, of course, we had, you know, Grassman took it home. So then we had the Kirtland Melonheads, which are basically children with an extreme case of encephalitis that were kicked out of an orphanage and roam all over Ohio. Because these are all Ohio cryptids, by the way. Like, not even all of them, but just a good representation of just, you know, 10 of them. And these things are seen even today in Ohio. The Melonheads get a lot of sightings. Even some other states have their version of the Melonheads. Well, we put the Melonheads up against the Mothman of Gallia. And that's the Ohio side of the Moth. It's the same Mothman in West Virginia, but where Ohio and West Virginia meets up across that bridge, there are also sightings on the Ohio side. So we get the 50% claim to the Mothman. You know, we get blessed with that. And our issue was the Melonheads really don't do anything. And Mothman was just going to basically swoop in, fly up in the air, bite its head off, and just drop the body match over. Like, we had nothing. There was just nothing that the Melonheads can do in this situation. They were helpless. And so we had the Mothman, 100% health. He's good to go. And then we got into the Crosswick monster, that was the gator creature. The Crosswick monster was the gator creature versus the Loveland frog, which is just basically a giant frog creature. Some people also say it's either a giant, like human-sized frog, or it's a frog person. And there's a lot of arguments over which one the true version is. This one was also pretty easy because a gator is going to eat a frog every time. It's just, man, it's going to happen. There's just nothing the frogs are going to do about it in this case. Poor frogs. They got eaten the fuck up, and Crosswick Monster sailed into his safe spot. And then we have the Peninsula Python versus the Werewolf of Defiance. And this was actually one of our bigger go back and forth, wasn't it, Matt?
Yes. This one was pretty close too.
Yeah. Like we had these moments where we thought the Python was going to be able to just crush the werewolf. And this was our longest debate. What's up, Del?
I need to know why he is called the Werewolf of Defiance.
Okay, so he's a werewolf or a dog man, depending on how you look at it, and he is most often sighted in Defiance, Ohio, which is an actual city here.
Oh, I thought he was just very defiant, and I'm like,
he's like, no.
Well, I think he is by nature, which is why the sightings are so rare. So he's a defiant werewolf of Defiance.
Okay.
Well, there was a lot of back and forth in this one, more so than any of the others. At one point in time, we thought that even if the werewolf did win, we were talking like 20-30% healthier. Like, there were some close calls, but in the end, we decided that regardless of that, that python, and it's an enormous, we're talking like the Anaconda movie, damn near size of a python that people claim to have seen everywhere. And every scenario we ended up coming out with where we thought that the python had the upper hand, the werewolf still had claws and fangs, and maybe not the crushing strength of the python, but quite a bit of strength itself. So the best that we can come up with were maybe a couple of broken bones and some of the constrictions that would heal, a little quicker because it was a werewolf. So we gave him a little bit of boost of health because of the werewolf healing capabilities. So here's where you guys come in, and I'm going to pull this thing off the screen for now. We're talking one of the biggest mythological showdowns of all time, and it's Bigfoot versus Mothman.
Wow, that is a pretty big one.
I'm already was looking up different stuff on the two of them just to see putting them side by side.
Yeah.
And it's tough. Mothman can fly. I mean,
the reach,
he has the upper
yes.
wings.
That's a big advantage.
He has the high ground,
and he comes in fully healthy, ready to go.
Yeah.
And Grassman Bigfoot's taking a little bit of a bump, man.
He's ridiculously smart though, too, isn't he?
Oh,
Mothman?
yeah. There's different versions.
Precognitive, basically.
There's different versions. There's vengeful versions that eat people. There's Mothman the Wise that is like a prophet. There's actual different versions.
So which version do we have, or are we combining them? Or
so
just
the
pick
true
your own?
version of Mothman is that Mothman is actually all of those things. The moment in which you see him depends on what kind of version people interpret it as. But in reality, Mothman is all of those things.
Okay.
He's probably the smartest and the wisest of all the cryptids we're looking at right now.
Okay, so it's him versus Bigfoot
Mm-hmm.
for the first one, and this is the biggest Bigfoot in
Yeah.
Ohio.
Yeah, Grassman is the biggest, the strongest version of the Bigfoot narrative. And honestly, there's not a lot of difference between your traditional Bigfoot and Grassman. Grassman's a bit bigger. He's a bit more vicious. He tends to be in the stories. And they called him Grassman because the way his fur blends in with nature. The first time he was ever spotted was coming out of a giant field that was I'm talking 7-8 foot grassy marsh type of area, and they just thought he was this guy that lived out in the grassy marsh, so he was the grass man until closer inspection and comparison with other legends, it was just another version of Bigfoot.
Okay. Yeah, flight and precog and super intelligence, it's gonna be a battle. He's gonna get hurt because Bigfoot's and it's not like you can just swoop down and grab him without being grabbed back.
Oh yeah, he's definitely going to swat at him
strength we've got. I mean, hands down. Yeah, but it's got to be Bigfoot.
No,
but I'm saying Mothman.
So we're doing dive bomb attacks.
Have any kind of supernatural kind of power?
I'm glad you asked that. Technically, yes. Mothman can disappear and reappear in different places at will. You've got the flight and the super intelligence. So those are, and the talons, of course, the talons that have snatched children from their homes in the dark of the night. So he's got the talents. He knows how to use them. He's got the flight, the intelligence, the ability to appear and reappear. So this is almost like a winged nightcrawler situation. If you want to go X-Men about it, the minor, like, because you can't like teleport like a million miles away. It's it's within a line of sight sort of teleportation scenario. So it's a limited teleportation.
But he can still fly, so he can teleport somewhere and then swoop from there.
Yeah. So, and that's the weird part of this, because if he gets in close enough, Bigfoot, patience, despite this being a more vicious version of Bigfoot, the patience level is there for Bigfoot. Bigfoot can chill for a long time with no one seeing Bigfoot. Obviously, Mothman can see Bigfoot, so that they're in an arena here. So, obviously that's kind of gone, but the patience level. How long does it take, and how many dive bombs and how many, vicious attacks with the teleporting and the flying does Mothman get in?
And does Bigfoot get a lucky swing in every now and again and knock? As soon as he gets one swing or grabs onto the. Now, once held onto, though, can Mothman then just dissipate?
And that's the thing. So he can. I think the law of averages says he'll get at least one good solid pop in, like at least one good solid pop. But you're right, he can't hold him because of that limited teleportation. He just can't.
So
He's not going to just teleport with him or nothing.
It's not like apparition.
Correct. Yeah, you can't go along for the ride. It's just, it only works for Mothman as far as we know.
Okay,
So that's what we got to go with.
So it depends on if he gets in a body blow, a glancing blow, straight to the face.
I think if we're going to say he's only definitively at least getting one good blow in, it's a solid one. Because again, Bigfoot is hurt. He not necessarily hurt, but he's not fresh. He's already tired from that previous battle. And I do feel like Mothman is going to get a lot of swoop attacks in here. Or teleportation attacks, if you will.
And even if Bigfoot throws something at him, like a large rock or something, he could just, like you said, apparate out of the way.
But that's something we hadn't talked about a minute ago. Like, Bigfoot's smart, his ability to use tools. You're right. He could get more attacks in on him. He could still hit him before he... Yeah.
Will they have gotten to see each other fight beforehand, or they're they won't have? Okay, so they won't.
But they do not know each other's tactics.
Okay.
No prep.
Yeah, no prep whatsoever. They're just thrown into this situation one after the other.
Batman would lose.
Well, Mothman though would probably already know because of his intelligence.
It's possible.
Little bit, like maybe not his strategy. He didn't see him fight, but he would know like this guy's really big.
Yeah.
He is tough. He is strong.
So let's say with the thrown weapons or a giant tree something. Let's say there's now 2 attacks that definitely Mothman gets that Bigfoot Grassman gets, because obviously he does that once. Mothman's not falling for that again. Period. Like, he's got it.
Right.
Okay, this is what you're going to do in this situation. So we get 2 on Mothman, and now we've gotten probably, I'm going to guess at least 5 solid attacks from Mothman at this point, like against Grassman, who's again weakened. And this is hard for me, guys. I love both of them equally. So like, this is like tearing me apart inside, man.
Will he have got to use one of the girders from the bridge?
No, because the arena is an enclosed arena.
Yeah.
I know, but I mean, will they have gotten to bring like hometown weapons?
No, no weapons.
Okay.
Else we would have at least given like the poor Lemonheads a bat or something, and we just and we didn't, because that would still be pointless because they couldn't live. They could barely lift their heads.
I'm thinking if Grassman even gets a good grapple on Mothman, if he tries to escape, say trying to fly off, he still has the weight of the Grassman to try to push off.
He
can teleport.
Like Nightmare.
But if he can teleport, he can. Yeah, and that's our thing here. Like, that's why we're giving him one solid, like, good, like, hit attack, and one good solid, like, aerial. He's thrown something or gotten a long tree or something long to hit him that was just nearby in this little microcosm arena.
Yeah, he can drag him up and drop him, or smack him and drop him.
Now, with that one hit, though, does that give him the advantage? Because once that one hit happens, what happens to Mothman?
Well,
Is
with that teeth, did he get him in the
disabled?
head?
Does Mothman have claws or just
He's got
regular
talons.
hands?
Talons.
Claws.
So he could rip at his eyes if he
Yeah,
wanted
yeah,
to.
Oh, yeah.
exactly. And that's the thing. What are the tactics? We know there's going to be some dive bomb attacks. We know there's going to be some teleportation based attacks. So his main weapon again is his talons.
Okay.
Damn.
This is hard because it's conjecture. We have no facts here, so we're just rolling with like our best guesstimation on what the probability is.
I'd
Here.
like to think one big grab by friggin' Bigfoot and just rips a guy in half.
Could rip off
All right.
his wings, yeah.
So let's evolve this a little bit. You know, there's a solid battle here. I'm willing to believe at this point in time, Grassman's down to say 50%.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gotten some good attacks, and that first big good attack that he gets is the throne. Well, let's say the throne happens first. Knocks him hard, knocks him down, shakes down, the Mothman quite a bit. And then that second attack is the physical one, and he tears his wings off. So now Mothman is grounded. Still can teleport, but he's grounded. And we're looking, he's still a little bit better shape than Grassman, but not by much. And Grassman's pretty fucked up, but he's still up. He's still on his feet.
Well, I'm going for definitely an attack on the eyes.
Okay.
Is going to be something that happens. And then the other obvious attack would be something in the guts, where
Yeah.
he's going to be a bit softer. That's a talon move. That's a classic move because a gut wound is going to gush, and it's also going to potentially, depending on how deep those talons can go, you might have some gotta hold in the spillage kind of thing going, which would limit the Grassman to one hand from that
That's
point.
true.
Yes.
So here's how I think we solve this, because we got so many people who can do this differently this time. It's going to be a vote scenario. Like each person, you choose who wins and what the final blow is, and we can start with Del.
I'm going for Mothman because I put brains over brawn, and also Mothman was at full health when he started this.
Okay.
So it sucks that he's missing his wings now, but I think that's where it's going. That's for me though.
Okay. Uncle Necro, what do you got? You're muted right now. You're still muted, but I know you're not actually muted.
Okay.
I can tell.
I apologize. I was muted because there was I was in a middle of a chat on my phone, kind of an emergency thing. Not really an emergency thing.
Okay.
It was, you remember that 6-year-old I was watching some time ago? Kind of a callback. It's his birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday.
He turned 7, and I got a whole bunch of picture dumps from my friend, and I was going through them and kind of chatting with her to see how things were going. We don't get to talk a lot because she's really busy, and I wasn't paying attention. I do apologize.
So Mothman
Okay.
or Grassman Bigfoot. Final blow. Who lands it? What is it? And who wins?
And Grassman is going into this slightly injured,
Okay.
but it has been determined that he lands at least 2 blows on Mothman, one of which removes his wings. But he can still teleport.
And
I see.
Bigfoot is now blind, and some of his guts are hanging out.
Okay. So depending on what lore we're talking about, and I'm going to go with the Harry Dresden Bigfoot lore, going, with the Dresden Files. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm reading
But,
it right now, actually.
Okay.
Me some Harry
Okay.
Dresden.
Excellent.
I need to.
Excellent. I'm going to go with, although he's blind and disemboweled a bit. How badly disemboweled are we talking?
At least halfway.
Partial
Like
supplement.
he's got
Halfway?
one arm kind of holding,
Like-
it together.
I believe that Bigfoot will come out triumphant, but not without dying shortly thereafter.
Well, they can't actually die yet. You can't die until the final match. So he'll actually survive to the
okay.
next round. He'll just be in really
Oh, okay.
terrible shape.
I'm just still going to have to throw in with Bigfoot.
All right.
And just keeping with that, possibly just, because they have a magical connection with Native American lore and the earth, that he would draw from the power of the earth to heal a bit faster.
Okay.
And as far as the eyes go, the other sentences are heightened, so he can go by smell, sound, maybe even taste in the air.
Okay.
And
He's a hunter.
And I'm giving Bigfoot the natural chameleon thing that they do, so they can hide from people.
They're in a wrestling ring, though.
Yeah, it's like a giant like wrestling ring, so there's no way to use the camouflage.
Well, you can still like go invisible, move to another area, and then
Mothman can, but Bigfoot can't in the open.
Okay. Well,
but your vote is for Bigfoot gets the final blow.
Bigfoot, yes.
Jar Jar Jeremy, who you got winning this one?
Oh,
this is the final moment, the final blow. What happens?
I'm going with Uncle Necro on this one. Like Bigfoot, like I keep playing this out in my head, which is weird that I'm playing out Mothman versus Bigfoot in my head.
Yes,
but it's going through, and like I just see him taking him and like, as I said, like ripping the wings off or something like that, and like dropping him down. Once he gets that one good hit in, I would believe it's over.
Okay.
From there, because once he gets a hand on him, if Mothman's dazed or whatever, Bigfoot's not stopping. Like it's enough. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
That's two Grassman Bigfoot, one Mothman. Kristin, what say you?
Well, I was on Mothman's side until he got his wings torn off. So I really think he lost his advantage, and Bigfoot has this.
Okay. Jenny, what do you got for us?
That is along the lines of what I was thinking about. What if, even though Bigfoot was hurt and he still was able to rip off one or the other, or not even rip off, just rip enough where he can't fly anymore, and they got in a fist fight. With him possibly being taller, he could overpower him. So that's along the lines of what I was going through in my head. I was trying to figure out, both sides kept pulling which way could go which way. But with that scenario that keeps going back to, as they said, the ripped off or partially ripped wings, that's where I'm landing.
Okay.
Bigfoot gets him down and
okay, this goes for the neck break. All right, Matt, what do you got, man?
I think I'm gonna have to side with Bigfoot, only because Mothman doesn't have his wings anymore. Just like they were saying, I just think without his wings, it takes away one of his like most dominant features about him. And
yeah, because even if he bamps, it's like, where are you gonna go?
Exactly. So I think he just after the wings are gone, he just grabs them and just rips off his head.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thought the melon head decapitation was bad. Shit. No, Bigfoot's doing it. So here's where I am. I still think the BAMF does play a role in this. I do think it's lessened by the fact that he can't fly and BAMF. I think that does take away from that minor teleportation a bit. And I do think Bigfoot's basically in a corner. He could be in his death throes right now. And I don't feel like Grassman Bigfoot is the kind of guy to go quietly into the night. I think he's getting more desperate now. So the BAMFs are happening. I think Bigfoot's moving with his one arm. He's really trying, he's fighting harder. And because of that, I think that final BAMF just happens right as Bigfoot turns around. And I'm going to go for the head rip too. I think that's a beautiful thing. Mothman did it to the lemon head, and it's just sort of poetic justice at that point in time. His boom.
So we basically had a tiefling warlock versus a half-orc barbarian.
Yeah.
Just fun.
Yeah. That's basically the equivalent of it. And I'm going to put him down at 30% health. I mean, for the Sasquatch. I think he started at 80. I think he's down at 30. I could be
Well,
argued
it's
either
in the
direction here.
blind.
Like, what do you guys think? You think less than
So-
that? I mean,
I
I
think
was
that's
the only
about right.
person who believed in the Mothman, so I'm not
I
gonna.
wanted
give
to
my input.
believe. You know, I just like David Duchovny, I wanted to believe.
That's what I was thinking.
Jessica Marie, what do you think?
The truth is out there.
Mothman or Bigfoot or Grassman? I guess.
All right, so we got the grass man moving on. So let's get we're almost done here, people. We only got one double matchup and then the finals. We're getting pretty close here. So
Let's do the other double matchup. Then we'll do the John box, and then we do the finals before we roll
yes,
out. How's that?
that's actually kind of perfect here. So we've got our Crosswick monster, which is our giant gator creature, at 100% versus the werewolf of Defiance, who's at 80.
Now, how big is the Crosswick monster?
Okay, you're looking about an 8 to 9 foot length and about a 3.5 to a 4 foot height. Most traditionally.
Does he stand up, or is
Oh, he
on
can.
all fours?
He certainly can. He can definitely stand up on the back and go at it. And his jaws are like, we're talking Betty White feeds this thing. Tough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so Danny says Mothman, Bobby says Bigfoot, and
Okay.
Jessica says Bigfoot. So
Yeah,
you
Bigfoot
guys all
definitely,
win with
yeah.
the whole crowd.
Oh yeah.
Bigfoot's a big favorite here in North America.
He's actually my favorite cryptid, but even I had to give the Mothman his credit in this. Like that.
Oh,
I think that
definitely.
was like a tough fucking battle there.
Mm-hmm.
So giant, creepy, destructive gator person versus a werewolf.
Ooh.
No one's got
Now,
home
this
turf here.
is more like a good matchup, like very even.
And,
Yeah.
and the werewolf is down to 80% health, while
That's
the
correct.
croc is still at full health.
Yeah, and full because he
Sounds
just
like
ate a frog.
an interesting night on the bayou.
Yeah.
Can I weigh in maybe?
Yeah, go for it.
My thoughts. So, and this is coming after watching an episode of The Batman, the cartoon series, where he's tangling up with Killer Croc. Now, the gator person presumably is a gator person 24/7.
Yeah.
Werewolf needs to be at a certain
No,
cycle.
you're thinking Wolfman. Werewolf and Wolfman are very different things. Technically, traditionally,
Like a
werewolves,
pureblood lichen. Are we
yes,
talking?
that's what we're talking
Okay.
about.
Okay.
That's what a dogman is. It's the dogman version of the Wolfman. So this is like
Oh,
24/7,
all right.
always.
All right. So now that we've understood the parameters of what we're working with, and I'm pulling everything I'm thinking I'm just pulling out of my ass because I'm a writer and just need to know the rules before I play in the sandbox.
Okay.
So, so when we're talking about that, I still say Gator, the Gator Man, simply because I'm just going to go cold-blooded versus warm-blooded.
Okay.
Yeah,
We got to get some of the blows out of the way. Like we got to get some of the action before we can hit that definitive who wins moment.
Right.
Because
I
Now,
would definitely think Crocman's faster.
maybe,
Maybe.
but also his weakness might be going zigzag as far as running away.
that's true.
Just throwing it out there.
And he does have the traditional
Werewolf,
softer
that's correct.
underbelly of a gator.
Werewolf definitely has a larger jump span and
Right,
distance for him.
right.
So he's got the agility locked down.
This is a tough one because, on the one hand, now are we talking the werewolf? Does he have heightened strength because of that, or just have the strength of a regular?
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about two things that definitely that fall in the super strength category,
Okay.
but they also both fall in that somewhat mindless, ferocious ICU, you're dead kind of moment. So they've got similar instincts, similar strengths.
Okay, so what size is this type of Wolfman's maw? Is it like it goes out to here, or is it like Teen Wolf? I just have a furry face.
No, we're
What is he?
talking straight out like howling sized maw. Like this is like about
Okay,
a 7-footer here.
Good stuff.
Like, okay.
Well, you
So-
gotta ask, you know.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah.
Howling or American Werewolf in London type?
Actually, no, I'd almost say Paris because Paris had an
Paris?
even bigger, like,
Okay. Paris, of course. The lesser of the two.
Yeah, let's start the two
But
movies,
yeah,
but
I do.
they were the more vicious of
Yeah.
the werewolves.
I do agree with Jessica here. Gatorman gets this one bite and a death roll.
And there's no water.
Things.
There is no water. There is no death rolling to that degree here. This is a
That's true,
giant
like,
death
you're-
match wrestling ring.
Yeah, but it would snap his spine, though. You would
Real
think.
quick, we have a question. What is this D&D?
No.
What we're doing is there is a show that we have called Mats and Monsters, which is about wrestling and cryptids. And as this is our season finale, we had the guys here had a bracket going of which of the Ohio cryptids that
Yeah.
they selected would win in a wrestling match. And so we're wrapping
Wrestling
up the
death
brackets.
match.
Wrestling death match.
But since
You
we
can't
brought
die
it
until
up-
the final row.
Since
So-
we brought it up, why didn't we do like Venger versus Tiamat?
Because these are real
Because
cryptids in Ohio.
me and Matt
Okay.
are from Ohio and we like cryptids.
Okay.
That's why.
I was drawing from the
that was just
D&D
a season. Other
cartoon.
seasons will be different things, obviously.
Oh,
But
yeah.
like this was
Okay.
our cryptid season.
Yeah.
Since they brought up D&D, I was thinking of the cartoon and
We can
Mikey
do that on other
yeah,
shows.
so, okay.
This is
I'm kind
Ohio
of feel like a lot of us are in agreement here that Gator is going to get the first move. I'm leaning towards.
It depends on if he can snap off a limb or something. That's going to be a definite. Because
He has the ability to do that. Sure, the sheer
thinking-
strength.
Also, the Gator Man there. Sorry, am I using the right name?
Sure, that's what we're going
Okay.
with. It's the Crosswick monster.
I like to
Is
think of
his-
him
yeah,
as
we're just going
Steve.
Gator.
Is
He's more of a
his skin
Steve.
more like armor?
Yeah.
No, it's not much thicker than a traditional alligator.
Okay.
Not much more.
So
Which
if
is scaly.
if the werewolf can get him in the underbelly, he can just gut him straight
Good,
up.
yeah.
True.
Yeah.
However,
that would be
he's
a-
putting his head at head level to do
Mhm.
so, which
But
could
is
make
he able
one
to get
head
past
shot.
the tail?
Oh man, I think he's got to stay
Well,
away from the tail, or he's kind of half crushed at that point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
His
because
only advantage is going to be getting underneath
Yeah.
somehow.
And can he? Because the death roll was brought up, and now you can't death roll technically without water, but the maneuver and like the movement of a death roll could still be performed. And yes, it was brought up that could snap a spine. Werewolves can heal a lot quicker. That's something that Dogman have also. They have. This is one of the differences between them. Obviously, the werewolf has a slight healing factor. We're not talking like Wolverine instant, but it's quicker, so it will come into play during the course, the length of the match. Some of that healing is going to come into play, but does it matter?
I'm actually straight up Gator Monster with this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was.
Do we feel like we're ready to call it? If we feel like
I-
we're ready to call it, we'll do that.
I mean, like, I'm really looking towards the Wolfman, but I'm trying to see. He doesn't have the reach that the alligator is going to have. He can get with his jaw what the Wolfman can get with his arm. So if there's a swipe out, he could just bite a limb off. If he's upright and tackles him down, he's got out, tail lashings if he's trying to get behind him. And, it's unfortunately just not really a fair setup match for him, but not all of these are. And that's how it works in my mind.
Yeah,
I see him
it's not.
trying to get lashes out, but I don't see him succeeding in getting, unless there was some just huge, stupid mistake on the Gator Man's part. I can't see the Wolfman really landing any blows that count.
Okay, fair enough. Uncle Necro, what do you got for us? Who's the definitive in this?
Let me unmute because I'm doing my burritos here. I'm going with Gator.
Okay.
I'm staying with Gator.
All right. Jar Jar Jeremy.
See, I want to say werewolf because I just like the werewolf better.
Right.
Same.
But if you're really thinking it out, and once again, as crazy as that sounds, it just all day Croc guys, like, even if he gets shredded a little bit, still, once those jaws lock down and snap something.
And also, let's go turtles for a minute. We're talking Razor versus Leatherhead here.
Mm.
In a super weird way. What do you got for us, Kristin?
I have to agree with Georgia. The gator, definitely the jaw power, the tail being bigger. I'm imagining he would have just the hover power over.
Yeah, if he stood up, he's like 3 feet taller. If he stood up on,
Yeah.
Yeah, just to clarify, as a guy with as much hair as I have, I definitely like werewolf over.
Right.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You know.
So,
you gotta
Jenny,
give
what do
credit
you
where
got?
credit is due.
Where you at, Jenny?
Jenny.
Okay, living in an area where when the water's high at the park and you see the friends in the water, you don't take your dog to the park.
Right.
No matter if the dog can look your dad in the eyes or not. 7'5" dad. I'd have to go with the gator because of all the different attributes that he could have used compared to the dog man, the wolf man, the whatever man.
Yeah.
He has all the things, but yeah.
Okay. And Matt, what do you got for us, man?
I think it's got to be the Croc Man too, honestly, because even the Croc has a little bit of claws with him too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that also gives him an advantage, knowing that he not as prominent as in the Wolfman with the claws, but he still has them too, so he can still tear as he's rolling.
True. Yeah, he can kind of sneak in and get that grip. Yeah. I'm with you guys on this one, man. I think Gator guys got it, and let's repeat his name one more time for everybody. That's the Crosswick Monster. Just if you want to look it up on your own time, it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of great illustrations of all these cryptids, and I highly recommend it. But yeah, so here's our final question. We've got to move it on. How unscathed is the Crosswick Monster? I have a hard time believing that he comes out at 100% again.
That's not possible.
No.
I think he's going to lose at least 10 health from claw, like ripping
Being
at
clawed.
him, and yeah.
So far, we got 10 health. Everybody can agree, I'm sure, at least 10 health. Anybody have a good argument as to why there could be more gone?
Maybe only if werewolf got like claws to the belly area to like wound him. Kind of like Bigfoot was wounded. Yeah. Yeah. If he's just a little scratches, then no, just 10.
Okay.
Then Crocodile Dundee comes to the ring as a surprise guest.
See, and I'm glad my freak show bearded lady over here, Jessica, mentions 80 because I wanted to make a case for 80. I want to add the fact that this is his second fight that he survived, and I think some of the exhaustion he's feeling comes into play with a couple of these lucky swings from the werewolf. I think obviously the werewolf's done. Like he's toast. He's just done, obviously. But I think he's a little bit better than we're giving him credit for, just again because of the exhaustion. Because a werewolf had a hard fight too, but I mean they're both tired. So I'm gonna go 80, or I'm willing to split the difference with you guys and go 85.
Okay.
I'll
What do you
go
guys
80.
think?
I'll go 82.
We can go with 80.
I'll go with
Forgot about
85
the
just to
cheek
be
ahead
the
of
one
time.
guy.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So we'll stick with 80. That seems a reasonable, fair number for the Crosswick Monster to be at. We're going to do this next unboxing. And when we come back, guys, we've got, Grassman Bigfoot at 25 and the Crosswick at 80. So that's...
Now, are we giving any healing factor to
not in between matches.
Grassman? No?
They stay exactly as they are. So they're not bleeding anymore. They've stopped bleeding, the intestines are kind of still, and they're in there. He can use both of his hands again in the next round, but he's still one movement the wrong way. They could be spilling out again.
All right, and now, okay, so on this one, I'm going to, forgive me for this. I'm going to mute this first because moving my microphone these days does bad things. I have a problem with the cables, so let me.
Your amazing, lovely bearded lady always looks on point. I wish I could do that with my eyelashes.
Oh my god, dude, she's got a new beard this year, all new dresses. She's the only character in the Freak Show that's allowed to wear colors. She's the bearded lady.
She looks amazing.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Okay, am I okay here?
Yeah, you're good. I can hear
Yeah,
you.
you're fine. I just wanted to tell everybody to go to Hell's Dungeon just to go give the bearded lady a hug because she looks amazing.
Conveniently located in Dayton, Ohio.
Okay, I'm going to take full screen here for John's box because this is awesome.
John's got a big box.
He does. It's huge. You can stuff like 1.5 raccoons in that, man.
Can I ask one question real quick? Can you guys hear the rain?
Yes.
I can a little bit. Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep muting myself.
No. I like the ambiance.
Yeah,
okay, so it's not.
I actually miss the crickets, to be honest with you.
Well, it's the fire. That's why the crickets left. We were so close.
Oh, got you. Yeah, because we got 2 Texans. You and Kristin are both from Texas. You're both in Texas currently.
Yeah, we got like 5 minutes of rain earlier where I am.
Oh, it's been raining for the last 35 minutes here.
Oh, nice. We definitely needed more.
Yes, you do.
Texas needs all the rains.
Coming off of a week of like over 100 and humid.
Been miserable in Nebraska.
Oh my gosh.
My AC was broke for a month.
I've been having the best summer ever.
We actually got to where they said
Connecticut. Oh my god.
They said it felt like over 100 here for the first time in many summers. Like we got to the point here in Ohio where we were just fucked.
Oh, we were like 105 with 99% humidity.
Oof.
Jeez. Yeah, humidity's the killer, man.
It was soup that we walked
Yeah.
through. Okay, I'm going to show you guys, rather than picking this up, I'm just going to show you quickly the artwork on the box because John does this thing. He puts all his artwork. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Eric Draven.
Eric Draven. He does these beautiful pieces of art that he doesn't think are good enough to sell.
Wow.
So he puts them on his box art.
Yeah,
So
this is
there's also
throwaway art.
Cool Chucky.
With
Yeah.
Thor.
Cool.
Thor looks a little zombie-ish. Am I seeing something wrong?
I thought there was zombie
It's a
shrimp, but
different-
yeah.
It's one of his masks, I believe, or it could be
Oh,
zombie
okay.
horror. Because he did do horror pretty much all the way around here for me.
He did,
so-
yeah. I love the Chucky.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull this up. You don't have to see me. Don't worry. I'm gonna.
Oh,
I mean,
you're
we
gorgeous.
do. You're right there.
Well, as quick as possible.
Absolutely.
My
gorgeous.
face is blowing up across your screen, but you don't have to see me.
Sorry.
Wait, do we have
You
permission
can
to see you? Is that
see
it? Another permission scenario? Do we have permission to see you? Or are you John Cena now and you're just, you're invisible?
Oh,
can't
bite
see
my
me.
ass, Raz.
I knew Matt would love that one. She just learned that John Cena can be invisible recently.
I've
And
seen
he's
it
in every movie ever
yes.
made. It's not our fault you didn't see him, but he's in every movie ever.
I now have to watch everything he's been in because of Peacemaker.
How are you going to find him in everything, Jeremy? Like his IMDb list is eternal. Oh.
So this is the box art here. And this above the sticker above it says, "Don't forget to see if you won." So I'm supposed to pull this open.
You're a little closer to your mic. It's a little
Oh.
tough to hear you.
Okay, I was supposed to look and see if I won.
Okay.
So I need to open up this sticker, and there's
Great
a little-
silverback graphic logo, by the way. Like that's an awesome.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It opens this way.
Awesome.
How do I get in here? Okay.
Okay.
Here's the sticker that came with that,
I
and
love
I
that
got a
sticker.
little like football.
Okay. Oh, dude. Yeah. Let's play with that
let's
later.
play.
Not a winner this time. Please play it. Please try it again.
Okay.
The thing that people need to understand about this particular box that I'm opening up is John makes a bunch of different mystery boxes and things like that. And this one, however, is part of a set where he made 15 boxes, and they all have great prizes within them. But the winner chicken dinner gets a slab of a very special Batman cover that's like a 9.8 rated. I think it's Batman 118 Spider homage cover. Does that sound right? Jar
Sounds
Jar?
right.
Oh, must be the volume 3 then. I was like 118. I was like, oh, are we talking Silver Age? But
No,
no,
no, no.
yeah,
Something
118
like that.
must be volume 3.
But regardless, John
Do you
always
know who
has.
the variant was by?
I could look it up
Eh.
after I.
Rob Liefeld, probably.
Oh no, it's got no feet.
He keeps squinting. I don't know why. He has the Rob Liefeld disease.
Never enough pouches.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
He definitely packs stuff to go into war.
Yes, he does. Please enjoy these free gifts. Okay. My free gifts include a.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, jeez.
Ghost Rider.
Oh.
Ooh, and what he is really good at making venoms, by the way.
Oh, he is.
Ooh.
I'm trying to get
Oh, sweet. Oh, sweetness.
Yeah, they're all
Those are
shiny.
sweet.
Wow.
And to answer your question from a second ago, it's the Batman is issue 118. It is a variant cover. I see the name Williamson. The names Williamson, Molina, and Maury on the front cover. If that helps you any.
Let me see.
And here's more of my box art.
That is pretty cool.
And Abyss is listed at the bottom on the cover.
I need to get my knife again. Pardon me. None of you yell at me for using a knife.
Oh, I can. Okay, yeah, I can actually put a picture up here for you.
Oh, that would be
I was able to
lovely.
grab it like with his ad and everything. So.
Okay, yeah. You do that while I get into this part of the box. Without injuring myself, hopefully.
So uploading it now. Here we go.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was the whole box he was doing, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the Spider-Man 1 homage cover.
Okay, here we go.
Trying to find the artist for it. Oh, Victor Bogdanovic? Bogdanovic. Is that the silver foil or the cardstock?
Let me pop that back up for you so you can tell the difference.
That's pretty cool.
I'm not entirely sure here.
I think it's the cardstock.
Okay.
But that's pretty sweet.
And if
Just
we're wrong,
having
John,
a-
you can weigh in later on the video,
Yeah.
on a comment, or we'll just correct us and we'll tell you on a future show.
Okay, so John always includes a letter, sealed letter that tells you exactly what you
He's
have
getting
in each comic
fancy.
and
He
why
is,
it's
yeah.
worth something.
Did I get into Hogwarts?
Yeah.
And,
like-
and it's always on like really shiny paper, and it's beautiful. So we're gonna go through here, and I will tell you what I have gotten and show you. My first, and you guys are gonna kind of get a kick out of this. Vengeance of Vampirella 8, the debut of cover artist Buzz.
Nice.
Oh.
I miss Vampirella.
Yeah. So that was my first treasure. The next is Countdown 50, the first time it is revealed that there is more than one Joker.
Wow.
Yeah.
Press pass and all.
Going back a bit, we have Cable number 1, which is the first appearance of the Clan Chosen, the first appearance of the Flatliners, and the first time Cable's daughter is seen.
I remember owning that one many, many moons ago.
Next thing we go through is Marvel Premiere 37. And this is the first appearance of
that's
Cold
cool.
Warrior and the first appearance of 3D Man Augmented Reality Glove.
Ooh.
You're gonna be jealous. Swamp Thing 16.
Oh, I hate
Oh,
you now.
nice.
First
Hold on,
appearance
let me
of
see if
Dr.
I need that one.
Pretorius.
Let me see if I need that. I need it. Swamp Thing.
First appearance of Dr. Pretorius and Swamp Thing battles an army of zombies.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you said Dr. what now?
Pretorius?
Oh, I didn't hear that. Yeah,
Is
I
that
didn't
number
hear that at first.
17, you said?
It's number 16.
Oh, 16. Okay, I have that one.
Oh, he got excited for a second.
And good night to Jessica.
Night,
Good night,
Jessica.
Jessica.
Good night, Jessica.
Night.
War of the Realms won the 25 retailer incentive van art variant.
Ooh, that's pretty.
So I hate that I can't get these without the screen.
Can you put it
going.
sideways for us? Because I think it's oriented. It looks like it might be oriented sideways here. Nope.
The other
The other
way.
direction.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay, yeah. No, you had it. You had it.
You had it. You had it.
There you go.
There
Yeah,
we
right here.
go.
Right here.
There it is.
That is gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
That is nice.
And we're halfway there.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
Now we have The Flash Rebirth 5, the first appearance of Iris West as Impulse.
Nice.
Oh. So that is pretty. Oh, wow. Okay. So Warlock 13, the first appearance of Star Thief.
That is cool.
The coloring is nice.
Yeah, like the contrast.
Adventure Comics 450, the debut of DC's iconic bullet logo.
Very
So
cool.
let's see if I
That
can.
rocks.
Does that work? Am I getting it there?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah. The Watery War of the Weather Wizard.
Okay, now we are to Uncanny X-Men 235, first appearance of Alf, Alien Xenomorph, and E.T. in comics as a comedic cameo.
Yep. I remember this one.
There we go. First, this is The Punisher 2, first and only time the Kingpin is drawn of Polynesian ethnicity.
Oh, very cool.
Very interesting.
Yes. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. This one is Darkchild Illustrated, 1997, convention exclusive, only 1,500 printed, signed by creator of Darkchild, only 500 copies ever signed.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Okie dokie.
Wow.
So, yum. There.
And the bikini, like the coloring of that and the shininess, you know.
Do you want to see her sideways?
Ooh, yeah, yeah. Sideways, upside down, every which way.
And
Kids,
then
ask your parents where babies come from.
I also received, this is a silverback set.
Ooh.
A nice pretty sticker up there. And this is Ghost Riders, a mixed lot. So I'm going to go through this, and it says mixed Ghost Rider lot that reveals how many Ghost Riders have existed.
Oh, wow.
And I need to untape this because he put like, this is a tongue that is tape. I think it's like a venom tongue.
That is so
Something
cool.
that he used to tape.
It was made from dollar store tape, so it'll take a while.
Yeah. Go ahead, hit the bathroom, grab a smoke, whatever you need to do, come back, and then she'll still be untaping it. We promise.
I'm getting better at these. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I'm getting some of it out.
I got better.
I did. I got better. And I got worse again, apparently.
It was just a flesh wound.
This is Del the Newt variant.
Do, 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 do.
Okay, so these I need to be very careful with because they are not covered. Oh, wow.
They're missing covers?
Yeah, they aren't bagged and boarded. I mean,
And I'm just messing with you. I know what you mean. They're the coverless editions. They're naked
Okay.
comics.
So here we have Way, Saltaris, Palmer, and Brown.
Wow.
Oh.
I had that one. Holy cow.
Whoa.
Aaron Bosch and Brown. This is during the Secret Invasion.
Okay.
Nice.
Totally gorgeous.
I'm going to butcher this one. Aaron Huat and Villarubia.
You just quaffed it.
But
I like that art, though.
this is beautiful.
Amazing art.
Nice.
Yeah, the skull is really...
Yeah. It really stands out, man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, there's more.
Same artist. Oh, yeah, I'm still going.
Huh.
And that is from the same run, I believe.
That is so cool.
And I have two more going here. This is Aaron Moore and McKay, and there's some ninjas and motorcycles on this one.
Now with 20% more ninjas.
Sooner or later, the ninjas will come out.
Yep.
And then annual number 2, Mercy. So for having gotten a random box, I lucked out like mad because I'm a fucking Ghost Rider fanatic, for those of you who don't know. So that was really cool for me. And there we go. Back to everybody.
We've secretly replaced Del's Ghost Rider with Nicolas Cage. Let's see if she notices. The look on her face.
I hate you. You're fired.
See you tomorrow.
I put on my fancy Monty Python background for you and everything, man.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Now it's like, please go down without getting caught on anything. Please.
Go back to your home. You like your home.
Go back safely to your home. I don't want him to get. Don't get bent. I say that to people I don't like. Come on.
Don't get bent. I think I've heard anyone say get bent in like decades.
Does people actually say it, or is it just like something you read?
I never met anyone that ever said it in my life. I only ever saw it in movies and read it in books. Like it was one of those phrases that I don't know.
Yeah.
I think that's gonna be something I start saying now.
I remember hearing it on Gumby a number of times. When it really mattered.
So,
it was
okay.
really bad.
I got this stack of comics, including like the autographed ones and all sorts of crazy stuff.
We got some mic issues going on with you.
Oh.
There you go. Kind of.
Am I better?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's when you move.
Yeah.
So try not to move or breathe.
Freeze tag.
Yeah.
Don't.
You're going
sneeze.
Matt in episode 1 of Mats and Monsters, where he's just kind of all over the place.
Easy artwork.
I call it the Matthew Shuffle.
I was just doing my best impersonation of John Cena, man.
You were, man. You were hardly visible that entire episode.
Dude, I gotta say once again, John does not disappoint.
No,
Like,
never. Except that he's not here. But that's not his fault.
Yeah, but
That's
he
not
has
his
to
fault.
work too. So, so guys, seriously, check him out. We've done it here. We've gone over on the Dorkening. We got stuff from him there. you can do like he does these boxes like this, which was a setup for getting a special prize in it. But if you want to do a mystery box for either yourself or a friend, he does these personality tests that he sends you kind of. And it's a quiz and it asks you about your comic book likes and dislikes and what's your favorite comic, what you are looking for, and things like that. And he will build you the perfect box. And he's seriously dedicated to it. And they arrive pretty damn snappy as long as the U.S. Postal Service doesn't fuck up.
Yeah.
And they always come with great artwork.
Oh, yeah. You want
Every
to
layer is new art.
Opening it is a treasure. It's so much fun.
And
I am still waiting on my dirty comics because when we did the giant unboxing with like the big group of us,
oh, yeah.
I got that special thing for the dirty comics.
You might have to remind him.
Where can you find his?
Right down below on the ticker that we have. It'll come up here in a second.
Okay.
His Instagram is where he likes people to contact him for things like that, and that is the Silverback Graphics. And he does, he makes logos as well. He does a lot of the artwork like you saw. He'll do commissions.
Yeah. Some of our artwork, actually.
Yeah.
He's done some of our logos, yeah. He's just great.
You can actually see two on display right now, the Owlite Society in the bottom right and the Mats and Monsters in the bottom left. He did both those.
He did both those. He's done a lot of other stuff. And he also did the Illuminated Owls.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Society on the that was one of the more recents.
So he can do like the hardcore stuff and the little itty bitty cute boop your nose stuff too.
I look forward to like the end of the, like usually around the evening time, that's when John will randomly message me like art that he's working on. Sometimes it's every day, sometimes it's every couple days, but oh man. Some of my favorites actually, he's done some wrestling art, and he actually captured the moment when Mankind was coming off the top of the Hell in the Cell against The Undertaker. And he had told me he'd had a conversation with Mick, at a con, and Mick said the weird thing is about it, like as he was falling down, everything just went black, except for he could see this one light in the rafters, and he has no idea why he fixated on it. He just remembers seeing this one light up in the top, and that was it. And so the picture that he did, and I don't want to ruin it and show it because I'm not sure what all he's going to use it for yet, but it was literally that scene in his art style with the only light illuminating the whole scene, just the one light in the rafter. And you see like Mick Foley coming off the cage as Mankind. You see Undertaker. Like that was like such a breathtaking like piece of art to see.
I got to look and make sure I didn't miss anything because one of the last times I opened this stuff, I ended up missing like 2 pieces of art.
We had to do an addendum and show it on another show, I think.
Yeah. It's like, oh. But yeah, he makes the packages fun when you're opening them too, because he uses all the tape on the outside.
Yeah.
He's always like, "Oh, just throw all that art away." And it's like, no, we all like get out our X-Acto knives and cut it up.
He gets mad. He says, "Rip it open." I'm like, "No."
They're all on stickers too.
Yeah.
They're.
I decorated part of a desk by just unsticking them from the package and just sticking them on a desk.
It looks amazing
too. Size frame and just put as many of them in it as I could.
Nice.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm gonna have a whole John corner too. It'll be like one side
John
Rough House,
in the
one side
museum.
John. Like going down my walls with art and stuff. So yeah, so we've had we're going on 3.5 hours here. Done 3 of the unboxings or unwrappings, as we call them here.
I think I have to bid adieu at this point and go walk my animals.
Are you gonna put in any vote with Grassman versus the werewolf? I know.
No, it's versus.
Good.
No, it's Grassman versus CrossFit Monster.
That one gets tough. I'll send you guys a message. I'll think about it while I'm walking the animals.
All right, cool. Yeah, send us a message.
All right, guys. It's been a lot of fun. Like I should do this more often with you guys. This is
we
great.
miss you, man.
Yeah. And stop by the Tomb of the Terrible too.
Whenever you're up for it, then.
Yeah.
We're switching some nights and stuff around too. So.
Oh yeah, the voiceover stuff I want to get to with you.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna be talking about that here in a little bit on here, but I'll be talking to you about it specifically too here soon. Yeah, that's coming very soon.
Laters.
Night, Jojo.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we are trying to break a record today because we want to screw with Drew.
Oh, that means we have to go for another hour.
Yeah, we got about another hour in to go. And whoever needs to drop out, if I got to do it by myself, that's fine. I'm breaking that record just because Drew didn't show up today, so now I feel inclined to do so.
No, I finally get the thing under control. I'm good for another hour.
Oh, you're good. Looks like if anybody needs to drop out anytime, this was our season finale, so people can come and go. I mean,
want to be
This
here.
pile of cardboard and bubble wrap.
it's all gonna collapse on you.
Don't say that, because Hinata will try to jump up there the second you say that, and it will. And that's
Yeah.
going to be like the death
That's
of
why I
me.
said it.
That's when the ratings go up.
Yeah. So I'm not. I mean, I'll show you the bracket, but obviously I can't update it at the moment. But we're talking Crosswick Monster is currently sitting at, I think we agreed on 80%.
Yes.
Yep.
And Grassman Bigfoot's at 25. Like, Bigfoot's coming in this a lot more injured than I really felt comfortable with him being, especially against a gator person.
Well, Blinded with his guts hanging out, having to deal with something long enough that it can snap at him from one side and tail swap him from the other
Yeah.
at the same time.
In a normal situation, in my mind, if they came into this, if this was first round, I really think Bigfoot would have just grabbed him by the jaws and ripped him apart. I really feel like ultimately that's what would have happened.
Yeah.
But it's the last round, man.
Exactly. And me and Matt, like, we randomized all this on purpose just because we wanted to, like, give the most possible randomized scenario to just pit things in weird situations. But yeah, like I've said, Bigfoot's my favorite. I'll always fight for some Bigfoot, but Mothman really almost destroyed him in that last round. And
yeah,
we got a really fresh gator guy.
I think
really fresh gator guy.
I think I got it figured out, but you guys go ahead.
I mean, here's what hurts me is I don't think this is a contest. Not really. I think maybe Bigfoot gets a swipe or two, because the second he moves, his intestines are going to start spilling again. He's got to protect that. He'll get a couple hits in because Gatorman's just going to come at him. So he's going to get, he's got a longer reach. Grassman does. So I think he gets a couple hits in, but I just don't feel like those hits are going to be even fighting to the death. I don't think those are going to hit as hard because those scales are thick. Those scales absorb a lot of, a lot of damage.
Okay.
That's where I'm coming at, like, so just like right off the gate here. Like, I'm just worried that Bigfoot might not be able to get as solid of an attack in with one arm and thick scales.
Hinata agrees with you. She just sneezed at the thought of the match. And she gave me a receipt because it had a sticker on it that was stuck to her. So
Okay. Bigfoot knows he's at a disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely.
Presuming gender here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, he understands that he's not at his best, and the Gator Man is at 80%, whereas he's what?
25.
25.
Yeah.
He has one surprise attack that he didn't use up until this time.
Okay, fair enough. He's smart enough. He's smarter than the Gator guy for sure.
He manages to stand on his hands, aim with a fart attack.
He's not the spleen, and one arm is keeping his guts in.
Yes. Which disorients and makes Gator Man all tipsy and everything. It's the same as being gassed. So he's staggering around, and Bigfoot manages to grab his tail, swing him around, and smack him down on the ground, which does a little bit of damage.
Okay.
But then Gator Man shakes it off, and seeing the advantage he has, he goes straight for the belly wound.
Okay.
Rips everything out and claims the victory as Bigfoot just remains still.
Okay. So, Furry Flatulence, the movie, coming this fall.
Yes. I was thinking about that video game where that giant ape monster has that
Rampage.
move attack. Yeah, Rampage has that move attack.
Yeah.
We just
So-
watched Mystery Men, so we have spleen in our head.
Yeah, we do.
Ah,
So Del,
Great
what are you
movie.
thinking here? Like, what are some possible options here?
Like I honestly see Bigfoot just coming in and realizing like not gonna happen. I think he's going to maybe not beg for mercy, but he's definitely going to be on the defensive as long
Okay.
as he can be. And it's not going to take much to knock him down. You know, if he's dodging a straight on attack from the face, he's going to get flipped on his back by the tail. And it's all up to basically whether Croc tries to eat him or just lets it be a win, you know?
Okay.
How tight is their friendship as being cryptids together in Ohio?
I mean, they
I
like
will
each other
give
more
you a
than cryptids
warrior's
that-
death.
Right. They like cryptids, you know. They like each other more than cryptids that aren't in Ohio. But I don't really think they care a lot for each other in general.
So Croc is walking away.
They just
with
hate Michigan
some,
altogether, you know.
with some Grassman slippers at the end of this.
All right. Where are you coming in at, Matt?
I think what the Croc Man's the first thing he's gonna go to is the intestines that are just out of Bigfoot's soft spot, and I think just from the blood drip alone will like send him like insane. Like with some crocs, they can sense and smell blood, and then know it's time to hunt. And I think that the Crocman does come away with it just off of that alone.
Okay. Fair enough. What do you got for us, Kristin?
You know, if Bigfoot was not so injured, I would have said him. But yeah, crossed with Monster, he's definitely going to win this. If Bigfoot had both of his arms, you know, he's super strong. I think he'd be able to grab and like, you know, maybe break limbs and slam him around or whatever. But no, if he's down to one arm, he's not going to have much to fight back with.
Fair enough.
Poor Bigfoot.
All right, Jimmy. What do you got
Okay.
for us?
Two things. One, it's not fair. I'm not supposed to have chips, so I've had to hide my barbecue chips in the Granny's green Tupperware container, and he's over here eating them in front of me. And I'm like,
Oh.
damn it, this whole thing, it is literally one of
Evil.
the things they said no on, and I'm just so like, I love you, James, but dang.
Yeah, you have to mute if you're going to have anything that crinkles, crackles, crunches, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
No, it's the fact that he gets to have them, but I had to put mine in a container until after I get better. But the other thing,
Oh. I thought you meant we told you couldn't have chips, and I was
no, the
God
doctor.
damn it, Jenny! You can't
No.
have chips in a chicken.
No,
Things you aren't just
it's part of the thing from the doctor.
Okay.
It's like there's a list of things I can't because
Yeah,
of
no.
where the infection is.
Listen, fuck the doctor. Del has not given you permission to eat these chips.
I've been rubbing them all over my body. Getting the scent of the barbecue Doritos all
I
over
can
me.
smell it off your beard, dude. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
fair.
From here, yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah, baby.
From Nebraska to Texas.
he tries to throw a hit in because he refuses to go down silent in the night. And the Croc sees what's falling out, grabs it, pulls him around, spins him around, and continues to just like end everything because for some odd reason I'm dramatic right now.
Okay.
And
I'm
yeah,
this vibe.
and then he if anybody who has seen this before knows, like Raz has shown us before, having your intestines ripped out does not mean you will go further ever again.
Yeah.
Yes, I have
yeah.
a picture of you walking around with an intestine in your hand now. I'm sorry. You did
Yeah.
it to me.
That's out there.
And then it just
I make my own casings.
crossway. Yeah, he did.
That's something from one of my books that I'm working on with people who are forced to make corpses into art. Is one of them is a butcher who's like twisting his own intestines into sausage and has like other of his parts in the cooler in front of him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just throwing that out there, you know, like you do.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't everyone think of that?
Yeah, all the time, every Sunday.
Yeah, I told
Every
that
Sunday.
the first time we went through Scary Stories, that one 3-book series that they
Yeah.
tried to ban from our school, and my math teacher said no.
Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
Yeah.
Hmm?
My math teacher said, yeah, you may have banned it, but this is my classroom. We're going to read it all through October.
I think that story was called The Sausage.
Yeah. Because that's the one that was going through my head when she said that. But yeah.
Matt, I'll tell you all about the sausage on Tuesday.
All right.
That's our special day, by the way. You know.
Special day.
Is that when you pay him for a cheeseburger?
Oh, I pay him for something. I don't know if it's a cheeseburger, but that's coming this fall, Owllight After Dark.
Jeremy texted us with Crocman wins.
Mothman wins?
Crocman.
I thought you said Mothman. I was like, how the fuck did he come back?
No, Crocman wins.
Okay, but how,
Flawless
Jeremy?
victory.
How?
He's walking the doggos. He doesn't.
No, he's typing. I'm just rushing him a little bit because I'm anticipating.
You're like.
So now we're going to teach you guys how to build suspense.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'll get the
And if you
Legos.
guys would like to find out why I'm saying I have a picture of him in my head holding an intestine and walking around, please go get mine on Amazon Prime. All the proceeds go to a wonderful charity.
Half the proceeds, technically.
Well, half the proceeds go to a wonderful charity. And yeah, it's an and also read Silence is Crimson and you'll get the whole story.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm about to reference something from that I think that may surprise people in a moment. It's waiting for Jeremy. Jeremy's typing. He's the typing window's popping up. It's disappearing. It's popping up. He's spent some thought into this, but so far he's at Bigfoot has just been through too much. He's seen too many things, man. And you know what? They never got the log ride. Sorry, that's a Vietnam/South Park reference. Okay, he says, I can't see Crocman succumbing to the disemboweled Bigfoots. Fair enough. That is definitely fair enough, man.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't think any of us disagree that Bigfoot's got to go down in this.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple things that I think are being overlooked here that I want to talk about for a minute. But we're all in agreement. Crosswick Monster wins this. I think Bigfoot is going to step on his fucking tail, first of all.
Well,
Bigfoot's pretty smart. He's a hunter. He knows that there's going to be multiple points of attack. Bigfoot weighs a lot more. He may not be quite as tall as the Crocman up on his hinds. Not quite. And there's about 1.5 to 2 feet difference there. But I think he's going to stand on his tail. And I think that's going to be the first thing he does. And I don't think Crosswick's getting him off his tail. I just don't think it's going to happen. Bigfoot's going to die standing on his tail. But I think he uses the intestines, his own body, to lure the Crosswick for the lunge, for his weak spot. Because we talked about the warrior's death. That was something James brought up, was the warrior's death. And I think that's what's going to happen here. I think he's actually going to use his own intestines to strangle the fuck out of the Crosswick Monster because he's desperate. He knows he is dead. His only possible option to win is to try and kill this thing as it's killing him, and whoever dies first is the true loser here. Unfortunately, I still think what's going to happen is he might get a little bit of choke time in, but the thrash, even if he's on the tail, the ability to thrash that a gator has, especially a gator that big, it's going to end up ripping right through those intestines. Mm-hmm. He's going to fall off the tail, and I think Crosswick's just going to eat his body at that point. I think it's a full-on devour, like, eat my enemy to gain their power sort of situation.
Yeah. I don't think any of us expected it to turn out this way.
Fuck
from the
no.
Starting brackets.
No. And we'll just real quick to go through it again. That was Grassman beating the Charles Mill Monster. That was the Mothman brutally destroying the melon heads. Crosswick just destroying and eating the Loveland frog. The werewolf beating the Peninsula Python. Next bracket was Bigfoot, narrowly escaping Mothman. And here was the big difference here. It was Crosswick's utter domination of the werewolf that led to such a big difference in their health. And I think that starting health and the exhaustion that was more so on Grassman's side is what ultimately just did him in. So here's me admitting the only time in my life ever, hopefully, that Bigfoot has been defeated.
Well, here's a little bit of a glimpse into how my writer's brain works. I started talking about the big matchup between Bigfoot and Gatorman, trying to think of a way to spin it so that he may barely win, but Bigfoot
So
would
did
win.
I. Yeah.
But then midway through, while spinning the whole thing, I realized, crap, there is no way out for this guy.
Yeah. He's in a corner,
Because
man. Like,
at one point I did like entertain the idea of him choking the Gator Man with his own intestines, kind of going all out, knowing he's going to die. I'm going to go out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. But obviously I didn't.
right.
So
Obviously.
Yeah,
But
had
yeah.
the brackets been set up differently, it could have been a way different matchup.
Very different matchup. Very different
Yeah.
matchup.
In the final. I'm still sad about Mothman because I thought he would have gotten further, but he was in a. I was expecting him to make the finals, but
Me
him
too.
against Bigfoot just
I
didn't
thought he
work.
was going to win the whole thing.
Yeah, honestly, I thought it was going to end up being Mothman versus Bigfoot in the finals until the brackets like built themselves, and I'm like, oh shit.
I was kind of hoping Richard Gere would make an appearance, but no.
No, he's busy with the gerbils.
Okay.
Yeah, guys, there you have it. The Kill Count 2023 champion. It's the Crosswick Monster. So if you don't know the Crosswick Monster, go look him up. He is our champion this year. So maybe I'll try and see if at some point this year, before the year's over, I can find like a Crosswick Monster T-shirt, or maybe I'll make something at home. We'll see. We need to honor the Crosswick Monster this year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And speaking of T-shirts, if you look around in our links, we do have a TeePublic setup going on. We have a storefront. We have a bunch of different shirts for merch. Beyond the shows, you can get everything from. Oh, let me see. I'm grabbing for something that apparently has fallen on the ground.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's okay. It's my apartment. Everything ends up there eventually.
If only you had the Charles Mill Monster to help you with his people-like arms to pick up your object.
Well, and
Sally is dead. Sorry.
seriously, where did it go? Oh, there we go. There's one. I'm, pardon me as I try to stand up.
Yeah, and then you move, and your mic just freaks out, man.
Okay, here is the shirt.
Hey.
That is my crow of me swooping down and clutching the egg. And if you get the notebooks, they turn out to be this size. They come lined or not lined. This one, I actually got a bunch of autographs when I was at Terrificon from all of the different.
I didn't know you'd done that with that notebook. That is awesome.
Yeah, it was really fun. It wasn't the celebrities and stuff. It was just the rest of the Dorkening crew. I got it like a yearbook kind of signing thing.
That's what makes it better, I
Yeah.
think, than getting the celebrities, like the people that you know and you care about, that you do shows with. That, you know, like, that's amazing, man.
They're like, why am I signing this? I'm like, because I'm insane. I just want memories, man. Like, part of the best thing here was like, yeah, this is my first con, and yeah, this is awesome. But I got to meet my friends in person. You know, there are coffee mugs, there are bags, there are pillows, there are fucking wall hangings if you want them. I do have the coffee cups, and I can vouch for those. I have one of the thermal cups. It does not keep it cold for like 24 hours and hot for 12 or whatever, like some of the really expensive ones do, but they're really nice quality. They're a good cup. They're not going to fall apart on you. They aren't going to break on you really easily. Everything we have from TeePublic is super rockin'. I have ordered just about everything off of there so that I can try the stickers, the magnets, this, that, and the other. And they come out great. So yeah, check that out. Check out our website. We have got links to all of the different people that we've had over on our shows and the companies that we love. Fake Horror Publishing, Rough House, Weird House, bunch of different private authors and companies that we're aligned with. Go just check stuff out, man. We have had a great time in this first season of getting to be ourselves, and we're trying to like share it with all of you guys and share all of the people that we've gotten to meet, because Owl Light is awesome. We got to meet and talk to all of our heroes and stuff so far, and we have more coming up as we go further, and
Yeah,
we're
we're just
making
getting
great
started.
friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're making great friends and have stuff coming up in the future that's going to be awesome. So
There's a lot of
please.
people we're looking at, honestly. I can give you a short list of people that I'm working on contacting. I'm not saying these people are going to appear. I'm working on conning Mark Tufo into rejoining us. Kristin and I know we've talked to Mark a number of times in the past.
I don't have a date yet, but DG Chichester is going to be coming on.
Nice.
Yeah, he's amazing. He did a lot of the Clive Barker Hellraiser comics, did a lot of
Yeah.
Daredevil comics and stuff, but
Oh yeah.
he's got a new project, some new Daredevil and a new comic of his own that he's going to be running a Kickstarter for. So we're going to be
Yeah.
having him on sometime soon as he gets that going.
Very cool.
Just it's Labor Day weekend and it's con season for a lot of these people. So
Yeah,
that's why it's kind of a rough time to book people, but
definitely.
yeah, but we're working on getting
Yeah.
all the people we can to share with you and just enhance the storytelling experience that goes along with our network.
I got a couple more author names to drop. I'm also working on a Michael Richin. He's literally my favorite writer in terms of haunting. My claim to fame with him was during the Twisted Geekdom podcast. He's the only author as an adult to terrify me. So I created a digital award for him because he literally scared the shit out of me just with the first book in his River series. Some other people I'm talking about right now, I'm talking to. Hopefully, I'm going to try and get a hold of Eric Asher again soon. He was a big yeah. We love Eric, man. He's fucking awesome. I'm reaching out to him soon. Somebody that mentored me a lot, and I actually got a chance to study underneath during the first degree on my journey to the whole creative writing thing. Tim Wagner. He's an amazing horror author. Does a lot of novelizations. We want to reach out to him. And we've talked about Jeff Strand. He's someone I know we've been talking about wanting to reach out to. There's no guarantees with these people, but this is kind of the stuff that we're talking about. We've collected a lot of great authors. We want to grow our family in other ways, and I'm sure we're going to be looking at some film folks, some musicians. We're really trying to expand a lot, and we have a lot of different shows and opportunities. Even some wrestlers, if we can pull it off. These are all things that we really want to do.
This is a cross the fingers, but we have had an agreement once before for a different type of thing, but something similar with Ramsey Campbell. So if we can potentially get him back on side, that would be amazing.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of audio stuff and things that we aren't just going to be doing shows. It'll be stuff that you can come and check out on our YouTube. No scheduled time. Just go ahead and we'll post it when it gets put up, and you can see it whenever you feel like it. And
we have 2 YouTube
join our
projects.
Discord, and then you can get in touch with us as far as helping influence things.
Yeah. Now, with our YouTube, there's 2 things that I know me and Matt are super excited about, and my roommate Jason, who is also part of Twisted Geekdom. It all started with Raz and Dark podcast. It was just him and I, literally from 2 different states, wanting to reconnect as friends, and that kind of started all my podcasting. To be honest, without him, I don't think I'd even be doing it at all. He's joining us on the YouTube side, so we're going to be doing paranormal investigations, which is something we used to do live actually back in the day on Twitch. But until we get better phones and some, better wireless equipment in some of these places, where Matt's going to join us. We might get Michelle in Brooklyn. They might join us. And we're going to do some investigations of some creepy roads, some, places that we can legally be in, because we're not going to break into shit in places. We're not going to risk getting arrested. We're going to have permission to be the places we're going to be at. We're going to do things the right way and show you how to do it the right way and on a budget. And our most exciting thing that I know Jason and Matt and I are talking a lot about is, I'll do the opening tag that you'll hear every time you hear this. It's, you're listening to WLR Radio all midnight, all the time, randomly, any night during the fall at midnight. We will never tell you when, but randomly, an episode of Elliott Radio will drop. This is going to be a combination of music that you've never heard before, probably anywhere. It's going to be strange commercials from who knows where, but it features 2 DJs stuck in a radio station where it's eternally midnight. And they're haunted often by a janitor that just happened to come with the building who's just screaming at everyone all the time. We're going to include strange audio dramas we've been working on. One you might remember that most of us have been involved with it. The rest of us will all be involved by the time it's over. Is the one we did about the haunted attraction. So we're bringing that one back. We're bringing a lot of new content with this and a lot of wraparound. Some one-off story readings, just some old school audio drama fun in every which way we can do it. And you're going to get drama, horror, comedy, action. Like we're blending everything in, even sci-fi, and we're taking it back to what the core of like the audio drama was during its first invention, with the music, the sound effects. If I got to get some sheet metal down here to bang on for thunder and lightning, I'll do it. Don't put it past me.
Okay. Sorry to cut in here. I just got a text from a friend, and she works overnights setting up at the Walmart down in Oklahoma where she lives, and she's setting up the Halloween display.
Nice. Very cool, man.
Yeah.
Very cool.
It begins.
Hell yeah.
Tell her she has to spell Carrie with candy somehow.
I shall.
Yeah. Like that's a lot of YouTube we got coming up, and other show wise, man, we've got what I've been wanting to do for a decade.
Twitch. I'm the epileptic. I want to talk about twitching.
All right, go ahead and talk to Twitch, then I'll talk about the other show. Go ahead.
We got. Oh my God, I'm an author and I talk like that. We have got a Twitch channel, and we need to build up our viewers. The more followers that we get, the more things we can actually do on Twitch. I believe we need 50 followers. This doesn't require any payment or anything. Following is just being like, hit the button. It's like subscribing and liking or something. Doesn't cost you anything. But when we get more followers, we can start having more interactive shows with you guys. And we would really, really love to do D&D type of shows where we're doing role playing. And you get to watch as we set up the characters, as the campaign is going on. But if we have enough followers to do it, you guys can actually influence the campaign in ways such as you watch, you accumulate show points that just go on, which once again cost you nothing.
Correct.
But we can set it up so that, say you like somebody's character and they got hit really hard. A magic fairy comes down because you donated like an hour and a half's worth of show points that you got from watching us play, and they drop a healing potion on them.
Yeah.
Or somebody's getting into a battle and you give them a +3 to their next attack roll or something like that. Little things like that and fun
and
ways.
don't get us wrong.
And not
like,
just that, but
yeah, we're gonna keep these things free, but say something really bad happens and you want to actually donate $1 or $2. Get even more points in the moment. Like we're going to do some microtransactions with that because we kind of have to in order to keep the lights on, if we're being honest with you. But it's never going to be much of anything. And honestly, if you're just a frequent watcher, you'll never even have to do that. You'll just have like probably thousands of points saved up really quick. But in order to kick that off, this is another thing that Matt and I have been talking a lot about. We have a lot of horror video games and the capability to stream to our Twitch directly from our PlayStation 5. So we just picked up the new Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. Which is brilliant and amazing, by the way.
Oh, yes, it is.
So we're talking about maybe doing that on there here soon. Tell them the game that you're most excited about playing on there.
Oh, so it's the Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. I'd always seen clips and stuff from it before, but I've never actually played it myself. And I'd just picked it up, let's say a few days or a week ago.
About a week and a half ago, something like that. Time is different here. It might have been a month ago. I'm pretty sure it wasn't more than 2 weeks though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
I definitely want to get out.
Yeah.
On YouTube and do that.
Yeah, and we have actually have all the Walking Dead Telltale games. If you've never played a Telltale game, every like few minutes or so, a choice has to be made in this game. A lot of streamers do this, where they'll let the audience kind of make the decisions. What we want to do is make the worst possible, terrible fucking decisions at every step along the way in all those games.
Oh,
just
so
to see
like
how
real
bad
life.
things can go. Yeah, exactly. Like, we want to see how bad things are going to get, man.
Okay.
So that's what we're talking about. And the last one we talked about for when it comes out, we've kind of mentioned it a little bit, is there's a new Walking Dead game where I'll have to look up the name for it here in a second. Basically, you get to replay the first 4 seasons of the show, but you can make any choice differently. And one of the big choices they show you in the trailer is that what if Rick died instead of Shane? So now Shane runs everything, the whole rest of the game. So there's a lot of big decisions and changes with that we just really thought once that came out and we picked it up would be another cool thing. So we're looking at horror, and of course it's us. So there's going to be comedy automatically involved with commentary. Yeah. And the way we can set it up is to stream it is you guys can all join it with us and do commentary like while we're playing these games too. So that's another thing that we can all do together when we have some free time. Surprise.
And we're always looking for people to tell stories with us during Owlite. Say the name. OLS.
Owlite Society.
Owlite Society. I finished my bottle of wine, by the way.
No.
Well, I got this much left. Yeah, but during Owlite Society, we are always looking for new people to tell stories with us, or to just sit around and be an audience, because every story needs an audience to hear it.
Yes.
If you're interested, let us know. We have also gotten people who didn't feel comfortable coming on the show or weren't able to come on during the times that we do it, who have sent us videos.
Yeah.
And we can play videos of you telling a story. It helps if it's under 10 minutes.
Yep.
But we can figure it out to do longer than that.
Yep.
So
we can help you edit
just
your
let
video
you know
too
there.
if you need it.
Yeah.
And something we'd offered, Pat, when you and I started doing the campfire events, we had people that really wanted something they wrote or had to be read for them because they just didn't feel comfortable reading it themselves. So that's something we can talk about doing. If you just have something you want to submit for us to read for you in your stead, maybe in the future, that's another thing that we can visit.
And you would obviously get credit for everything. We aren't.
100%.
Stories. Yeah.
And hopefully you'll be in here in the commenting in the chat while we're doing that. That would be something we would prefer.
Yeah. We definitely want to make sure everybody gets credit for everything that they contribute to us.
Oh, yeah.
And one day I will have a fully written story to read instead of just bits and pieces.
Yeah.
So.
And I guess the final thing is I've been wanting to do a coast-to-coast type, like George Norrie Art Bell type show, honestly, since I was a kid. Like, I've been listening to that. I listen to the podcast now. It's all about strange things. It could be like literally Mothman and Bigfoot one day, to the next day it's a serial killer, or the next day it's a cult. It could be Slender Man. It could literally be anything. But what I really want to do, and you guys know I'm really passionate about haunts and haunted attractions. So, any of us can come on the episodes all together, but I at least want to get a couple haunters in there, not just for my home haunt, but other haunts as well, to kind of pop in and talk about these subjects with us, because it kind of goes hand to hand. And this is going to be a show I only ever do during the fall. Just period every year. It's only going to be a fall show. It's so new. I don't even have a name for it yet. I've actually got 5. I just haven't chosen which one I like that. Which is why you don't have a trailer for this yet.
Yeah. And if we do themes on it too, things like, as we discovered with Martha, and I noticed as a caregiver and speaking with other people who do hospice care and things like that, there are lots of different places where you will find very specific types of hauntings and very specific types of energies. And those could be something that gets focused on one show. And then we make another show about aliens or something like that, or cryptids or different things. And y'all feel free to, shout out. And if we can pull you on, we can pull you on. Or if you hop in the comments and start talking, we'll chat with you about that. And
Yeah. And I was actually going to talk to you guys about doing a Texas episode, and definitely getting you two on here, Kristin and Jenny and Michelle. You guys have all told me a lot of crazy stories about Texas, and I know one of the things that Michelle has talked to me a lot about, and not a lot really on his show, was when she was born in San Antonio. That was when Janine Jones was at the height of everything, and she had been held by her at one point.
Oh, wow.
And if you don't know about Janine Jones, she was a serial killer that was basically murdering children. There's way more to it. I'm butchering it. There's way more to it than that. But there's a lot of really cool stuff. So I thought we could even do some state-based episodes with that, and it could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we can add the other video from Martha that she sent us.
Yeah, I'm thinking because of our combined states here, we can do a Texas and Nebraska and Ohio episode. We'll call it the state episode and just kind of hit some stories.
Oddly enough, I have a Ted Bundy story that happened in Nebraska.
See?
I can get us stuff from Georgia too if we want it.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking keeping it to our home states, like for the most part. And also, we got some other people that, like, if Mariah pops on, we can have her, give us a North Carolina story. Whoever wants to pop on, you got a story from your state. Let's do some big story from your state that you have either some kind of connection to or something that you grew up hearing about. Because I think that would be a really cool thing to do. And that could either work for this show or it could also work for an Allied Society. Either way.
Okay. And we do have a couple other new members of the show, but not all of them were able to make it on tonight because schedules and life, and that happens. So some of them will only be showing. Some of them will only be showing up here and there, but there are some more people, and we'll introduce them as they have time to come on. Yeah. But if you would like to be a part of it, send us a message. Talk to us. Let us know what you're about. We do have some rules. You can't be a jerk. You can't hate speech or anything like that. You have to be somewhat decent. We do allow you to swear. We do allow you to get up in certain things. We avoid politics and religion as far as any type of going on and stuff goes. But other than that,
And the explanation for that, it's not that we don't think.
Get on then?
It's not that we don't think good, like, constructive, conversations can't be had about, like, religion and politics, things like that. All the people here, a lot of us have had these conversations, but that doesn't always play that bag of chips, man. That doesn't always play well in public.
Sorry.
And a lot of people can hit the hot button issues. It's something that could detract from what we're trying to do. So if we ever do mention politics or religion or something like that, we're going to have it in context. It's not going to be wild claims. There will be no bashing. There will be full respect, but it will be directly related to something we're talking about, not a random topic that we're just going to throw out there.
Yeah.
But ultimately, this is about stories. Our whole network is built on stories, storytelling, and everything about it. And I know I've said this before, but when I originally came up with the concept for what Allight was, when I first just started figuring out what I wanted to do with my life, it was, during COVID. I talked a little bit about it. Won't go deep into it. I nearly died from COVID. I've got lasting permanent damage. And the biggest thing that I remember is, as I was kind of coming back from everything, I thought about how separated I was from everyone. Because, of course, when you think you're dying, that's a whole other level of separation. But you start seeing the world the way it was. We all had to be indoors. We had to be closed off. And what people weren't doing was talking. Playing video games. Maybe we were chatting on social media to not drive ourselves crazy. But we weren't actually connecting when we were talking. We weren't sharing stories about ourselves or the world or how, we interacted with it. And I wanted Allight to be the vehicle to do that. And when Del and I met up and we started Campfire, that's what it was. This was a server full of writers that was having a tough time during COVID. And we thought, how could we all connect with each other and tell our stories and make a terrible situation a little bit better? And this was our way of literally creating a whole fucking network founded on this. So, and a lot of it, is about connecting with each other because we're all friends. Some of us are new friends. Some of us are old friends. Some of us hate each other. Fuck you, man. But this is what this is. So we're connecting with each other, but we're really hoping to connect with you guys more. We've had some connections with you guys. You guys have popped in some shows. You have some comments. You followed a lot of our stuff. But this is the season where we want to take that further, and we need you guys to help us do that. Not with your money, but with your time. Just to show up and join the conversation.
And simple things like hitting a like and subscribe.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay attention if you don't feel like. I mean, I'd like it if you did. Yeah. But so when things are coming up and we have something new, you can look at it whenever you feel like it. But the more likes and subscribes and things we have, the more follows on Twitch, the more we can produce for you, because the more options are given to us to help us do it for you.
Yeah. And one of our biggest reveals, and this is something a lot of us have been talking about in the background, if we can pan it out, is we could be coming to your town, man. Like, Allight members could legitimately be showing up at a convention near you, possibly next year. And that's something we'll talk a lot about more later. That fabled 24-hour stream we've been talking about doing in January, there'll be a lot more of that covered and what the plans are with that. But we just want to kind of mention it in the background a little bit. You could sit down and just share stories with us in person.
I imagine myself coming to your town and popping out of a cake.
That would be
Sugar-free.
awesome.
But I got to remember not to bake myself into the cake first.
Yeah, that happened with a guy and a pie and a king and some. Yeah, it was all some
4 and
birds.
20 blackbirds.
November
Yeah, it was-
14th.
What's November 14th?
That's when he's supposed to show up and pop out a cake and say happy birthday. I finished
Okay.
the story for you.
Happy birthday to you.
He's going to be wearing a giraffe trunk thong. Just because I want to continue to ruin giraffes for Brooklyn for no reason.
Okay, so I'm not going to mention which one, but one of the kiddos in my family went from the whole like, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a cop, I want to be a fireman thing, to I want to be a waitress when they were like 5 or 6, because they wanted to sing all of the different happy birthday songs that all of the different servers at all of the different restaurants sang, and they knew every single one of them from like Applebee's and Valentino's and this and this and this. And so whenever there was a birthday song, they would be like standing up at our table and chanting and doing the claps and everything, and they had it memorized. And they did eventually end up working at Applebee's and getting to sing that song, and they were not nearly as thrilled about it when they were in their 20s as they were when they were 6.
You know
Then
what is
find out
thrilling?
about what it was like.
Yeah.
What?
Two of you talked at the same time. I don't think I heard either
Sorry.
of you.
Okay. Then they got to finally actually find out what it was like to be a server. And yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was working at a place, and I will not name names, where it was thought that it was a good idea to make the person whose birthday it was stand on their chair while we sang happy birthday to them.
And then they died.
And almost, yeah, because we had people that were like in their 60s, and they were like, "Oh, grandpa up on the chair." Or, oh, no, you know. But
What's going on?
people without balance, were being put up on chairs in the restaurant. And I went to one of the corporate meetings and was like, I think we need to get rid of this part of it.
Yeah.
Just a thought, but before we get lawsuits,
Yeah.
this might be an idea. And corporate had no idea that people at various restaurants were making people stand on their chairs. It was just something that one of the rotating in cousins of the family that like they just kept shifting him from store to store to store to store as soon as they get tired of him. That was like one of his ideas. And so it was like, oh God,
Okay.
make Jimmy go work at that one now.
Not to be confused with the Tick villain, Chairface Chippendale. Yes, it was an actually Chippendale dancer that had a chair for a head. That was a character that was a villain in the Tick.
Oh, I know.
Kristin, were you piping in?
No, I don't know why it did that. I
Okay.
didn't even talk. Yeah.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure just in case.
I think it was
Yeah,
just feedback.
Okay. I just saw the thing light up. I'm like, wait a minute.
I saw it too. Yeah.
The Battle Maiden in the Moon speaks.
I am going to write my name in the moon.
And if we're going to talk about birthday parties, Matt's got something to say about what it's like to work at a restaurant that does birthday parties. Don't you, Matt?
Oh yeah, the Chuck Monster is what I'm gonna call him.
He's a giant rat. So you know, it's a rat character at a popular birthday location.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. They found out I was a really good actor in the suit, and they used that to their fullest. I'll say that.
I have seen him do the birthday dance out of costume, and I can only imagine how terrifying it was for children. The giant Matt, and Matt is fucking huge. He's always got the down angle. How tall are you, Matt?
About 6'4.5" the last time I checked.
And
That
how
was
much do you weigh right
15
now?
minutes ago.
Hold
No
on, I'm
clue.
totally ignoring this story.
Oh yeah, Matt's about 240, 250 at that height. He's giant. And so you had a giant fucking singing rat doing a birthday dance and talking to you. It was.
I actually have a picture of me and Deadpool because somebody did Deadpool cosplay.
Yeah.
At,
I remember that. So he partially lived Five Nights at Freddy's in his own unique way.
Wow.
Unfortunately, Sans animatronics, they went all digital, right? With the digital boards with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not going to name names, but I never did the Five Nights at Freddy's thing, and then I've met people in the cult of Five Nights at Freddy's fanfic.
We had some bad experiences with a
And-
couple people from that. Yeah.
And it made me kind of go like, maybe this isn't something I'm interested in at all if there can be this many followers of it that happen to be this big of jackasses.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I see where you're coming from.
And it was probably a microcosm of people that were there together,
Yeah,
and I
it
just
was.
happened to meet the wrong ones.
You did, because
it-
I met those same people.
Yeah, but since then it was like, I read enough Harry Potter, I'm good.
See,
I
Carrie?
based whether or not my kids could do it around what he said, and his opinion mattered.
See,
What?
Dell, all you need to do is watch the movie Willy's Wonderland starring Nicolas Cage.
Great role.
I love
And
that.
No, it really is a great movie, though. Like,
Yes.
his acting is actually beautiful.
He doesn't even talk, so you
Nope.
don't have to hear
No
him talk.
dialogue.
Is he in a suit the whole time? So I'm
No,
not
he's a
either?
he's an
Oh.
autistic guy that gets trapped in the building. No, like I'm telling you, like it may seem odd, but like that performance was, it was legit. It was accurate as fuck, like
Yeah, he
chillingly
wouldn't
accurate.
break his routine at all.
Yeah, I mean, it was. If
Oh,
you can
yeah.
handle anything, maybe because you
Okay.
can talk, check it out. But for me, like I had the same bad experience with some fanfic writers for probably the same people you're talking about. Honestly, like
Yeah.
probably a lot of the same people. I had played the game before with Mariah, who also will pop in from time to time during the Twisted Geekdom days. And Jason and I would make her play it because she's very reactive and loud to jump scares. I'm talking like through her keyboard loud, and we would do commentary along with her while she was playing, and it was a lot of fun for us to do. I kind of liked it, like with that, but I didn't play it myself. I just watched it and commentated. But then that bad experience happened. But then I started hanging out with Matt, and Matt was a really big fan. And at Matt's urging, I actually read the books. And let me just tell you, I was not prepared for them to be good, and not just good, like well thought out, like deep plots, like the actual books. They blew me away, and they are actually some of my more favorite modern stories. Like they're really good. And if I could actually suggest anything that's not Nicolas Cage, there is a very short, like micro short film. Hulu did it for Huluween a couple years ago. I can get you a link to it. It's called The Hug. Literally, it's at a play place. The curtain opens, the animatronic does this thing. The curtain closes, a boy sneaks behind the curtain, and basically the animatronic eats him.
I've seen that.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Fucking terrifying. I don't care who you are.
By the way,
Perfect.
since you brought up the topic of well thought out books, books that you didn't think would be well thought out,
Yeah.
I want to plug a trilogy that I read a couple of years ago, but I'm going to start rereading around the Halloween season. They're the Amish Vampires in Space.
I want to check this out. Amish Raz is intrigued.
Yes. There's a
Other
trilogy
than
like
this.
Amish Vampires in Space, Amish Zombies from Space, and Amish Werewolves in Space.
See, Amish Raz can read this to the goats he's raising.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it started off as a joke because one independent book publisher saw like the proliferation of Amish romance fiction.
Yeah.
And so he made a fake cover of Amish Vampires in Space. And then like a sci-fi writer contacted him and said, I think I may have a story idea for this. And so he wrote it, and I read it just thinking this is going to be a joke. This is going to just kind of power through. No, this thing is really good sci-fi that does feature Amish and
Amish Paradise.
and a vampire plague that has, dives more into the sci-fi parts.
Okay.
There's
And
an
you would
Amish
expect.
zombie movie.
Yeah. It's
Undead. It's an Australian horror film that largely features an Amish like hero character who has Matrix moves. And it's a zombie invasion. And then there's also aliens. It's nuts, but it's actually it's a B movie. It's definitely it. I'll throw that
Okay.
on my part of the list.
okay.
But like from that into something that me and Kristin and I had a very terrifying experience with was when the day we learned about dinosaur erotica.
Yeah.
That was terrifying. Looking horns in the dark.
I mean, have you guys ever read Chuck Tingle?
Yeah, well, that's
No.
where part of the conversation
Okay.
went to at some point. But like, these were actual authors, like serious.
Okay.
And I think it was Vicky and Felicia that told us about this.
Yeah. And I started to read about it later on Facebook. They got well known. There were articles about those two authors that were able to quit their day jobs because their dino porn was doing so well.
Yeah.
And, people still haven't heard of it. I've explained it and talked about it before and joked. And people are like, what? Are you serious? Like, dinosaur erotica? And yeah.
And we're talking like human on dinosaur here in both directions.
Yeah.
And I guess in all directions.
That reminds me of that subreddit. Dragons fucking cars.
Yeah, it's just dragons fucking cars. Yeah.
Wow.
I was told to bring a
actual
puppet.
subreddit. And well, yes.
Yeah, so I didn't bring J.A.'s sock because he decided that his magic only really exists during Christmas time, but he did promise me he would make a special appearance for our Christmas episode later.
I'm getting cuddles from the squirrel because I'm the drunk one tonight. I'm not actually.
For a change, he's holding you up.
He's like, yeah, here, Mom.
He's finally recovered from the unfortunate death of his cousin.
Oh, God.
That Matt and I witnessed terribly one night.
Oh, jeez.
Poor guy.
Oh, nuts.
You guys tell him all those things, and then he gets sad.
Well, he does have a superhero other cousin, though. And these are some trauma films. Class of Nukem High. There's, in fact, a giant, I'm talking bigger than Godzilla-sized squirrel that kills people with nuts. It's nuts.
That's nuts, man.
I'm telling you.
Yeah,
exactly. It's a giant mutant squirrel, man, and he's a killer. It's revenge for all the accidental, car deaths. Oh, we had a weird experience with, we think maybe squirrels trying to like, carjack us. Matt, you got to tell this because it was you and Michelle, I think, was it you and Michelle? Or you and Michelle and Brooke, or?
It was just them two.
Okay. Why don't you tell us about that real quick? Do you remember it?
Oh, so it was like, one of the squirrels was playing dead in the middle of the road.
Like straight up play.
And the other one was like basically like trying to resuscitate it.
It was like standing over the dead squirrel, like.
They mourn.
No. That's not what was really happening, though. Go for it. Go for the kicker, man.
So they start slowing down, and they stop right in front of both the squirrels. The quote-unquote dead one shoots up and starts barreling towards them. The other one shoots the other way, and it was like they were trying to hijack the car so that they could go meet up with their other squirrel friends. It was
a weird situation. So either this was a straight up attempted carjacking by squirrels, or they just met Squirrel Jesus, who just performed a resurrection in the streets. We're not sure. Either way, it's a great story.
Okay,
you decide.
This prompted me. I have to pull up, and this is a classic 4chan meme. Anon doesn't remember what possums do. And if you know 4chan, I'm reading this in a very specific way. There is...
Yep. It's where Goatman comes from.
What is the sign? The greater than sign, actually. It's also...
it's been so long, I forget, to be honest with you.
Okay, so everything starts with a greater than sign, and it's describing what's going on rather than telling a story that way.
I think that's just supposed to make it look like DOS on Windows. It's like
just
open tag.
Each new line kind of starts like that. So it's written a very specific language, but B16. Hear dogs obviously attacking something in backyard. Go out and get them to leave it alone. Oh shit. It's a bloody possum. Think it's dead. Go to put it in garbage. Notice it is still breathing. Decide to put it out of its misery. Grab a broken skateboard and smash it over its head. Possum starts convulsing. Oh God, why aren't you dying? Keep beating it. Feel like Christian Bale killing Jared Leto in American Psycho. It finally dies. Check the body and see the dogs barely scratched it. My face when I remember possums play dead.
That's straight possum murder, man. It's possums. That's a hate crime.
That kind of traumatized me the first time I read it, and from that point on, it was hysterical. But
Back when I used to
Which
deliver
is horrible to
newspapers, there was this one neighborhood that had a possum that would hide in a tree, but it was a fucking angry possum. It would wait, and you had to walk under the tree, because the house was far enough away that you couldn't just toss
possum
the
in a
paper out,
tree?
dude. Yeah, but it was a long
Like, how
driveway,
big of a
so
is
you couldn't just
an
toss the paper
opossum
out.
or a possum?
What's the difference?
Well, because there's
One's got
the
an
cute
O in it.
little ones. No, there's the cute little ones in Australia that
No,
show
no,
up
we're
on
talking about a
the
big
edge.
trash-eating son of a
Or
bitch.
those. Okay, yeah, those like
Like
20
steroid
pound
possum.
little fuckers that walk around in my
Yeah.
town. Yeah.
Yeah,
And they
meth
hiss
possum.
and they're rabid and shit.
Yeah, so this is one of those. It's in the tree. You can't get out of the car and just toss the paper out because it's too far away. So you have to get up, especially the fucking Sunday papers. You have to carry it to the porch and drop it. You have to walk under this tree. You know that this same fucking giant killer possum is in this goddamn tree. He doesn't drop when you go up, which is a false sense of security because you're expecting him to drop off the second. So you get that false sense of security because, oh, he's not in the tree. But every goddamn time you walked back to your car, here came that fucking giant drop bear ass possum just coming down the tree at you, and he would chase you to your car and bite your car. He once deflated a tire because he bit my fucking tire. And then he'd go away. Like, you'd honk the horn, he'd stop glitching, he'd go away, go back to the tree. And every fucking night, you don't get nights off when you deliver newspapers. You deliver every fucking night. So for an entire summer, that was the possum house. And everyone, like, there's a small group of us that did papers together. Like, it was paper, rock, scissors to see who had to go up to the possum house. Because we didn't want to kill it. We couldn't bring ourselves to kill it, but like, it wanted to kill us and our car.
I had a block where there were like squirrels that people never believed me, except the people who lived there.
Were they albino squirrels?
No, they were not albino squirrels. They were pinpoint precision walnut chucking at your fucking head squirrels.
Yeah.
Or acorns, depending on what kind of trees they were in. And I had to walk it to go to work if I missed the bus or didn't catch a cab or get a ride or something. And like and people are like, "Oh, they're just running around and they happen to fall on you." I'm like, so like 5 acorns happen to fall on me at speed every single time I walk under this tree. This is what you're telling me, that this is what happened, and their squirrels are just cheering them on, doing their little thing because squirrels chatter.
They
You
do.
know, they're
Nope, it was on
And-
purpose.
and they're just chucking nuts at my head every time I walk through this area, and people know about it. It's a thing. It happens. There were squirrels that attacked a kid in a stroller in Central Park in New York a few years ago. Well,
They were just
2
trying to
decades
mug him for
ago.
the stroller, man.
Yeah, but they're like, "Oh, look, he's got goldfish crackers. We're gonna go get that shit,"
Yeah.
and
They love
just kick
fishes
that
'cause they're
kid's
so delicious.
ass.
Jesus,
But,
it's fucked up.
One of them was wielding a switchblade. It was just nasty.
Yeah.
yeah, I
We
mean,
had. I was hoping you'd say albino squirrels because there's a problem in Ohio with albino squirrels, like a big fucking problem. And Dayton has like infestations of albino squirrels.
how can you have an?
Look it
Isn't
up.
like rare as hell to get.
I
something
thought
like
so
that
too when I was
in it?
young, but like when I got into my like mid-20s, we just all over Dayton, we just started seeing them everywhere. And they're like there's like clusters of them in different areas. You don't see them as much now, but like we don't know why. It was like a period of time, and you can look it up. They were in newspapers. It was that big of a deal. They shat on people, and I am not fucking kidding you. You look it up in the Dayton Daily News.
Yeah.
We jokingly called them the albino shitting squirrels because that's what they would do. Instead of throwing nuts or things that you were disturbing you, they would literally like target people. They would hop from a tree to a power line, just get into the right place where they were just standing over someone. This happened to me at least 3 times. 3 fucking different times where I'm in mid-conversation and oops, it's poop. Shit from above. Like albino fucking squirrel shit from above. Like, bam. And it was just a common thing. Like, a fucking albino squirrel would just cross over top of you, just shit.
See, this is why I stay inside most of the time.
Yeah, like I know grackles will well, most corvids will fucking attack anything. the poor neighbor cat in this one place I was living. It was an apartment building that had like 3 levels, and we'd get out, and we were on the 3rd level, and we looked across the alleyway, and there was a house that had like an it was a split house, so the top floor was a different apartment than the bottom, and they would let their cat out every day to like hang out for an hour or something, and then let it back in. And this poor cat, I think it was a Persian because it was fluffy and kind of squish faced and huge. And they would let it out. And the second they'd let it out, the crows would start cawing because we had a huge population of crows there. And the cat would bolt down the stairs and hide as deep as it could inside of the bushes. Because when crows start mobbing something, they're able to call other birds as well. Other birds will join in a crow mob as long as they aren't attacking like that particular bird. And so the crows would call mobs on this cat every single fucking day that it got let out. And I felt so bad for that cat. It was kind of cool to see how organized the crows could be, but
Would you say it was murder on the cat?
yes, it was. And then there's, well, Jenny down there, our gal Friday, knows about the grackle situation. That grackles are horrible, evil birds. We get small grackles here in Nebraska, but I've read of certain intersections in like towns in California where women can't walk because birds will learn faces and shapes and things like that, and they will attack women and like just go after them. So it's like you have to walk around a couple blocks out of your way unless you want to be dive bombed by like 10 or 15 grackles that are going to try to like rip your hair off and go for your face.
Sexist
But I've heard like
assholes.
Dallas and a couple other towns down in, I think Austin, is it down in Texas, where there's just huge grackle populations, and you guys have the big grackles that will just like go crazy and just frenzy
We've
on
been
people.
lucky in the fact that I know where to go to not bother them. Every time I've had to go in that area, I've been able to get away with not going into the area where they like to stay. So we've been lucky in not bothering them.
But they do. I am right though, or am I crazy? Is
No,
there?
we have those nasty little things, and then we have the vultures.
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? I don't care if you fully death rattled. We're going to try to eat you now. Sometimes.
Yeah. So, Kristin, have you suffered from any grack attacks?
No. I have not.
Checking in safe from the grackles.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are.
So one of the reasons, honestly, why the show is so long tonight, it wasn't just because it's our extravaganza or whatever. Smargle bargain was the word I came up with the other day, and there's a whole definition somewhere that I don't even remember what it was. I was so high when I came up with that. We also wanted to beat a record. The first official show, technically, of our network was an unwrapping that lasted. I have the actual number right here. It was 4 minutes, 20 seconds.
4 hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh my God. 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 36 seconds. And Drew wanted us to do the longest show we had ever done. So we decided a while ago that when we did the extravaganza, we had to beat the record. And Drew was going to try and make it, but he couldn't. So, buddy, we just beat you, man. We unfortunately, we had to beat it without you. We love you, but we had to beat it without you.
Which means
I
you have to
found
come
it.
back.
An event that is so utterly amazing that you cannot properly perceive it.
Oh, yeah. Smargle Bargain. That's what it was. Yeah. And I made that up on Prometheus's gaming channel, actually. I don't even remember what the circumstances were, but that's where it originated from that night.
Oh, yes. Actually, we need to throw in Promi. If you guys hop on, he's on our website, isn't he? We have a link.
I think
to
so. If not,
Prometheus
I'll get that
Twitch.
fixed here soon.
All right, coming into the haunt season, we are going to be having Friday nights off, and Prometheus and Amelia over at Prometheus Gaming on Twitch have this habit of going on Friday nights and giving us game night, and they do all the different Jackbox games. So you can hop in, and if you're one of the first 8 people to log into the game, you can play the game, you can hang out in the chat. They'll do different things that are super fun for you, and
They actually did Modern Modern Warfare 2 this past Friday, so they are mixing it up a little bit.
Okay, so they're mixing between just streaming games and actually playing games, but go check them out, and they have some great merch too. We both gotten T-shirts from them.
Yep.
And they are so cozy. I have two. I like wear them around, and I'll pick up Prometheus and be like,
They're awesome.
Prometheus, does this look good to eat for you? And my mom will take a picture, and I'm crazy, so it's okay.
And that comes up with our Twitch channel too, because as a Twitch channel, we can actually host other channels. So if we're not on, it will just host whoever we set it to, and that's going to be one of the ones that we're going to be hosting when we're not actually doing anything with it. That'll happen probably here next couple weeks. Yeah. So if you want to catch Prometheus gaming, it'll pop up if you're subscribed to us, and that'll be your link to go to him. So and her.
Yeah, they are super fun, and they do fun things when you get if you give them points and stuff. They'll drink, or they'll do a dance, or they'll do a song.
Yeah.
And some other things we won't mention because they're not proper on our channels. Oh, they aren't improper. They're just.
It's more of the Elliott Network After Dark variety.
It's goofy, risque.
Yeah.
It's not anything naughty.
It's epic.
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay. I'm going to have to bow out right now.
All right.
Simply because my body is starting to shut down. I didn't have a nap earlier today.
Okay.
It's been great. Tonight's been great. And we'll see everybody in the Tomb of the Terrible in the upcoming season. We're going to have awesome stuff for you. You can catch me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And what better way to say I love you than with a gift of the Tomb of the Terrible t-shirt.
Indeed.
On our website. So, I'll see you guys later.
All right, talk to you soon, Uncle Necro.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
This is a fun one.
with 4 hours and 35. Oh, we just got a second viewer.
Oh, hey viewer, how are you?
We have
Who
one
are
on
you?
Twitch and one on Facebook.
Talk
I
to
wonder
us.
what they are doing.
The
50
love
left comments
doctor
we
is
have
in.
tonight.
You're to see me.
Yeah. I'm about to just go straight Dr. Detroit here in a minute. Love me some Dan Aykroyd.
I think the one on Facebook is probably me because I put it in the comments.
Oh, yeah. See, she tricked us. You're tricksy.
So we might have Senka. Is that like the Senka coffee?
I think
That's
it's
what I
like
think.
Cool Runnings Senka, right? Like
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Oh, what's I don't know that.
Cool
reference.
Runnings, the Jamaican bobsled team movie with John
Oh, I
Candy.
never saw that.
What?
yeah.
How dare you, ma'am?
I have a very specific window of movies that I watch. It's why you guys are all like always like, I can't believe you haven't, like I'm a horror movie fan. So it's like, how have you not seen these top? And I'm like, because it misses my curve just by this much.
The next thing you know, she's going to tell me she didn't see Jim Carrey's 23. I'm just picking a movie I know for sure you didn't watch.
Okay, I'm so obsessed with the number 23. I've literally had a child on the day 23. So, yeah.
For real, though, you should watch that if you haven't seen it. It's one of Jim Carrey's thrillers where it's very serious and it's fucking amazing.
I really wanted to see
loved
it,
it.
except he was in it. I was in labor for 23 hours, if that counts. That was.
Are you
no,
saying watching that
22.
movie would make you feel like you were in labor for 23 hours? That's how bad the experience would be.
If Jim Carrey's in it, probably.
I love Jim Carrey. I love his serious stuff, especially.
Like I'm waiting. Like they already did. Nicholas.
She has a list of hate, people. A
and-
list of fucking hate.
Okay, so it starts with Nicolas Cage. It moves on to John Travolta and what's his name from Knight Rider and Baywatch?
Oh God, cheeseburger.
Hasselhoff.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, Drunky Cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Hasselhoff. And then there's Jim Carrey, and I mean, like it just keeps going.
Listen, I can understand Hasselhoff. Like, okay, the Hoff is a very acquired taste. Like, he's the most acquired taste out of your list here.
The Hoff went ahead and back in my day of high school age, did a naked spread for some magazine where he covered himself with wrinkle puppies.
Yeah.
Is what we
And she had
called
to
them
walk
back then.
uphill both ways to see it.
And I think that it's Shar-Peis, right? Those are the wrinkle dogs.
Sharpie.
I think that all of those Shar-Peis were just like scarred for life because they had to like cover the Hoff.
Yeah.
And
they got Hoff, man.
You know, I feel bad for them. I think this is something that
They were coiffed.
they needed to go to therapy for, and they don't, you know, like they're
not what we meant by
puppies that
therapy
just,
dog.
like, it wasn't. I'm not going to get into that any further. That just goes in so many bad directions. I'm not even going to start tonight because I've had the entire opening of the Rough House box. I apparently.
This conversation is getting really rough.
I tried every single thing I said was wrong. I'm like,
no, it was bad. Like I could have said that's what she said like 2,000 times in the first 5 minutes of you speaking. I'm over here going, I get one a month. Fuck.
But
And I just used it.
There was no other thing to say. It's like they're a big box. What am I supposed to say? Like the box is not small.
No. You said package, not box, and that was a big part of the problem. Get it? Big.
Okay. Yeah, and then the slick. Okay, yeah, I get it.
But
Even the yellow sponge. Oh, even the yellow sponge and the pink starfish got hoffed, man.
Yeah, they did. They got hoffed hard.
So my list just keeps like, what's his name who did those? He sang Master of the House in Les Mis, but other than that, he did those movies where he was like a stupid tourist from some other country that came in and pretended it was supposed to be a mockumentary or something.
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Yeah, Borat.
Yeah, he
Borat.
just makes me
My
want
wife.
to die.
Matt's not seen his stuff, and I've been actually wanting to show Matt those movies. One of them is getting a sequel soon, apparently. One of the first ones he did, Ollie G in the House, apparently may be getting a sequel.
Good for it. I won't watch it.
If I'm high enough, I'll watch it.
I just like Team America World Police.
Fuck yeah.
It made me sick. Dumb and Dumber made me I actually threw up.
Okay, so
watching that
I'm not a
movie.
big Dumb and Dumber fan, so I kind of get you on that. I kind of get you on that one. But Team America, man, they're here to save the motherfucking day. Yeah.
Horrible. It's a fucking horrible movie.
I love that movie.
Okay. See, and this
Puppets
is why,
fucking,
like,
puppets puking, a song about AIDS. I mean, it was a great movie.
I'm not a big fan of South Park. I'm not a huge fan of Family Guy. So we all have different tastes, and I'm allowed to have mine, which is
And hers
more
are all wrong.
depressing. And
No South Park people, no Jim Carrey, no Nick Cage. Like, can we get some hate mail? Like some hate fan mail directed specifically at Del for her poor life choices, please.
I'm allowed my opinion.
You are. I'm just messing with you.
I went out and I did watch what's the Renfield. I watched Renfield.
Renfield was
It
great.
had
It was
it
great.
had him in it. I watched it. I liked it.
It was easy to forget that he was Nick Cage because he didn't do a lot of his like traditional Nick Cage stuff in that one.
Yeah, and he had
Coming
a
out
lot of makeup
hard.
on, so I didn't have to see him.
Yeah.
What?
I still think though, like you should watch The Color Out of Space. It's Lovecraft. It's really good. His role in it is a simple role. It's not overshadowing. It's not too hardcore Nick. I think if you like Renfield, I think that there's a chance you could like him in that one. And if you're okay with him not speaking, if that helps, Willy's Wonderland, it's a very B film, but his actual portrayal of an autistic person it's exceedingly well done. It blows me away every time. I've seen it like so many damn times.
Okay. I will maybe give some of these a try.
Yeah.
I'm just first going to watch things that I'm actually interested in.
Yeah. Like her favorite ones are actually the like I mentioned earlier, the Nick Cage Ghost Rider movies, and they just announced, and I'm not even fucking with you. They just announced him possibly returning on like Secret Wars or something because they're doing a lot of the alternate characters from other the Fox franchises. I'm not even messing with you. Right? You can look this up right now, and maybe they'll talk about it on Splash Pages next week on the Dorkening to screw with you. I'll send them the news. But he might be reprising his role like temporarily, not as a permanent Ghost Rider, but as because they're trying to do a new Ghost Rider, and that would be the nod to the
Danny
previous.
Ketch.
I have no idea all the information.
Who would
It's
be the
just
next one?
there's a rumor that they're going to be doing the new one, and that but Nick Cage would make at least an appearance somewhere in the MCU as
Johnny Blaze.
And there was even a rumor that you might see him in because they're using the new Deadpool movie to bring a lot of people over. So there's even a rumor that might be where you see like a cameo, like a Cage cameo is.
Okay, because like even this was something that we got into at Terrificon. Actually, I was talking to Javier Saltares, who is the person who designed or got to redesign Ghost Rider as Danny Ketch,
right,
and brought the chains and the penance stare into it.
Yeah,
which they went ahead and fucking stole in the Johnny Cage Ghost Rider movies, and had Johnny Blaze
Nick
using
Cage.
Danny Ketch. Oh yeah, Nick Cage.
You said Johnny Cage, and that's going into Mortal Kombat territory.
Yeah, and then I know, and then there's Nick Cage, and yeah, but sorry, movies, comics, shit, but but they used the wrong powers for that Ghost Rider, and
Well, Fox fucked
they
everything
stole
up
the
anyway.
wrong look, because they were like, oh, Danny Ketch is a fucking awesome looking Ghost Rider, and it's like, yeah, so why don't you have it be Danny Ketch, and how about you don't have Nick Cage play him, because
Okay, so name a good superhero movie all the way through that Fox did. I'll wait.
I don't actually know which ones Fox did and didn't. So
All the X-Men, the Ghost Riders, Fantastic Fours. Those are the ones that just pop off my brain immediately.
Didn't they
None
do
of
the
them are very
Blades
good.
too?
The what?
Which X-Men?
The Blades.
I can't remember who did Blade actually. X-Men 1, X-Men 2, X-Men 3, Last Stand, Dark Phoenix. Days of Future Past was maybe the only one that was passable, and then of course the last ones they did was definitely Apocalypse, which they murdered. Now I will say, and then the Wolverine spin-offs. Although Old Man Logan, I think I retract. Logan was good. That one was the only one that I thought was truly beautiful all the way through. That was the only one that I liked.
Okay, I didn't hate their X-Men things. They aren't my favorite, but I didn't hate them as much as I do so many other things.
Do you like the X-Men animated series? The one from when we were younger?
The one that has the most popular song ever?
No. That Marvel paid a fuck ton of money to use a tiny clip of,
Yeah.
and is bringing back as a sequel cartoon that picks up where the other one left off. They just got the release date sadly pushed back to next year, but it's still coming.
Well, that's what's going on. I do like the current X-Men better, but I didn't think that Famke, is it Famke Johansson or Jansen? It's Jansen, right?
Jansen, yeah.
I thought
Pretty
she
sure.
played a really good Jean Grey.
The casting
I'm a
wasn't the
fan of
problem
hers.
for these. Like the casting was actually all across the board, like with the exception of Juggernaut later and a couple other ones later on, but like their casting was pretty damn good. The problem was this was when they were first trying to really figure out how to make the Marvel movies with Fox, owning the properties, and instead of how the MCU does it now, where they pick a storyline and they try to stick to it, even if it's in the wrong timeline, or they make it its own thing, the Fox X-Men movies, they were trying to cram fucking everything at the same time in all of them, and it wasn't just because I love fucking X-Men that I didn't like it, because we've talked, I can dissect and appreciate something for its own thing. But this wasn't its own thing. This was, we're going to cram everything X-Men there is down your throat. We're going to fuck it all up at every chance we get. But then we're going to make Days of Future Past and we're going to fix it. Only to fuck it up and then lose everything to Disney.
Yeah, they did try to, pardon me, cram too much in all at once they got on a roll. They were like, let's do it all. No, you don't have to.
They literally killed Cyclops in 3. They killed Charles Xavier, who then was transported into someone else's body in the ending credits. So much shit was wrong. We never even saw Jubilee, even though she was just, she was more of the cartoon. We never saw her. Rogue was like basically a teenager, a late teenager. There was no Gambit at all.
Yeah.
And the whole thing was just fucky, man. It was fucky. Her suits were wrong, like indifferent and changing, and
it was
the Phoenix. the Phoenix Saga is fucking unforgivable because they skipped all
True.
the Phoenix and went straight to Dark Phoenix and made it a mental illness.
Yeah.
That was unforgivable for me.
Yeah. I see. I assumed because based on being a comic book geek who had to take some time off because I couldn't afford them and didn't realize you can just, find them online rather than having to go and take up space and try to
Yeah.
not damage them and stuff. But I had a long break from comics, and it's one of those things where it was like, apparently I missed this run. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, the
okay,
good thing
so
is
this is a lot of
anything that was
things,
good
but
about X-Men that you need to know, they redid in the cartoon, and in some aspects, they did it better in the 90s cartoon than the comics did it in some places. Like, it was the collection of the best runs.
I do really enjoy what the new X-Men have done with regards to like how they treat Charles Xavier, for
Okay, yeah.
example, with McAvoy as Xavier.
Oh, First Class. Okay, First Class. Gotcha. I didn't mind First Class. It was not terrible. I didn't think it was terrible.
Yeah, they give the like, you're kind of running on being a hero here, and the rest of us are sacrificing for it.
Yeah.
And it's honest. And he wasn't like completely so, but he was elevating himself a little bit above where he should have been.
He was Dumbledore the shit out of stuff, man. He was
Yeah.
starting to.
And then they kind of called him out on it, and
Yep.
And people die.
Yeah.
And that was something where it was just like, oh my god, a death, and this one's gonna stay a death because there's no way to bring her back.
Yeah. Yeah. There
Like,
really wasn't at that point.
Yeah, Jean Grey got, how many times has she been cloned, reborn, transferred over from
Phoenix
another
Rise from the
psyche?
Ashes.
Yeah, all that kind of shit.
2 million.
Like, Jean Grey lives forever, but other people can actually die.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I'm also
Like,
curious. My mother's insistent that they're coming out with an Iron Man 4. And I had heard that, but then I can't find anything about it recently. But she was like, no, Google it. It's coming out. And I was like, I think it was something that they thought about. But she was convinced that it was like a it didn't follow the Avengers. It took place like prior to some of the Avengers stuff. And I don't know, but they're working on right now. They can basically retcon with, like you were saying, Deadpool, anybody they want back into the universe. Because he's like a fucking Kender time traveling in Kryn. It's just like anybody who he feels like should be there. Okay, he's Deadpool. He can make it happen.
there's actually legitimately a lot of movement on this. I thought it was bullshit. I had heard, so there was a big possibility because there's money. There was things where, what happened in Endgame wasn't necessarily supposed to happen the way it was originally. Like, we weren't supposed to lose Iron Man and Captain America necessarily. There was some stuff going on behind the scenes. Then Robert Downey Jr. went off and he did the Dr. Dolittle movie, which utterly failed.
Yeah.
It was bad failed. And then he did a big push for Ironheart. Like, to the point where, like, he left a press conference and then a couple minutes later busted back in the door and said, Ironheart, you heard me. And he walked away, and there was the rumor where he was going to be voicing Tony Stark, but Tony Stark was going to be like the new Jarvis to the Ironheart costume. That was a rumor.
Okay.
But looking this up, what you're saying, there is a lot of discussions, even on Screen Rant, as stuff as early as just July and this month, where they're saying that Robert Downey Jr. is speaking out about the sincere possibilities of the Iron Man. And one of the ways I think that could maybe work is they're building up towards Secret Wars. That this is a huge build-up. And with Deadpool, with a lot of the multiverse stuff, there's a really good chance. There's even larger rumors now I'm reading about, the Tom Cruise Iron Man screenshots that people, deep web shit for Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
We thought he was going to be the Iron Man. There's rumors that he could make an appearance right now, they're saying, as an Iron Man, and then RDJ would actually be the Iron Man. So it would be Iron Man, but it seems like more likely an alternate that also happens to be played by RDJ, so they could write him back in. But we're also seeing a lot of information that Chris Evans may not be done as Captain America, and we may see him again in the Secret Wars saga with the Shield, like another alternate version.
That would be really cool because I bawled at the end of Endgame, and
There was something important about that ending. He was wearing a sweater. If you don't know anything about Chris Evans, every movie he does, it's a sweater thing. This is a big thing he does in the indie films and the big films. He has to have his sweater. And read about him and his sweater. It's an insane ass story, but like it's a thing for him.
I was more talking about the I am Iron Man part.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that was sad too.
That was just like, and then, but yeah, if they go into Secret Wars, that can retcon the entire universe.
It
again.
can potentially. What I think they're going to do is they're going to do some positive retconning, but they're also finally able to bring X-Men into the fold, which they missed a lot on. Like the fact that you even think you could do Civil War without Professor Xavier and the X-Men there, because that led into the Mutant Registration Act. You couldn't do it. They had to. Doing anything that they're doing without Fantastic Four, who they're bringing in. How? X Factor. Not even just X-Men. They're bringing all these things that they really needed before that they just didn't have. And I'm hoping the retcon goes in a very positive way. So instead of having to reintroduce all these characters, so we don't have to have 2 million more fucking origin stories that we don't want to pay for. We don't. We know all their origin stories.
Yeah.
That we just blend them in. That we find a way to make it, the retcon is seamless, to where they've always been here. We just weren't so focused on their story until now, kind of a thing, maybe.
Yeah. He was spending some time with his family. He deserves it after all that shit,
Yeah. But yeah, it's interesting because I hadn't really read any Marvel news, really any news for the past weeks, because my brain's in the haunt, so I'm not literally paying attention to anything.
Well, after reading and then watching Secret Invasion and realizing that they were two completely different stories.
I've not watched it. I watched the first 2 episodes, and I'm like, I don't think I'm going to dig this until the whole thing's out and I can watch it at once. And it's actually about what I'm about to start tonight or tomorrow, probably.
Okay. It's not a bad movie.
Yeah, I heard it got better than where I was at.
It's really good, but it has almost nothing to do with the comic.
Okay.
Like,
and I think a lot of it doesn't. A lot of it can't. They already fucked up with Ant-Man right off the rip, because it was the Scott Lang Ant-Man. Ant-Man was a founding member of the fucking Avengers. Ant-Man and Wasp, they were there from the beginning. I mean,
Hank Pym is a bastard.
Yeah,
and,
he is. And Ultron couldn't have existed without him either. So like, there were so many things that they've done so much. They've done it in a way where we know this is a separate timeline, and they've done it seamlessly in their own way. But this retconning it's a blessing, but it could be scary as fuck depending on what they do.
Yeah, if they bring Hank Pym and Jan together, that's just a firework waiting to happen. And everybody's like, "Oh, it was." Do you guys know what we're talking about, even as far as like the Hank and Pym thing? Like way back.
I'm not lost, but I just had a thought that I was sending Carrie for later when she finishes her comic books. After we finish this conversation.
Okay.
To help with the traction of what we were talking about earlier.
Okay.
Cool. It's a lot of fucky stuff, and I'm interested to see how they play all this out. But I'll tell you, if they don't bring Mojo into the MCU with the X-Men, I'm gonna be pissed, because he's the most fun villain in the entire X-Men universe.
And as soon as you say that, I think bad Mojo Jojo.
I'm here and you are down here. You cannot get me. Haha.
At first I thought he was just a sad monkey, but then I knew he was a bad monkey.
Fucking Powerpuff Girls, man.
No, but like way back in the day, there was a scene at Hank Pym, genius. Jan Van Dyke was
Dying.
Sorry, thank you.
Jan Van Dyke.
So, well, Dick Van Dyke,
Yeah, I got where you were going. Just
I wasn't. Yeah. So
she had a secret cameo in Mary Poppins. She was the chalk.
Anyway, they had this terrible relationship. Like, she was a superhero in her own right, and he was a genius, and they were in a very mentally abusive relationship as far as things went. He always was like, oh, playing down all of her capabilities, putting her down a lot. And there was a scene in the comic that the writer wanted him to like shove her, but instead he couldn't figure out a way to do it, so he ended up backhanding her. And so everybody's like, oh, it's all based on this one messed up thing that they have an abusive relationship. But it's like, the second he does that, she's still on the floor, and the next dialogue is him insulting her and calling her out and telling her all these terrible things. Even though he was only supposed to shove her, he's still incredibly abusive to her. And everybody else who wrote for Marvel at that point picked up on it. Particularly if you go into the Ultimates universe, like, he
Oh my
kills
God.
her over and over, to the point where when Marvel Zombies hits and he's killing her, they're like, well, we knew that was going to happen.
Yeah, that's not a big stretch.
Yeah, because he's just, it was a terrible abusive relationship. And everybody wants to blame it on one panel, and it was one panel that wasn't drawn right, but the result was the same either way had it been done. She was still going to end up on the floor, and she still had to cover up black eyes here and there.
Yeah.
That was in the script.
Yeah.
They just weren't supposed to show him actually hitting her.
And they did.
So, yeah, which they did. And so I have no respect for him whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I voice that frequently when I'm on comic book shows, whenever he is brought up.
Yeah.
Because they play him off in the movies as being like kind of this quirky old guy, you know, maybe a little curmudgeon.
I get an asshole vibe. The
But-
first one, he's like mostly asshole. In the first one.
But he misses his wife so much because she's
Yeah.
been lost. And it's like, no, he misses having a punching bag, verbally and physically.
Even when they did bring her back, though, like their chemistry was fucked. Like, you could tell it was more than just her secret later on that was like drove the wedge between them, like, and her missing for so many years. Like, there was something they just didn't voice. And even in the last one that was way more family oriented, there was still something between them, and it was to the point where they were appearing in less and less scenes together, not doing their own little things. And I kind of wondered if that vibe was like there, but not fully there, because I didn't want to reintroduce that, I'm sure, at this point.
Yeah, it would have been something hard to put in with as family friendly as all of the Ant-Man series have been.
Yeah. And that's where Paul Rudd shines, man. Like, Paul Rudd's a goddamn genius. He's a vampire. He's not aged in all of eternity, and he probably won't anytime soon.
He's gotten younger, actually. If you look at
If
some of
anything,
his
go back and watch one of his first movies, which was Halloween 6, Curse of Michael Myers. He was young in that. Recently, I've seen some shit where he looks almost as young as he did in that all of a sudden again, and I'm like, dude. No one remembers you were in that Halloween movie, but I remember, and you look the same.
You didn't change at all. You've gotten younger.
It's him and Keanu, man.
He's got the Pym particles going on.
And I don't care what anyone's been saying lately about anything and who they want to play Wolverine. Keanu has mentioned that he'd be interested in Wolverine, and now all I can fucking see is Keanu Wolverine. That's all I can see. I can't see or believe anything else.
He's too tall, but otherwise.
Dude, Hugh Jackman is way taller than he should be. Like, way fucking taller.
I know.
We got to get over the short Wolverine. He's going to be short. Like, if you want to think short Wolverine, go back earlier to the Danzig Wolverine conversation. That was their opportunity, and he passed it up for typecasting. So, you know.
But he was
Those
a
are short.
great angel falling out of a window and crashing on the hood of a car.
He was great. And you know, what I think the real problem is with him playing Wolverine is that the cigar would have been bigger than him. Wolverine's always got that cigar.
I can't see Keanu saying bub that many times.
How many times did he say, whoa, and Bill and Ted? You know what I mean? Like, after the whoa epidemic between him and Joey Lawrence, I believe that anything could be repeated by Keanu and it would be all right.
Kristin has said that she would like to leave, though, so I think we should give her a
I have
chance
to get going.
Yeah,
I
we've been
will
going
see
for
you
5
later.
hours.
Thank you for being here. We love you tons, and we hope to kidnap
Love
you
y'all
more.
too.
but with less guests or with less hosts in general, so we can talk some
I'll
more.
be back. Yeah.
This is our chaotic episode. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually think I'm gonna head out too as well.
Get the fuck out, Matt.
All right. Night, y'all.
See you later.
Good night, everybody. And maybe we should just call this to an end and.
I mean, we've officially hit the over 5 hour mark. We've almost beat his record by like close to an hour, so I think we're probably pretty solid. There's no way Drew's going to come back for a 5+ hour show. It's not going to happen without falling asleep 10 times. Gauntlet laid, man.
Well, thank you everybody for showing up for our extravaganza. We had a lot of fun. We've introduced some new stuff to you guys.
Smarglebargen.
Smarglebargen. Oh, yes. Actually, Smarglebargen, definition, an event that is so utterly amazing that you cannot properly perceive it.
I remember where it came from now. They were questioning whether dinosaurs were real, and it went to a conversation about me saying the word dinosaur was made up by someone. And they said, who makes up all this random shit? I said, fucked up people like me. Here's one. And that's how that came about. Like, all like that.
All right.
Yeah.
So as you now know the definition of Smarglebargen, subscribe, like, check out our links. Love us. We will love you back amazingly and give you as many things as we can. And you will get just as much content as we can possibly feed you. We will have it there waiting. We won't shove it down your throat, but it will be there whenever you're hungry. You can just devour it. So
we're getting into cannibalism here, if we're being honest. Like that.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. I'm missing half of a foot right now. Donner family recipes.
She is.
Either way, Donner
Getting
or
a leg up on
Donner.
the competition over there.
Family recipes. All right.
Ed Gein, Family Christmas.
Love y'all, guys. Thank you so much.
See y'all later.
Have a good night.